Hello. It's super dark in here. That's because I didn't get everything prepared. But whatever. Anyway, we're doing this. Hello all. I hope you are having a good day. I've had a really bad technical day, which is why we're starting late. But it was out of my hands, so it is what it is. So we're gonna get started soon. In a second. In fact, we got a lot of people gathered here. So let me get us everything ready. So again, apologize for the tardiness, but it's out of my hands. Out of my hands. Um. Uh. All right. So we're gonna jump in. Uh, I can't show you yet. Hello?
What's up?
Hey, guys, thanks for being here.
Everything worked out, or at least so far is working out.
Yeah, I guess. This has been a day. I was just stressed literally the entire day. I was looking at my modem, like there's the red symbol.
Right, the
If
lights.
it's not working, yeah, the lights. And there's a white symbol, obviously white's when everything is okay. And I was staring at that all goddamn day, and literally like 7:58, it started working.
Nice.
Yeah,
Meant to be.
it was meant to be. So yeah, thanks guys for chilling with me. Much appreciated. So let's give a moment. I think we're missing one other person. And then we'll get started.
I took your side, by the way, in the prior discussion. You missed it.
Yeah. Oh my God. I wish. Yeah. I heard a little bit of that. And I know you're coming in from backup. I had to run away to get ready for stuff, but like you came in with backup. Holy crap, Lactoid. Oh. And the lawyer lady, she was sure you were gonna be on her side.
Most people were, yeah.
Yeah. You are a dynamic person, Lactoid, full of surprises. I'm really happy to have you around, friend, as always. What are we waiting for? FK, maybe making it. Then we're looking for Mr. Griffin. Okay, let's see.
Oh, I'm here.
Oh,
Is
oh,
it?
FK, yeah, you are
trash.
here. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Dang, I was about to call you flaky.
I
I was that close. I'm gonna tip my tongue.
No, I made it. I made the drive back. It's all good.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much. So, okay, so we're missing Synth and Mr. Griffin.
No, we're not.
Synth, are you here?
I'm right here. Yeah.
You're not on my screen though.
Oh, am I not on your screen?
Dang,
Yeah,
is that everybody?
I'm in the StreamYard in the waiting room, and I'm in the private VC. I don't know why I'm not on your screen.
You're definitely not. What waiting room? For
I'm in the stream. Oh, hold on.
Yeah.
There we go. How about now? Does it work now?
Yeah. There you go.
Go ahead, stuff. There we go.
Yeah. So there you go. All right, there you go. Great. So we're just missing Mr. Griffin. And again, for any audience that I happen to have right now, which I'm sure is very little, I do apologize for the tiredness, but my internet was down. Couldn't do anything about that. All right, so let me send a quick message to Griffin, and then we'll.
Oh, wait a minute. I am calling him Griffin Flaky then. Never mind. I thought that's who it was. I was like, yeah. But so random hot take, because I know we're about to get started. I believe this is like a 2-second nerd moment. I apologize to y'all. I believe for like live action animated projects, and I'm not even talking about One Piece. I'm talking about I saw the picture of the Avatar thing. Like, I think that live action projects for like animated mediums should take more liberties to not try to go 1-to-1 with their like source material, because I feel like it comes off looking like cosplay versus like a world that could be lived in.
Yeah, specific. Are you referring to like Disney live action remakes? Or
No,
well, I just seen a Twitter image of they're doing that Avatar: The Last Airbender Netflix series, and then I've also seen the trailer for the One Piece series that came out recently, and then you go to like Death Note and like it doesn't have to be like I guess Disney could kind of falls in this. I think Little Mermaid suffered a little bit from the same issue, but yeah, I think that I don't think that like they take enough liberties to like making themselves feel like, okay, what would an actual human wear?
I think I think a good way to think about it is live action should recognize that it's live, and they should probably try to make it more like a play or like an actual it's like the idea of it's just a different medium, right? That's all you're saying.
Yeah.
You just got to recognize that medium doesn't translate with
Mhm.
drawings.
And you're gonna have like a 2% of your audience that's gonna really be pissed off by that. Like, oh, this is different from. But I think that overall it ends up making for a better experience. Like I think Game of Thrones did that well. Even though I
think
guess
that's why
it
I'm
wasn't a cartoon.
excited. I think that's why I'm excited for the live action One Piece,
agree with you.
because like One Piece has a history of they do plays over in Japan of like One Piece, and they have their own like stories for those plays. And it looks like what
Mhm.
they did with this series is they went much more into like, we're gonna focus on like set design, like the way a play would, right? We're gonna focus on like the costumes, the way a play would. They're just like they're trying to make it 1-to-1, but they're trying to like for Sanji's things, I think they avoided doing his eyebrows because that would probably look weird as like a normal human having those weird eyebrows.
I really want to discuss this. And I'm going to discuss with Bam, but FK, since it's interesting, I didn't know that you were a big fan. Where are you caught up with the series? Just quick question.
Yeah, I'm caught up fully. Like,
then we
vibing
got to
with it.
talk. We got to make a group thing and talk about this, right? We don't want to invite Lactoid. He's not part of the cool kids. But yeah, we talk about One Piece all the time, so we love to maybe include you as well. And I have thoughts on the One Piece trailer, but my audience, what little I have right now, doesn't care about any of that shit. And counterpoints, what the fuck? What the fuck, counterpoints?
It's a good question.
Like,
What?
Fresh face.
you know,
Snap him.
you know what you did.
Listen, I saw Hunter Avalon post a thirst trap to Twitter, you know, and I was like, "Who's that handsome twink?" And I was like, "I want to get in on the action," so I shaved.
You know, I never really thought about it, but now with a shaved face, I wonder what it's like to kiss you.
You know what? My chat and my wife are wondering the same thing. So I mean, yeah.
Why is she wondering that? I would hope she would know.
Because she's used to making out with like a Yeti carpet.
She doesn't recognize him, so she doesn't not try to approach
okay.
it.
It's very baby face, very smooth, very
Until the
very
stubble
nice.
It's
grows
like Russell
in, and then
Crowe,
it's like little
a little
knives.
bit.
Thank you.
Yeah.
A lot of people have been saying that in my
Russell Crowe from 20
440,000
years ago, hopefully, but
Yeah, like
Gladiator
Gladiator
Russell
Russell Crowe, yeah.
All right, so let's get started. Thanks all for coming through tonight. It's hell of a day. But we're here, and we're gonna get started. So we're gonna introduce all these great people. Before that, guys, hit the follow button. If you're new here, for whatever reason, hit that follow button. I'm love to have you along in the future. Or subscribe to the channel if you're on YouTube. And consider like super chats because those get read out. So yeah, thank you so much. Okay, we're gonna give an introduction to everybody, and then we'll get started. My friend Lactoid is with me. Lactoid, who backed me up in my last panel I was just on, which wasn't good. Oh man, we gotta talk about that. We gotta talk about that sometime. But it's good standing on the same side with like a common enemy, like an anime where because I'm gonna nerd this up, where they're like they're the rivals, they're always fighting each other, but eventually they find a common enemy, they're standing back to back. That's really fun. That was with me and Lacto just a second ago, but okay.
Absolutely, solidarity, brother. It was a lot of fun. I really appreciate you having me on. You can find me at Lactoid TV, Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. Thanks.
Okay, let's go to our friend Bam. Oh, thank you, Wick, for I'm assuming that's where that all came from. Oh no, I didn't get rated yet. Thank you, Dionysus, for resubbing. Nice to thank you for your Prime Gaming here, dude. Really kind of you. So yeah, people aren't here yet. But anyway, let's go to my man Bam. Thanks so much.
Hey, crap. I am doing great. Had a great day. So my birthday's coming up this week.
Hey.
So just trying to make it towards the end.
All right.
Keep on living.
The end of life.
yeah, I was gonna say.
Yeah. That too.
Happy early
Every day.
birthday.
Thanks.
Yeah. What day is it going to be? If you're okay with revealing that.
Oh God, they'll know me if they know my birthday. No, it's Friday.
It's Friday.
Mhm.
Okay.
Mhm.
All right. So
23rd, Jordan year.
Okay. All right. Well, happy birthday. In case we don't get to celebrate it later on, Bam is a fantastic member of this community, a really loyal
Best,
member
they
of
will
this
say.
community. And like I'm very grateful to have him, and I hope we can hang out for many years to come, friend.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Okay. Moving on. We have our friend Corey. Corey is one of the kindest individuals here, and I'm sure he's gonna prove that. He's not gonna be vindictive. I'll be vindictive against my political enemies. He's the good copier.
Well, yeah. I don't know what to say other than I'm always grateful to be here. Always looking forward to be invited with these familiar and fine faces, and now with this fresh face in Counterpoints. So looking forward to getting into that. And yeah, you can find me on Twitch, twitch.tv, Corey Campbell 84. Twitter, Instagram, literally it's Corey Campbell. Thank you so much.
Hey, all right. And if you're also on YouTube, like this stream, just hit that like button. It's kind of helpful. You do that, hit the like button. Anyway, let's go to our friend Nina, who we haven't had here in a bit. She's been doing big things. I see you on Moderator Debates. I see you out there. I hope you're doing well in those fights. But yeah, we're glad that she stepped down to a smaller platform, right? Take a day off from her world tours. So thanks for being here, friend.
Yeah, it's always a pleasure. No, I always love coming on the show. I love to speak to all of our good friends. As much as Lactoid and I don't agree on like anything, it's always fun to see him, of course. And of course, it's good to see Corey and Bambi, you again, and also you, Synth. And I don't recognize this Counterpoints person, so. But no, it's a fantastic to always see you guys. I'm really excited this weekend because I'm a little spoiler. I think I'm going to be debating just Pearly things this weekend. So we have a lot of fun things happening. Not confirmed yet, but I think that's going to be in the works. But yeah, I of course love to be on the show anytime.
I debated her. She
I remember that on the trans.
Oh, I have to watch
the
that.
first. You pretty much brought her to fame.
Yeah.
Did you make her?
Yeah, that's exactly what happened.
I have to watch that then.
But yeah, she popped on. It was very quickly. I was reacting to her content, and then we had moved on. But then someone came in. She came into my Twitch chat and said that someone had notified her that I was shitting all over her. And then she jumped on, and we had a debate impromptu there. That was really fun.
Impromptu. Yeah, I have to watch that then. This is a lot of fun. Any tips?
Any tips? I think she's actually. I think she's pretty easy. I
know.
Yeah.
Right.
I would. Yeah, I think you'll be fine. You'll be fine. Just don't let her run away. And I think you'll be okay. Right? Don't let her try to escape. But okay. So
I'm pretty good at not letting people do that.
I know that you're a fucking pit bull. Let's go to. I would say my friend, who I appreciate a lot, Counterpoints, but I don't know this guy. All right, the Counterpoints that I know is a rough and gruff, right? Like a bear of a man, a lumberjack of a man who appears on my channel. This motherfucker, I don't know, killed him and is now making love to his wife.
I am the baby face meme where it's like the caveman looking motherfucker walking around with a beard, and then he shaves and he's like a doe-eyed anime style baby. That's pretty much what's going on. But there's no real reason behind it. I just got bored on vacation and decided to shave, so it's all good. But
thanks for the. Oh, are you still talking?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so twink vibes aside, my name is Connor. I do run a YouTube channel named Counterpoints, Counterpoints 40K. So if you're into science fiction violence, go ahead and check out my main channel. If you're into political essays, I do have a third channel that does that. And then if you're into debates like this, then go ahead and check that out as well. I will be bringing the authoritarian centrist vibes, where I'm going to be, basically repping ecological fascism in the first topic, and then based Muslim conservatism in the second topic. So it's going to be a fun night tonight. I'm looking excited.
Okay, thank you so much, friend. I was going to say, Wick, thank you for the kind raid. Much appreciated, friend. I hope you have a great night. I was just on his channel. Everyone go check out Wick. A really great guy coming up in the world. We love to see it. Definitely a good friend of the panel. We had a really spirited discussion there in case you missed it. But most of you guys are coming from Wick's channel anyway, so you didn't. But hit that follow button in case you haven't done so yet. We'd love to have you. because we have a lot of great conversations here as well, in case you're unfamiliar. Also, we have a YouTube channel, so head over to our YouTube. And if you want to get your comments read, consider going over to YouTube, give us a super chat, and I'll read it out to all these individual people. Like, you can, like, and any super chat, no matter how low, right, that is criticizing Counterpoints for this disastrous idea of his, will be read out immediately. But thank you so much, everyone. Let's go to FK, who barely made it to us, right? He was like speeding on Texas highways to make sure to get on this panel. We appreciate him putting his life and limb at risk because it was absolutely worth it. Go ahead, buddy.
Yeah, where I was flying at one point. Hey guys, I'm just average FK. I'm just a dude. I live a pretty normal life, you know. I like to have fun. I like to do things. I started playing War Thunder. We have a politics.gg Rust server now. So that's open to anybody who wants to join in, have fun playing Rust. You know, I'm excited for these topics. I'm really excited for the second topic. It gets to, you know, me as a non-citizen American immigrant, a DACA baby, gets to bring out my American imperialism, gets to be happy, gets to be proud. We'll see how it goes.
Okay, thanks so much. And I put the link in chat to get to our YouTube channel. If you want to check it out, you can also hit us up on YouTube, subscribe to us there, watch the stream there, and use your super chats. Super chats, great. Thank you. All right, moving on to our friend Synth. Thank you for stopping by as well. Synth has been coming on recently, and they have been great additions. So thank you for stopping by again.
I appreciate it. Yeah. So I'm Dakota. I go by Synth Online. I've got a YouTube channel at youtube.com/SINTHE where you can check me out. I mostly cover applied ethics, philosophy, some economics, that kind of stuff, that kind of topic.
Okay. And
Let's do it.
Yeah, let's do it. God, I have followers only chat for 10 minutes. Sorry, I took that off, guys. If you were trying to follow or talking in chat, followers only chat is now 0 minutes, so you can do that now. Okay, so first topic. Let's jump into it. In Hyde Park, a woman was... Oh, fuck. Wrong one.
I was gonna, because I'm not prepared.
Yeah. I know. I'm sorry. Because I had to do all this on my phone. I don't like I have a text pad basically where I usually write everything down. And I had to do everything on my phone so I could send it to you guys. So whatever. So let's okay. A lawsuit has been brought against Montana by a group of young people. They allege that the state must protect the environment for future generations and claim a provision in the Montana state constitution supports this. Do you think there is any merit to this case? If so, what kind of relief could reasonably be given? Do you agree with the underlying principle of the case? And what are the rights of current citizens versus future generations? So I thought this was really interesting. There was an article I found talking about this case. And basically there's like a provision in Montana Supreme Court saying that the state must guarantee like the environment for like future generations, something along those lines. But and that's kind of where like the case hinges on. What is the state's responsibility to the younger generation currently, because those are the ones who are bringing the suit. So it's like I think it was the 8 to 22-year-olds, right? Like the age range of the plaintiffs. And what about the unborn, right? Does the state actually have any sort of responsibility to them? And like, if we let's say literally poison the environment, by dumping toxic sludge everywhere, should anyone be held legally responsible for the future damage, not just the current damage? Let's go to our friend Lactoid to get us started.
Yeah, so climate change is a political issue, not a legal one. The Montana Attorney General here stated that, quote, "It is impossible for the court to grant relief to the plaintiffs that would remedy their alleged injuries," end quote. I fully agree with this statement. The specific area of the Constitution that's at issue states, quote, "The state and each person shall maintain and improve a clean and healthful environment in Montana for present and future generations." It doesn't specify what is meant by a clean and healthful environment, nor does it forward any legal penalties for failing to do so. If we're going to take the plaintiffs' lawsuit on face value, they would equally have an argument to sue individual citizens of Montana if they happen to drink from plastic water bottles or drive SUVs, given that the specific part of the Constitution also states each person along with the state, right? It specifically states each person. So I think it's ridiculous to assume there's some kind of like legal basis there. I found and actually reviewed the complaint that they filed. It is publicly available. And after taking a look at it, I am also surprised that it wasn't dismissed. They don't specify as to what policies in Montana have had an effect on greenhouse gases and by how much. They claim Montana is responsible for glacial melt and the decline of huckleberries due to fluctuating temperatures. One of the plaintiffs, who's a young girl named Grace, contends that she can no longer play soccer due to the climate change caused by Montana, and the temperature fluctuations make it impossible for her to play soccer, and so that's one of her alleged injuries. Their request for relief is equally broad. It states that Montana should reduce their greenhouse gas production, but doesn't specify as to how much they should reduce their greenhouse gas production, and they don't justify any kind of line. At the end of the day, a court here has no business in setting these limits. This is just another example of a lawyer, who are normally terrible people, just inventing a baseless lawsuit. Also, I think it's weird that they are arguing that the unborn should be given some kind of legal considerations. I thought they didn't believe in that.
Thank you. Let's go to our friend Bam.
Yeah, I think that like, although the idea of looking forward to the future generations, like, I think this is probably a good thing. Like, I think that in this particular case, it sounds like something that we should strive for. Yeah, I don't think we can never have any obligation to do things in the interest of a future that's unpredictable, especially when you get into people who don't exist yet. So when you speak in I don't believe this case really has any strong merit from a legal perspective, or do I think it's even something to realistically consider? Like, there's a lot of things we could do today that would be like better for future generations. That doesn't necessarily mean that there's gonna be some diminishing return on it where it's no longer considered reasonable for present people. And I think that, like I said, it should go into consideration for actions we do in the city or neighborhood, or for our world or country. But it, like I said, it can't be some, like, I don't think you can set any hard limits on this.
Okay, thank you so much. Let's go to Corey, please.
Yeah, well, so whether it has legal merit, I obviously can't say because I'm not a legal scholar. I will probably concede that everything that Lactoid outlined is probably true, given the fact that they're way more legally informed than I am. But I do agree with the spirit of the case. To use sort of the example from a panel that was held here, I don't know, like last year, about the India flooding and the whole issue with potential climate reparations. I am all in favor of that, especially when it came with the India flooding, and I'm all for that. Now, in this case, when it comes to, let's say, the unborn or younger generations, where it's like, I do think we owe something. Whether that actually will hold out in law, I guess that remains to be seen. But I think, there's multiple examples of how, climate change is a global issue, and that if, nothing happens, everyone is going to pay the price. As in, I wonder if at some point, the U.S. That is, let's say, feeling the effects of the wildfires in Canada, are they going to request some sort of reparations for that? Because turns out smoke and smog doesn't respect borders, and the wildfires in Canada are trickling down to the U.S. And I'm curious how the U.S. or American citizens feel about that. But I'll leave it there for now.
Hey, Nina.
Okay, so I agree with what Corey said, where like obviously I will, I understand that Lactoid obviously knows more about the legal things, considering. What I think this is oh my god, sorry, somebody just played an audio thing to jump scare me. Sorry, my chat. So what I think this is more than anything is it's like a protest. For example, like I'm sure we're all generally familiar with like the protests of like I don't know like gluing yourself to like a famous painting or whatever. It's just trying to get the message out. I don't think this is really trying to do anything like actually I mean, I would like, obviously, if it could actually move things in a positive direction where we would be more conscious about climate change. But I think this is just like a protest and a way to get the message across on, to show this is a real issue. I mean, the reason we're talking it right now is because of this, isn't it? Right. So like, it really does seem to me that it's, for one, a relatively harmless way that doesn't disrupt anyone's like day-to-day life way to get their message out there, as much as if it if it does go somewhere, that's also a dub too. So I just think it's totally fine. It's pretty base that like the younger generation is getting more influence on it. I think it's a really good view to say, because I think a lot of like these old rich fucks don't give a fuck about like they're gonna die before anything's gonna happen. Oh, nothing's gonna happen. They don't care. So I think having the younger generation here, like being very vocal about this, is incredibly, for one, important for them, and also a great display of, because I would imagine that you would, even if you are an old fuck, who do you care about? Probably your kids, right? Maybe a way to communicate that in like the more the mainstream of being like, yeah, this is you can't just be like, ignore it. Your kids are gonna get fucked over by this. So I think it's an interesting thing. I think it's mostly a protest, and I'm interested to get into the conversation here.
Okay, speaking about Fox counterpoints, please go ahead.
Thanks. Although
But 10 years younger now.
I was
Yeah,
going to say,
he's a young
people said I
fuck
look
now.
10 years younger, so I look 45 instead of 55, so that's good. But no, I am a centrist authoritarian is the way that I've been tagging myself recently, so I'm siding both with the eco-fascists and I'm siding with the Burkean conservatives. So Burkean conservatism holds that society is not just a contract amongst the living, it's a contract amongst the living, the dead, and those yet to be born. So people basically handed down society to you. It is your job to maintain it, improve it, and turn it over to the next generation. I think that what Nina said is correct, that this is not actually a legally serious matter where these kids are expecting to receive millions of dollars so they can build their global climate change bunkers from the state of Montana. What they're really saying is, hey, governments are the invested public interest, and you are failing to guard the public interest by not considering the future and not building the infrastructure necessary in order to maintain a healthy future. I think that's a perfectly rational, perfectly reasonable, perfectly base thing to say. Teddy Roosevelt was responsible for the national park system. He was a progressive Republican. Richard Nixon created the EPA. He was a Republican. Conservatives used to care about stewarding the planet, and now they only give a shit about ripping it up and getting a little bit of profit. And I'm reminded of that like meme where you have the asteroid like going through the Earth, and there's an astronaut on the moon like watching the planet explode, and he's like, "Oh no, the GDP." Like, we have to care about other shit besides just profit. I think that caring about the environment is based. And hold on, who else was I sympathetic to? Oh, the eco-fascists. Yeah, I want hunting grounds. I want territorial grounds. I want biodiverse environments. I think that we can have a thriving human population and a thriving wild environment at the same time. I don't think these things are mutually exclusive, and I'll leave it there.
So moving on to our friend FK, please.
Hey. Yeah, I fall in line with most of the people here when it comes to, I think this isn't like this is a case that's really open-ended. It's really broad, but the reality is it seems like it's meant to be that way to bring up that big argument that's coming here. I think as a state or as a nation, all that the government can really do is get together and help like affect our environment to give us a better to help give us better outcomes. I think part of that is like maintaining a natural aspect to our environment. There's a beauty to that. It helps us it helps give us some sense of direction. It helps give us some sense of like history with our nation. I think that's why it's important for us to care about like preserving some of our parks. In Texas right now, we're going through some issues where some of our parks are starting to shut down in favor of like large housing developments, which like is nice, but like the reality is this is like in areas that are not really producing much business, and it's just people who kind of own that land that used to be parked, that used to like bring in a lot of people walking, wanting to sell it off to build houses. That really sucks as like a person who's residing in Texas, used to go visit those areas. Another thing I've seen online, which really sucks, is that sometimes when we go through the process of trying to clear out some of these like hog areas or clear out like pest animals, we'll do it in ways that seem kind of problematic. I think it's much more favorable that we work alongside like people who care about our environment, hunters, people who want to preserve those types of areas, rather than do some things that I've seen, which is like drop gas bombs that end up hurting like kids within these areas. I'll leave it off there. We can go from there.
Okay. Let's go for synth finally. Thank you.
Sure. So not only should rights be granted to future generations, they should be our primary concern. So just for the sake of charity, let's imagine some really bleak predictions. Let's imagine no matter what we do, humans only live another 800,000 years, life expectancy caps at 88 on average, and the global population never exceeds 11 billion. That would still mean 100 trillion future lives. 100 trillionth, with the TH on the end, would be the amount you would have to increase the chance of extinction by for that to be equal to killing one human in the future. Obviously, if you were to plant a nuclear bomb in a forest that was going to go off 200 years from now, it would be morally wrong. And there's no good reason to think that by pushing off deaths that it becomes more morally acceptable. So it doesn't make much sense at all to think that the impact that you have on the chance of future generations having a positive life is the kind of thing that's not worth considering. Clearly, it's not just worth considering, but greatly outweighs the considerations that we have for the here and now. There are 7 billion people alive, 100 trillion compared to 7 billion. Clearly, one of these is a much larger number. Even if you consider them weighed less, it would still be the case. That would be a much, much larger consideration. Some things that came up ended up being things like, is it weird to give legal consideration to the unborn? Clearly not. Somebody might say like there's an abortion tie-in, but I think here on the left, we don't think it's the case that you should smoke meth while you're pregnant. So clearly, doing bad things to your future child is something we think is wrong. We just don't think you should be forced to create future people. Forced to. Obviously, it's good to do so. And torturing future people is something that everyone cares about, I would hope. Some people think maybe it's like we have no obligations towards the future, that's unpredictable. But we wouldn't say that because obviously it'd be wrong to go around with a loaded revolver with one cartridge loaded and start pointing it and pulling the trigger at people. That would be an issue. Some people might say that, like, are we going to request reparations for the wildfires in Canada? Well, it's strange to request reparations for Canada. It would only be reasonable to do so if it was the case they were to blame for the fires. Then it would make some amount of sense to do so. Obviously, it makes little sense to say that we should hold Canada responsible for something which is probably, if due to anyone, more so due to us than them, and due to a plurality of nations, not specifically one in particular. And there are other people who hold who on the panel seem to hold like a more reasonable view, which is that it's your duty to maintain the world for future generations. Any kind of reasonable ethical analysis is going to bring us to that conclusion. And in this particular, it's probably not the case that they're going to win their legal case. But like other people said, it is a protest. It's meant to get a message across. And the message it's going, I think the message is going to get across is going to be clear, which is the existing legal structure privileges the old and the rich, and the most voiceless group are the people who don't exist yet.
Okay. And I thought that was really interesting hypothetical with the nuke and the forest. I thought that was really fun. I hope we can grapple with that. But open to the panel, please.
Yeah, I don't think I disagree with almost everyone here. I don't think that you can I don't think you could prioritize people that don't exist yet.
I don't think anyone's saying prioritize. Maybe
Well, that was sense word
Yeah.
exactly.
No,
I think
That was sense word exactly was prioritized.
I think
okay.
Oh, go ahead. Finish off what you want to say.
Because like I think that I don't think that we humans have any obligation. Like, sure, we enjoy existing, but I don't think we have like an obligation to continue to exist, and especially not at the like expense of people living today. Like, if this was our priority, no one would be allowed to have cars today because it's probably going to have some like realistic long-term effects.
I think it has a benefit to the future people. Right, to have cars has a benefit. The benefit ends up being the fact that we have a more stable economy. We're able to
maybe not the environment though.
I think that what we might lose in terms of the direct impact on the environment through things like carbon emissions, I think it's the case that we gain more in terms of things like the economic impacts that we have, which could then be turned into positive benefits on the environment and positive benefits on future generations. The development.
Sure, but it's causing more car crashes that are killing people that would have created
we
more
have to weigh and balance. Yeah, exactly. We have to weigh and balance things. So it causes more car crashes. It also saves lives through things like ambulances and such. It also saves lives through things like
maybe only
the fact that more people are able to get. Well, no, even the fact that like more people are going to have more medicine because we have more economic activity. That's one thing that also saves a lot of people. If you think it's the case that cars kill more people than they save, you should be anti-cars just in the here and now. Doesn't have anything to do with
Right.
future people.
There
No,
are people
no.
who do that, by
Good
the way. They
point.
argue that it's possible to use less cars, like in our day-to-day lives. I think it's
probably true.
unrealistic to
I
come
am
into this going
pro-train.
with the idea that like we're just gonna get rid of cars. We have to be like, I think we just have to accept that we should start looking at each other and being like, hey. Also, before we get into the abortion thing, I think that doesn't matter because like the reality is we're talking about people who will be born. We're not talking about like is a life at the point of conception. We're just talking about there is going to be somebody who's going to be born eventually. Does that person have some like right to having an environment that's conducive for their development, right? And I think we have to accept as humans that like what we do affects other people around us. We probably should try to take care of the people around us and the things around us so that it doesn't hurt those people or hurts them as little as possible with what we have around us.
No, but I think the thing is, I think we can do good without these weird considerations for people who don't exist yet, or I think. Wait, just let me say this is
go ahead.
an entire point. I believe that like the ways that things generally work is like, oh, okay, when politicians advocate for people, they advocate like whenever they're talking to people, whenever they're passing bills, I think they're passing it for people that currently exist. So you're gonna have like people in their 80s are potentially gonna die, but you're also gonna have people that are 18 that like or 18 to 30 in that range. They're like, oh, okay, I plan on being around another 20, 30, 40 years, 50 plus years, and then we're creating policy that we can create policy that's like, okay, in your lifetime. Like we're sort of trying to make sure that the good things are going to exist for at least the next 50 years, and then you update that and push that 50 more years down the line every decade or so because new people are born.
Can I ask
I
you
want
one
to
thing?
rebut this.
Yeah, go ahead.
If you'll allow me. The basically there's no Greek quote. It's like a society grows great when a man plants a tree whose shade he knows he will not live to enjoy. And this is exactly what we're talking about. We're talking about people considering out into the future. In 50 years, like you have to understand the technologies that we're wielding. We're wielding like nuclear technology, which is capable of like, eliminating the biodiversity of entire areas of the planet. We're talking about CO2 that might be like a cumulative thing where it's like, it's like smoking where you don't have to worry about having cigarettes here and now because you're going to get cancer 20 years from now. And people right now say, fuck it, I'm just going to enjoy myself and have some tobacco. This is almost like a perfect analogy for the way that we're approaching the environment. So I don't care if you nest it in you shouldn't smoke because it makes you cough up a little bit like a pussy in front of everybody else and that's not cool, or if you say it's going to give you lung cancer in 20 years. But the point is, at the end of the day, you should probably quit fucking smoking.
But I'm saying that you can I think we can reasonably advocate for people in like everything from now to 50, 60 years from now. I don't think that anyone should come on stage and talk about in 200 years these people are gonna like you don't even know what they
Why
want.
not?
But it's not about
you
Yeah,
don't know what those people
can
desire.
you explain that? Like, why do you think that we should just like have like a cutoff of like when we stop caring about like what's gonna
About
happen?
humans 10,000
Well,
years from now. I want human
that-
beings to survive another like million years. I want them to be
but you don't
alive
know
as
what
long as the
technologies
planet
are
is
going to
alive.
exist or what they're going to advocate for. Like if 50 years ago, they said if they
Okay.
well, it actually matters how you push policy. If you passed a bill if you passed a bill 50 years ago that says that like we're for the next 2,000 years we won't allow a factory job to leave the United States, and like I'm just some dumb policy like that. I know you're saying that like obviously in the future you would change it, but I'm saying if you like decide that you're going to advocate in that way and you're going to push something in that way, now we realize that like okay, factory jobs aren't even necessary. That's not even the technology of the future
But
that we.
I don't think
So
that's
what
what people
Wait, so
advocate
is your
for.
argument though?
Current policy.
Can I ask? Is your argument basically that we just don't have the capability of understanding where we're gonna be at, and like what did you say like
that's
100
part
years or
of it.
whatever?
That's
Okay.
part of it,
I
but
think
the
it's
other
just
part
saying
is
it's
that
not
they're just
conducive to
important.
like legislate for something that's so far into the future. That's
But this
literally
seems
just
So we could
Right.
literally
Is that
have
what you're
a
saying?
machine that comes out next week that like pulls 100% of the carbon out of the
Doesn't
air.
this seem like the
like
doesn't
this.
this seem like the kind of thing where it's like it's a little bit weird to place your eggs all in this basket of like we might have a machine in the future that pulls the carbon out of the atmosphere. It's like it'd be like saying it's okay to smoke meth while you're pregnant because your baby might be Hitler. It just seems like a bizarro world hypothetical.
I think we're
So the
talking
baby
about
is like a currently existing thing.
I think
But
we're
if
talking
it's
about
like-
like
if it's
two
like
different
zygote,
things
if
here
smoke
though,
meth,
right?
if you're going to
'Cause
get pregnant in the future.
Maybe we
It's
talked
okay
about a
to smoke meth
conversation
if you know
about like
you've got a zygote?
Not if you're currently pregnant. Like it's like you shouldn't smoke meth because you might one day want to get pregnant. Like that feels.
I think that's true. I think if you want to get pregnant, you shouldn't have. You shouldn't
Not if
smoke
you
meth.
know you want to. Just say it's a possibility that you could.
Well, it's
Or-
a possibility the baby could. There's a possibility the baby could do something good with his life or do something bad with his life. Obviously, we can weigh and balance these
we're
things.
talking about a hypothetical.
It's also possible that all of the dangers of meth, like the brand new machine that you're talking about, could be invented tomorrow. As in the pregnant person,
yeah.
so the cure could be like you don't. To Connor's point, this is just a psychological concept of temporal discounting. Like you yourself, I'm pretty sure you don't operate this way. I'm reasonably sure you're not making unhealthy choices, or rather, universally unhealthy choices. You are not smoking. You are not doing heroin. Maybe you are doing heroin. I don't know.
It's based
But, like,
on my
you-
lifestyle. I don't know.
Yeah,
It's not
but
on
you
future
take your own future into account, as in future BAM doesn't exist yet. All I think most people on the panel are saying, no, you're saying future BAM exists now?
Yes, future BAM. I can advocate for future BAM because I am.
Yes, but future BAM technically doesn't exist yet.
You're current BAM, you're not future BAM.
But I'm saying. But do you understand why I say that we can advocate for policies for like 50 years in the future that account for people?
Okay, so you
I
want
guess
two.
we're talking about
Okay,
those people's
so
future.
just to clarify, you want 2 generations, generally speaking, as in 2 or 3 generations, not like 5 or 6 generations.
No,
Is
I'm
that-
just saying people that exist.
Well, you said 50 years. That's roughly 2 to 3 generations.
I'm just saying that like an 18-year-old can reasonably
like
expect
120
to live
years, you would be not
75.
okay with that. If we knew there was going to be a thing that was going to that had like a 90% chance of killing everyone in 120 years, you think we should do nothing about it because it might do things bad for people in the here and now.
Yeah.
Really?
I
You
think
don't believe that stuff.
I'm saying you can advocate for
wagon.
good things that like help that like. But if it was something that would negatively impact the current people, let's go to the extreme
nuke in
degree.
the forest example. Let's say there are like let's say that like a person just enjoys the fact of putting a nuke in the forest, right?
No,
Like,
that's not good enough.
That's all we know.
There has to be a positive.
It's 120 years. That's
no,
a
let's
positive.
say let's say
They
no.
enjoy it,
There
right?
has to
That's
be a
positive.
positive. No,
That's a positive. They enjoy it.
No, I disagree with that. I'm saying
What
that if
qualifies
you
as a positive?
okay, well, if look, I could qualify this, if planting a nuke in a forest somewhere made it where no one living for that 120 years would ever have cancer.
No. That's like it's extreme positive. Let's talk about minor positives, like we're talking about in this case. Like it's a minor downside to have like an externality tax surrounding
it
carbon.
increases the
Probably a
GDP
good
of some
in the here and
company
now.
by like 54%.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
There's
feel
some
like you're not
country,
talking about
just
something that's actually a positive. That you're trying to miss my point in into
No,
it.
the positive ends up
saying
being the
if-
person. Let's say, yeah, exactly. Let's go with this the exact specific example of it makes some companies some money, right? It
What
makes
if it
some
ma-
companies
not
some money to
just
put a
some
nuke in the
companies?
forest. To put a nuke in
Because
the
you don't
forest,
care
it's
about
gonna go off in
companies, you're
120 years.
anti-companies.
Of course I'm anti-company. I'm asking
Government. Just government makes a little bit more money.
So if it
whatever.
made everyone's life better than living,
No.
everyone
It's making
did
a small
existed
group
life
of people's
better.
lives better. Just
So
like it is in
again,
the case
then
of
I
just like it is in
disagree
the
with
case
that.
of the
Just
just like
move
it is
on
in
from
the
this
case
example
of
then.
carbon
Well, it would
emissions.
make everyone in that nation's life better. The
Exactly. Let's
nation
go with,
that
yeah,
benefits
exactly. Let's
from
go
that
with
company's like production.
No,
Let's
like
make it
like
comparable to
meaningfully
climate
better.
change, right? Let's make it comparable to climate change, right? Let's say it has the same positive impacts that carbon emissions do in the here and now, but in 120 years, a nuclear bomb goes off and has a 90% chance of killing everyone. Do you think that would be okay?
What are the positives you would assume?
The exact same positives we get from carbon
No, I'm
emissions in
saying
the here
give
and
an
now.
example. Give an example.
The
What are you
exact
saying?
same ones. That's the examples. The exact same
Like
ones.
our
we get from
economy
carbon
gets to
emissions in the here and
develop
now.
as
Yeah.
fast as it does.
Our economy
You could have
gets to
your
take advantage
cars,
of it.
yeah.
Yeah. We get.
I feel like you would
GDP
say there's no
growth.
examples to like
The example,
having more
let's say there's like a 5% decrease in GDP, right? That happens if we stop it.
I don't know. I'll just move on. This doesn't feel. This doesn't
engage
feel
with that.
realistic.
Well, it's perfectly
you're
realistic.
trying
The
not to
only
engage it
difference
'cause
is
I gave
now
you-
it's a nuclear bomb instead of climate
Because I've
change.
gave like
It's
3
exactly the
examples of
same.
things I would accept, and you said that like no, those are like too good. So I'm
You
saying
have
that
to
like
make sure, yeah, I'm telling you, make it the exact same as climate change. Totally realistic. You want it to be unrealistic. I'm saying make it realistic, make it the exact same as climate change.
but I'm
Like, what
saying
are the
You can say it
benefits
magically
right now?
kills all the
There aren't
cancer,
benefits
but
right
that's
now.
not what that's not what carbon emissions do.
But I'm saying I would say there's not benefits to doing nothing about climate change right now.
So there are going to be some benefits, like the
wait,
fact
there's
that
not
there's a GDP increase.
Yeah, of course. I mean, like, but there's a switch within our technologies that we use, right? Like that takes money that has to be invested. It's going to hurt companies right now because they're set up. They have incentives that are set up for the status quo, and so changing it and people will lose jobs, all kinds of things, like coal miners lose jobs or whatever the fuck, right?
Right. We were talking about 12 people. It's not that many coal miners.
What?
Just move on. From
I
me.
gotta let other people in any which way.
Yeah,
So
please.
we're
I've been
gonna
saying
go
that.
to
That was the
Electroid, Aiko, and then our friend Counterpoints. Oh, and FK.
So I got a couple questions, but it seems like we're not talking about the actual lawsuit. So I think we can all just agree that the lawsuit's fucking stupid. As to the question of climate change generally, there's a couple things I said that, or that I heard that I want a little bit of clarification on. So, Cynth, you said before that for cars, for example, like banning cars right now wouldn't be reasonable because although cars do generate a significant amount of emissions, they burn fossil fuels and they cause a lot of fatalities. They use up a lot of room. It takes a lot of environmental damage to build highways. It causes cultural disruption, blah, 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 blah. There's all these negatives. There's also benefits that come with it. How are you weighing these benefits when it comes to other things that also have benefits, such as fossil fuels, coal, gasoline, right? Montana, for example, has 30% of the nation's coal. It's a significant industry in Montana, right? It's a lot of
You
people
take
there
a look at
depend.
the total emissions, and then you compare those to the economic gains.
Okay, so if you look at like the economics of Montana, if it's shown that that Montanans like are much more positively affected by coal
No, I don't
mining.
only care about people from Montana. I care about all human beings.
Okay, what percentage of climate change is caused by Montana, and is there a way for us to note?
The fact that what we want to look at is not what percentage specifically is caused by Montana and is impacting Montana. We want to take a look at what is caused by this industry, and then we can weigh from there. Is it the case we want to get rid of this industry or promote it? And if we want to get rid of it, then getting rid of it in one small place, like particularly just Montana, would be a net good because it doesn't just have
Gotcha.
harms to Montana people.
So if we measure the, someone said before said is, Canada wasn't responsible. It's a plurality of nations. If we took a look at it and it turns out that the overall effect of all the coal being burned from Montana is some 0.0000 some effect on climate change, but like it has what we both agree to be a significant boon on the local economy, then you would agree with me that we shouldn't disturb Montana's coal industry.
No, that still seems like a massive consideration. How does that follow that I wouldn't care about Montana's coal burning?
No. Okay, maybe you misheard me. What I'm saying is that if we measure the overall greenhouse gas output from the Montana's activities here with the mining of coal, if that overall contribution to climate change was an amount that we didn't think really outweighed all the benefits that came with having cheap fossil fuels like gasoline and coal, then you would agree we should not ban the coal in Montana.
If it was the case that the risks and benefits, it weighed in favor of burning coal, I'd be in favor of burning coal. Yes.
Right, and the GDP increase could outweigh the dangers of burning coal.
Possibly, like anything's possible, but it doesn't, right? Like all of the empirics don't support that.
Okay, I mean, do you have like, if in your
Empirics
mind,
that
like
burning coal is a net negative? Yes. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
It's very easy to make the argument that it's a net negative. So just from the potential X-risk impacts of according to Toby Ord, it ends up being 1 in 100 of human extinction from climate change within the next, or like something that will cause human extinction within the next 100 years, like for example, feedback loops. That ends up being really, really, really bad. The even really, really small impacts on that end up being massive in terms of how bad they are. If we want to take a 1 in 100 and go with that like 100 trillion number, that means we have like a trillion expected deaths from climate change currently on expected value. That's really, really, really bad. There are 7 billion people in the world. A trillion expected deaths is greatly outweighing that. It's the kind of thing where even really, really small percentage changes would be enough to be equivalent to about 1 human life lost. And with 7 billion people, even if we wanted to split the responsibility among 7 billion people, you still have quite a lot of expected human deaths.
Do you have any kind of outweighed consideration for the GDP of America or Montana in specific?
I don't think.
Well, this is more of a question that you would have to answer, right?
I'm fine with answering it. I think it is the burden is kind of on lactoid, but no, like we do.
Right.
We can take a look at the impacts that we have from things like an externality tax on carbon, for example. A carbon externality tax. There are some downsides, like for example, the fact that it will pull money away from the existing fossil fuel industry. But it probably ends up being a net positive because we could take those exact same externality taxes and put those back in to something like, for example, education. Obviously, having a more robust education system leads to more economic productivity. More robust infrastructure, once again, leads to more economic productivity. All of these things are ways we could take the money from this industry that's causing harm and take the money that they gain from that harm caused and put it towards things that are good, and obviously decrease the amount of negative impact they have there. And putting it towards like infrastructure or something, like large-scale public transit, that means that we have a lot less emissions produced just on moving people from place to place.
Speaking my language.
Hold on. I'm going to allow one more back and forth, but we have to move on since we have limited time for this particular topic since we started late. I'm sorry. So Lactoid, give another try. You can Cynthia can respond, but then we got to move on to Aiko and the rest of them.
Okay, so I'm just going to assume that in your moral system, it doesn't matter. Like the economic impact in the U.S. or Montana isn't necessarily consideration as compared to the global carbon emissions and the global GDP increase.
Yeah, one's a much larger than the other one. Yeah.
Okay. My second question for you is when you're talking about how we have some kind of duty to future generations, if I could show you, let's say, that banning alcohol today would reduce the risk, just like banning it outright, would reduce the risk of people getting addicted to alcohol and thus reduce the risk of fetal alcohol syndrome going forward and overall liver cirrhosis and children growing up without parents, blah, 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 blah. Would you be in favor of banning alcohol for consenting adults today?
If you were to show me that anything has a benefit in terms of like on aggregate for future generations included, then absolutely I would. But I don't think it does.
Gotcha.
I think it ends up having a lot of negative externalities. We saw that kind of like with I think even though prohibition was actually effective, this is like contrary to popular belief, it was effective at bringing down the level of alcohol consumption.
Yes,
it also had this huge externality of lots and lots and lots of organized crime. I think the bads from organized crime probably outweigh the goods from the goods that you get from decreasing alcohol consumption.
Okay, and final question. If I could show you otherwise that the rates of death from liver cirrhosis actually outweighed all the deaths of organized crime from that time period, then you would be in favor of banning alcohol.
No, you have to
And
show me
drunk
that
driving
was
fatalities.
If
as
I
well.
could conditional
You're
hypothetical.
You're just talking
right
about
now.
death, so we're not talking about.
Right. Well, conditional
You're being
hypothetical. If I could show you that that was the case, would that?
If
be
you could
sufficient
show
for
me
you?
if you could show me there was a net positive in terms of banning alcohol, then I would be in favor of banning alcohol.
Okay,
It's
all
just
right.
What would you
I don't
do in
want-
states
Let's
like
go
Texas
to-
where oil companies
sorry,
invest
I
a
got
lot?
I got to move on. But don't worry, you're in line, FK, I promise. So our friend Aiko is here. Very glad to have a great participant here. And I want to quickly say I see the YouTube numbers ticking up a little bit, right? Hey guys, if you're there, hit the like button at the very least, and also just so you know, super
Because of
chats.
Echo, of course.
Of course. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so hit the like button, and remember super chats get read on stream, so that'll be great. But anyway, let's go to our friend Ike, and then we go to counterpoints and FK.
Okay, there's two things I want to talk about. One of them is one of them is just response to what I just heard in the exchange between Lactoid and Synth, because I think there's a little bit of a misunderstanding here. You don't have to listen to liberal scientists about this. You can listen to the coal industry itself. If the coal industry is asked to account for its own externalities, it says that it can't. It says that the industry would collapse if it had to deal with its own externalities. Just asking it to give black lung benefits to its workers was itself considered to be like a bridge too far for these companies. They said if we had to do that, like we would have to shutter our minds. We wouldn't be able to afford paying for the benefits of the workers like who got black lung disease like here. And if you added to that the externalities of all of the toxins, we're not even talking about global warming here. We're just talking about the toxins that get released at coal plants, that people near the coal plants have increased cancer rates, increased diseases like pulmonary and cardio diseases as a result of all of that. If you accounted for those externalities, Seth talked about an externality tax, something that the coal industry would have to pay into just to pay for that stuff, even if you're not accounting for like any of the climate change that comes from global warming as a result of all of this. If you just dealt with the toxins themselves, the coal industry would not be sustainable. In fact, it's not sustainable even without all of that. You can watch coal consumption go down, down, down over the years because it's more expensive than, say, natural gas, which is also considerably less polluting and emits half the CO2. And especially, wind and solar, which are getting way, way cheaper even than that. So if you just deal with the externalities themselves, the coal industry just couldn't survive. So I don't think that that's necessarily an answer. But on the topic itself, I just got out of a debate, an Australian-Asian debate. I'm doing those now. And the Australian-Asian debates right now are over, or at least the one that I was judging, was over whether or not you could hold pregnant women accountable legally for consuming things that might harm their babies. And things like fetal alcohol syndrome and stuff like that. And it seems to me that a lot of the people who don't want to take any future responsibilities for what happens in the energy industry are the same people who are very eager to say, if you drink or you smoke, you should be held criminally liable for anything that happens to your baby. And it was interesting because the affirmative team got up and even like walked back a claim and said, we recognize that a fetus is not a person, but it will one day become a person. And because of that, we need to treat fetuses in a way that allows them to have like future health and prosperity. And I think a lot of people can sort of understand the morality behind that statement. I think we also understand that, you know, you don't throw cigarette butts on the ground, even though it's good for you, because the person who has to walk up next to it and have to clean it up is in the future. And that person is like having to deal with something that you did in the past. Like even really tiny things like that, we can understand. But for some reason, when long timescales are involved, we lose our ability to sort of understand the consequences of that.
Thank you so much. Ike always adds like the best comments. So thank you, friend. And let's go to our friend Counterpoints and FK. And if anyone else wants to jump in, let me know.
Yeah, so it's actually not hard. I don't think that we're going to convince Americans to take sledgehammers to their cars. I don't think that we're going to convince them to stop driving gasoline vehicles. I don't think that we're going to start smashing highways. I don't think that we're going to build 15-minute cities. I don't think we're going to do any of that kind of crap. But I do think that the government is designed to take externalities into effect, and as a result, they should be the institution that guides the future development of humanity. So if we're building new cities, we should have intelligent urban design where not everywhere has to be taken by a car. We should have high density, mixed zoning, stuff like properties that are designed for human well-being. We should have a mix of condos, apartments, and houses. We should do fission, as much fission as we possibly can as far as power goes. And if fusion ever comes online, because I keep hearing that fusion is like one step away, if fusion ever comes online, then we'll integrate fusion. But if fusion is still 2 years away for the past 40 years, then we just need to go with fission and get started. When it comes to carbon capture, yes, we should have absolutely like designated forest areas and designated forestry in order to capture carbon and all that kind of stuff. But another thing that I've done the math on multiple times is they have reduced those like carbon capture air vent things down to the equivalent of 50 cents a gallon. So I've done the math on it. So like it's just like a giant air filter that captures carbon out of the air. It's like $300 for whatever ton captured or something like that. If you do the CO2 calculation, it's 50 cents. I'm perfectly okay with telling the American people, hey, listen, we're charging the oil companies 50 cents per gallon. That cost is getting passed on to you. If you want to keep driving cars for the next century, that's the cost of offsetting your carbon impact on the globe. And then basically, and the gasoline companies, they want to use this technology because they want to turn it back into gasoline products. I'm okay telling the gasoline companies, hey, go fuck yourself unless you're at like a net calculation. So government is the institution that's capable of dealing with these externalities. We have technologies that are available. We just don't have the wisdom to use them. And I feel like that's pissing me off because all it takes is somebody with balls to actually step up and say that this is what we're going to do.
Hey, please.
Yeah.
And or a large uterus.
Yeah, I think it's about, first of all, when you said fission, I didn't realize you meant like fission energy. I thought you meant fission as
I thought
in
you said
me
fission.
too.
to the lake
I
and
thought you said
fishing.
fishing too.
I
Okay, I'm glad
I
was
was
the only
like,
one.
that's based
all
as
the
fuck, bro.
salmon.
I want to go fishing. Like,
Yeah,
all-
we
all
could
the
use that.
lobster.
Sure.
no, but that goes to a point. It's important to have shit like that. I think one of the most important thing, like, motherfucker, you have all these shit fucking skid mark weebs sitting on the end of their computers talking about how great Japan is, talking about how beautiful that nation is, seeing videos of somebody picking up dirt or like fucking trash in Japan being like, look at this country. Motherfucker, you could do that. You could be in America doing that same shit in your city. We should want to keep our environments clean. We should want our cities to be clean around us. We should demand that out of our politicians. We have to start recognizing like our technology is advancing. We don't have the infrastructure necessary to like take advantage of all these advancements, we have to start investing in building this infrastructure from the ground up, not like later on having to put it in the middle of an like overpacked city where like you're like, fuck, we don't really have space to do what we need to do. But now we have to just start tearing shit down, eminent domain, fuck everything around that we already had. Like we have to start thinking ahead. Like we recognize our technology is developing faster and faster, and we have to know where we're gonna go to and what we need to like maximize that efficiency.
Okay.
Would you ever advocate for be in favor of like paying tax money towards a bridge that was going to be built in 500 years?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not about 500 years because this thing still affects us today, right? We still want our cities built differently today. I recognize what your issue is. Like, I don't think it's effective to go up to the average person and be like, these are things that'll affect you 500 years from now. But I do think it's effective to be like, yo, listen, like your city's being built. The reason your traffic is like so congested is because your city doesn't know how to build anything around it. They just keep putting things where like they can fit for right now. And that's affecting your life at the like current moment.
So,
For
so
sure.
I want to
That's how I answer.
I want to answer your question directly. If somebody was saying, "Hey, we're going to build a highway across the entire planet, and we're going to build like the Trans-Siberian Alaskan highway that goes into Russia, and we're expecting like a quintillion uptick in GDP, but this highway isn't going to be finished for the next 500 years," fuck yeah, I'd vote to do that shit because I think the future flourishing of humanity relies
There's
on
already
us
a
being
rail line
planned.
that
And
it
then also, if you look, this isn't anything new. All of our greatest achievements, like all the churches and cathedrals of the medieval era, the pyramids of ancient Egypt, these were all projects that were undertaken with the knowledge that they would not be completed by the time that generation was dead.
For sure,
So
but if
we're
you've
talking
seen
about
it being
what's
built,
that one
the
meme?
process of
200
it.
year, 500-year projects.
Yeah,
What's
but
that
that
one
was-
meme that every once in a while it comes around? It's like that picture of like the United States and the big fucking railroad that goes across all of the U.S., like the interstate highway system. Like,
That's just my
like,
dream. What do you
that-
mean?
That image is kind of a LARP, but there's probably an effective way we could actually build out a system like that. Is it really that bad for our government to be like, listen, it seems
It'll
like
take 100 years.
we're oversaturating ourselves with cars. We do need a good railroad system, or like we at least need to have the system in place to like actually build out railroads. So we're gonna just start on this project. We're not gonna get everything done within your lifetime, but within your lifetime, you're gonna start seeing things like that, right? Right now in Texas, within our lifetime, we're seeing like a interstate, or we're seeing like a system that connects like Houston to Dallas, which is gonna like boost the GDP for both fucking cities, like tremendously, and everything in between.
Sure,
Yeah,
but
and
the
American
process, the
highway
difference is
system-
seeing it.
The American highway system was exactly that kind of project as well. And like the 40s or 50s or wherever they start, like they announced the interstate highway system that was reliant on the military. And they were like, oh, we need this for the logistics of the military or whatever. People are like, oh, that's a boondoggle. You're building a shitload of roads to nowhere. This is a waste of taxes. Who gives a fuck? And basically it ended up being one of the greatest American projects ever made because now as an asshole, you can fucking jump in your car and for $400 worth of gas, you can make it to fucking Portland from Orlando, Florida.
Bro.
In 3 days.
For sure, but that the difference is like there's job creation in between. Meantime, you're seeing it built in your lifetime, even if it's not completed. I'm talking about the concept of putting something towards a fund. Like, oh yeah, this is like, and you don't see the fund. You just know that like, oh yeah, you're paying for the bridge tax 500 years from now.
But that's what we do with all
it would end
of
up being a
our
huge
taxes.
conspiracy.
There's job
We're
creation
not
in
gonna
green
resolve
energy.
This.
Yes,
We're not going to
true.
resolve this, and I would
I'm
actually
worried
like
about
to
it.
move on to the technological steps that we think would be effective at like kind of like resolving or mitigating climate change. Because the
But
truth is, you just keep saying that like we can't future plan.
Well,
Half
no,
the panel
I'm
is
saying we
half
can
the-
future
half
plan.
of the panel is saying that we can, and like this is like the mindset of a squirrel burying an acorn, except for extracted out like longer. That's all it is. So like
Well, that's
relatively
what the
rudimentary
debate
animals are
is about.
capable of this thinking.
This is literally the entire debate is whether we can or not. That's the conversation.
Yeah, I think
Congratulations
squirrels
for showing
can
up.
bury acorns and come back to the acorns later. Now we can apply that to infrastructure projects.
I think it's more of a
But you're just saying
philosophical
that I'm
conversation,
right.
though, right?
You're just saying like, oh, I'm right. So
But
stop
Bam,
disagreeing with me.
the
I'm
issue,
saying
Yeah, you're
point is
right.
we're
the issue is
disagreeing.
there were hypotheticals we were
Damn
given
right.
earlier, and you just didn't want to engage with them. You just
No,
want
I
to move on.
no,
to
So,
something.
right.
no, because you
You
didn't
just-
just engage
well,
with my
like,
hypotheticals.
What
You gave
hypotheticals
an
do you
extreme-
want to
extreme.
engage with?
You-
I'll give
'cause
any and everyone that you want to.
Sure. It's not important because I still don't think it's relevant. But you gave
Okay.
an extreme
Okay.
example. No, you gave an extreme example of like, what if there was a nuke in the woods, and you said it's going to make one company $12, like, or it's going to make a guy
$12.
giggle.
Imagine it's the exact same.
But I'm saying that like you gave an extreme example.
You said I didn't
the-
engage with
the
your hypothetical,
benefit.
but it was one of my hypotheticals. You
No,
didn't engage
but
with.
my benefit for the extreme example was saying that like no one got cancer for the 120 years until it got.
Yeah, but the issue is like if that was the case, if that was the case, then it'd be a totally different consideration, and it would be harder to weigh the option. I was to probably say in favor of like
I think
don't,
like a
don't,
more
don't blow everyone up in
realistic.
120 years. But it's not real. The issue is it's not realistic
But
in the
it's-
actual
it's-
world we live
it's
in.
unrealistic
because the
to
benefits of
plan a
climate
nuke in
change,
the
the
woods.
benefits. Yeah, the whole point is supposed to be analogous to climate change, right? It's just a different way of killing everyone.
Yeah, but you went with something
in
more
the case
extreme,
of
like a
climate
nuke in
change,
the woods.
it's not more extreme. It's the exact same. It's the exact same thing that's going to happen with climate change. It's the case that we have a bunch of feedback loops. Things like it's just more complicated. It's like nukes are simple.
Yeah.
Sure, but the reason I didn't want to
like
engage with it,
methane emission that's locked under permafrost layers. We have things like ocean algae, which if killed off, are no longer existing as a carbon sink.
Yeah.
Like,
What if
more complicated?
Let me change the analogy ever so
I
slightly.
don't want to talk about the analogy. I have an extra point. I'm saying.
Okay.
What I actually want to care about is saying someone show me a meaningful difference between advocating on why advocating for people that currently exist wouldn't accomplish all the exact same things.
Because
Go
ahead.
On a constantly
Bam,
updating thing.
Bam,
No, so-
bam.
so
The
hold on,
issue
hold on,
here's where this disconnect is happening. Like it's recognizable to be like a lot of what we have to do is going to be this grand scale. Like these are goals that are like very large. The things that happen are those things you're talking about. But like I think we're all just talking about it from the perspective of like the bigger scale, the bigger understanding is, yeah, we probably do have some responsibility to make those small changes to affect that big image, right?
I think
But it's
Bam
like-
is
but it's the
actually touching
how.
something really interesting. Counterpoints wanted to engage a bit, but if
Yeah.
not, if he doesn't touch on the heart of it, then I'm going to do so. Nina,
I
think
sort of
you
want to
wanna-
engage with
Yeah,
that.
and Corey and Nina, yeah.
So I want to touch on the heart of it by basically moving past it. I know that's probably not what you want to hear.
Then don't
But
go.
if they-
Then let
but
somebody
if
else go.
Bam-
I'll
if
engage with that.
if Bam, I'm going to pull a fanatic. I'm going to keep talking. So if you're saying that you can arrive at similar or slightly different solutions than
Better
I can
solutions.
by having different considerations, I don't give a shit. As long as we like recognize that it's a problem either for contemporary people or future people, and that we need to take actions in order to mitigate it, then we should be talking about the actions that we have some level of consensus on. This
If
is
we're
part of the
building-
reason.
I'm saying there's
this
a
is part of
massive
the
difference
reason.
between
This
those
is
two
part of the
things.
reason. Final point. This is part of the reason why I fucking hate democracy. I don't want to have to like convince like 9 people that I'm fucking right. I just want to say this is the information. This is where we think we're going. Let's go ahead and fucking knock this shit out. But
Also, it's
yeah.
not a massive difference between those two things. It's just a piece of the puzzle. Like the difference is he's just saying, I want to build out the interstate railroad system. And you're just looking at the part that affects you and being like, I like that part. But like, it's fine to think that, but
I'm
like,
saying
you're
it's the
still a
only
part of
part
that
that
bigger
matters.
system.
I'm saying any other advocacy is wrong.
Let's let Corey and Nina in, and for the record, I would absolutely make Connor my king. Right, he would be my liege lord.
He has to have the beard
Until
back, though,
he
right?
proved himself
Yeah, I
to
was
be
gonna
weak.
say the beard's the
I'll
requirement.
bring the beard back. It's okay.
Until
all
he
your-
proved himself to be weak, and then I would take the throne. Right, so don't turn it back to me. Go ahead, Corey, please.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure all the authority and fascism is contained in the beard. But I'll engage with Bam's point, and I also want to engage with Lactoid for a bit to understand his position better. But so Bam, like it seems like your position is like you want this constantly updated, as in like we should take the here and now into account, but it's a constantly updating process, and therefore like the future is just like automatically by default.
Well, no, not
Yeah.
the future. Again, it's about how far out in the future. I'm saying that even if you want to extend it out to like if you want to extend out like the way that you advocate and shape cities in a 100-year scale, I think you can get exact everything you want done versus like talking on periods like past that don't deal with living
It's
people.
totally untrue, though, right? Like there are things that have to be multi-generational projects. There are things that can't be.
100
they
years
can't
isn't
be-
multi-generational.
Well, like 120 years is. So the moment it's like 100 years down the line,
It's one
clearly
thing
the case
that
that's not
we
going to
have
be
to
one.
advocate 200 years
there-
ahead.
With 100 years alone, it's not the case that any one person working on that project will be working on it at the end of it, right? Nobody's going to be working for 100 solid years. So anything
How
that
about
needs to be,
working on it?
if you want to take a look at one specific thing, because you asked for an example, the United States government itself is a multi-generational project. We wouldn't have a government at all if it wasn't for the case that we were considering things like, for example, the fact there's precedent that gets set when we have some law in place that lasts more than 100 years. The moment it's 100 years down the line, it has to be people who are working on there more than one generation. The moment it's 120 years, there's nobody who's alive at the start of it will be alive at the end of it.
But it's not. But the point is, you can benefit from it in that period. It doesn't matter if you're actually doing the work.
There are
I'm
some
saying,
things that aren't beneficial in the
name
here and now
one
that
thing
are
that we have to
precedents
advocate
that are
for.
set. Yeah, of course. So
That
there's
president that said
precedents that are set. Precedents that are set.
A
That might be,
cathedral.
okay. The cathedral is one example that I could Rich give. I don't really care too much about the aesthetics of a cathedral, right? I care about what's practical, but I think the cathedral is a fine example. But what I'd point you to is like in the case of, for example, legal precedent that gets set, it's the case that it might be good in the here and now in particular cases that are extremely rare to have the law recognize the particular case and just say, here's what's beneficial. But if that legal precedent, if it's a super, super rare kind of thing to recognize, then that legal precedent of what's going to happen in 120 years in regards to maybe a democratic norm that we've set, then it might be the case that maybe nobody in the next 100 years or so, no president in the next 100 years or so is going to try to undermine that, but a president in 120 might. Right? And if we want to have a society that exists for more than 100 years, then it's the case that we have to take things like this into consideration.
I don't think so.
Why not?
Well, okay.
Okay, Corey.
Because I want to engage with that, but I guess so. It seems like BAM, your time limit is just like 100 years, like a century. That's more or less like the time that you want to operate
Sure,
in.
yeah, on the
So-
upper end.
And
that's
you
like the highest
want to
range.
take into consideration like basically the unborn have like no factoring into
Absolutely not.
that. So like obviously I don't know your entire life situation, but hypothetically your grandchildren, which I assume you don't have, has like no bearing on any decision making whatsoever.
I'm pretty sure my grandchildren are going to be alive in 100 years. But yeah, no, they don't. They're not a factor.
Okay, yeah, that is as long as just want to get that out there. But so yeah, Lactoid, to hopefully understand your position better. So I'm going to lay out a hypothetical that might be a little bit abstract, but I think it's still sort of in the realm of realistic or in the ballpark of realistic, where assuming you accept the premise that whatever the wildfires in Canada have some link to climate change, but you might reject that premise. But let's say like the wildfires don't stop, and like there's this cloud of smog and smoke that just settles on your town. And it's just like there now, the wildfires don't stop. And I think there's robust research linking like pollution, et cetera, to negative health outcomes. Assuming that's the case and like this cloud settles on your town, do you feel like your town has any sort of merit for restitution, or like you're just like bad luck?
Yeah, this is the part where I struggle the most because, like, in the event that you could show who did it, that would be one thing. So
Right.
I'm actually
That is the
fairly
challenge.
right. That's the challenge. So I'm fairly like sympathetic towards, let's say you had an individual who would like, hey, my groundwater was poisoned because you did this, and I can show it. Or like, yeah, you released all this smog, then we can like literally trace the trail going over my house. Like I can show you doing this. You should have to pay for some kind of damages for what I was hurt. I can see that argument, and it's actually really convincing. But when you have scenarios where like it's so abstract, like how
Yeah.
do you show like climate change? Like
and
for
it's
example,
impossible to calculate.
in the lawsuit, she was saying, well, I can't play soccer anymore because the temperature fluctuations caused by climate change, which is caused by these Montana coal companies, is so great that I just can't, I can't play soccer anymore. Like we're talking about like harms that are so like under like proximate cause are so like detached from what you can like reasonably show and connect that
Sure.
I don't think that you can show that this person harmed you, right?
Okay. Which I think that is a fair point, because like it's a very difficult, if not impossible, calculation. I would just maybe zoom in, and I think you do this intuitively on a personal level, as in like, so I obviously again I don't know your life or lifestyle, but I'm assuming on your day to day you do not make the most unhealthy or the most pleasurable diet choices, unless you do.
I don't know.
Okay, so why? Because again, future lactoid doesn't exist. And I don't think you can link any single diet choice to any negative future health outcome.
Okay, but
why-
lactoid exists, right? Lactoid exists right now, and lactoid is very interested with.
No, but future
lactoid.
lactoid doesn't exist. That is like, I would say you act, or rather, the way you.
This is a very deep philosophical question, like the
Yeah, it
stream
is.
of consciousness. What is you? What is a person? Really?
No,
You
no,
like, think about it deep
okay.
down.
Would it be fair to say that some
Well,
of your
you exist-
choices?
you exist.
Yeah, I'm going to get to the heart. Would it be fair to say that some of your choices don't factor in, or you act like you don't care enough about future lactoid?
I agree with you that if future lactoid can show that past lactoid harmed future lactoid by ingesting junk food, then future lactoid has a very good case against past lactoid to feel very bad about himself.
Yeah, but so I'm trying to link that if you cared more about future lactoid, which is an emotional process, you would probably be more motivated to make healthier choices. And I would say that
Yeah.
lack of caring is probably maybe reflected in your behavior.
No, look, hold
wh-
on. I absolutely, let's be absolutely clear. This is part of the reason why I haven't been like jumping down people's throats in this, even though I think some of the claims are kind of weird. And I have some issues with some of the specific philosophical assertions. Overall, I think it'd be a good thing. And I think capitalism and the free market has made great strides, especially through Elon Musk, at getting things like electric cars, things like computers, for example, replacing paper has been such like a massive part of reducing climate change. I think those are all great things, and I think we should end all subsidies to coal and oil tomorrow, which we provide them a lot of money. But when it comes to, like, again, the very specific situation of we're going to hold this one factory accountable for climate change, even like because we factored in all the negative externalities that come with global coal burning, but we also haven't factored in things like the positive externalities of U.S. domestic power compared to the rest of the world, geopolitical influence, the fact that economic access now is worth more than economic access later. How much is that priced in? ICO said something about how if you just measure the effects of like coal on America alone, it's negative. But I'm having difficulty finding convincing data to suggest that, right? I'm not seeing like, yeah, if you factor in like all of climate change, you can make that argument. But when we're talking about U.S. domestic power and like the advancement of the world's greatest democracy, it gets like more dicey. There's like it's more complicated, and especially for this lawsuit, I don't know.
Yeah, I agree.
Well,
It is
that's a misunderstanding of what I said, just to clear it up. What I said was that if you factor in the externalities of the coal industry would collapse. I wasn't talking about America as a whole. I was talking about the coal industry itself. It can't pay for its own externalities.
and
That's because it's an industry that costs more to exist than it makes in terms of profit. If the industry was the
Right.
kind of one that was a net positive to the world, it would make a lot of sense to keep it around. If it's the kind of thing that is more expensive for society overall, and the only reason it can exist is by passing the cost buck onto people who are going to suffer from it, then why have a coal industry at all? Why not move to things like Counterpoints was talking about, like fission, which even though it has a longer ROI, 10 years versus the coal industry's 2 years, has a lot more power you generate per dollar. Or solar, which has quick ROI and has more power you generate per dollar, but just isn't able to compete with coal because of the fact that coal has existed for much longer.
and also just the fact that it's an
Sure, but-
impossible or difficult calculation. I would say that still doesn't stop you on a personal level, even in your own decisions that you make. As in, again, I get this from my experience as a personal trainer and clients that I have coached or potential clients, where it's like, yeah, why make healthy choices? I could get hit by a car tomorrow and die. But you don't factor that into account. Same thing as that you probably don't factor into account of like there could be a cure for heart disease and cancer and stroke in 50 years, but you don't take that into account. Now, should you? Maybe you should, but I would say you intuitively don't factor that into your daily personal choices. Where again, I think you intuitively know that you should look, or rather take into account future lactoid. And that if you cared more about future lactoid, I would say you might be even more motivated to make healthier decisions. And I think that, like, what is the difference between you and a clone of you that happens to make better choices? Who reflects more caring for themselves?
You can ask this. I do want to make sure Nina gets in
Yeah.
before the end of this. Go ahead.
And the reason why I'm struggling with this is because there are plenty of times in which I will make judgments as to immediate gratification as to regarding, despite the fact that there might be future long-term consequences. Every human does, first of all, but also second of all, there are times in which I might be sacrificing my health in the long term to achieve other goals that I might find to be particularly important. One example could be something as simple as driving to work, right? Which I do for my own economic power, to enhance my own economic ability. But by leaving the house, I am presenting myself with a whole host of risks. And I'm also polluting the environment, right? This is like where the difficulty comes in. Should we be subsidizing the coal industry? Absolutely not. But, it's a lot more complex than just saying, well, coal's bad, so let's just get rid of it, right? What does getting rid of it mean? I would like to see more of, let's say, a kind of a market transition towards green energy. I have faith that green energy will be cheaper in the future. So I mean, I would like to see that, and I think we do see that happening. But not only am I not convinced that abolishing coal right now would be effective, but also, and from a legal perspective, which again, this originally was about a lawsuit, there's just no standing here, right? There's no, you can't, if you can't point to somebody, hey, you guys did this to me, like you got to show some kind of concrete line as opposed to what you did contributed to temperature changes, which contributed to me not being able to play soccer.
Well, that's
You
completely
agree that's
different.
pretty
Wait,
fucking
We all
ridiculous,
know it's
right?
bull.
We all agree the law.
Yeah.
It's not gonna fucking. They're not gonna win the.
All
They're
right.
gonna win the fucking trial. But,
It
like,
was like a protest
let's
or
be.
whatever.
But let's be realistic here.
They're
Like, that
wasting
reason-
judicial
that-
resources to protest.
Well, hold on.
Oh,
Yeah,
sorry. Before you
We're all
do that,
clutch
I want to
It's
make
off
sure
off
Nina
screen.
gets in, and then we can go to Synth, who is not on my screen. Oh, there he is. All right, go ahead, Nina, please.
It just seems like you're just doing like kind of like the I just don't like this, so I'm gonna just complain about it type of thing. Where it's just like I don't know why. You're right. We all agreed on that about the legal basis. Of course, that's your expertise, right? And none of us, I think, countered that in a way where we were like, okay, yeah, they're actually going to get anything from this. No, of course it's a protest, and it really seems like you're just living in some like very, I don't know, unimaginative world here where it's just like, oh, I just don't want anything to change because what? Because you keep saying like,
Hard.
sorry?
Oh, I was saying because it's hard. It's difficult.
No, I said something should change. I said we should end all subsidies for the fossil fuel industry tomorrow. I'd be okay
Okay,
with
then
ending
why
the
don't you
subsidies
support
and let
more
the market
radical
price it in.
change then? I don't understand. Like, you were such a hyper capitalist. It just seems odd to me. Like, do you think that capitalism is going to do really fucking well when half of the beachfront properties are going to get fucked when this, when this.
I think he
I think
thinks
the
the
climate change
necessary
happens.
changes.
all right,
He would
is it like-
probably just argue the necessary changes are being made, right? Like these oil company, even like these fossil fuel companies are investing into like green energy. It seems like everyone's already like slowly realizing
Right.
that these are changes. Like
Okay,
we
but-
want something more radical. It just seems like Lactoid's position is like just let things kind of move
Okay,
as they move.
But I want to make a point
Yeah,
about
he wants to just be
subsidization.
the one sitting in the corner yelling while we're the ones actually trying to like advocate for change.
Wait,
And
wait, wait!
You
You
know what-
called
you know what you're
called
doing
a-
is better,
sitting in
though.
the corner yelling. You said like a lawsuit, fight like with a front of a judge. Well, that's part of the protest. You're literally expending judicial resources.
To be fair,
just
Lactoid,
yelling.
isn't like every time something goes to the Supreme Court because of like some long process of protests that have been happening in a country that expects some change and some review. Not every, but like a lot of those like
but normally
reviews
they
are
have
that.
That's healthy.
right. Normally, yes.
as
it's
a
true.
Canadian, I
Like,
don't know why
normally they
you
have a
care about
basis,
this.
True.
Okay, can I talk about subsidization? Federal subsidization is good, actually. It's good. You should
Based.
enforce things that like help families thrive. So subsidized
Like
food.
just the concept
hey,
of subsidization.
food.
Oh my god, nobody's gonna argue against this. Are you literally just gonna
Lactoid
move that?
is.
off?
I
Lactoid
will.
Lactoid is.
Yeah, I
You don't
will.
think that subsidies? Okay, go ahead.
No, I don't think
Go on.
corporate
Get rid of
subsidies are a good
subsidies for
idea.
petroleum.
Yes, for oil and gas, the government should not be giving money to oil and gas companies. Is that crazy?
Should we get? But should we
Yes, that's
subsidize?
crazy.
Should we subsidize some
okay,
of these
my
green
bad.
energy?
Hold on.
If not even,
I thought
the,
I
like,
was the
I wanna-
you know.
I'm
gonna-
I want to explain this as best I understand it. Okay, so the reason why the oil and gas companies are subsidized is because they take massive capital investment in order to drill in places that you don't know whether or not there's oil, in order to do exploratory shit, in order to get the technologies and the drill bits and the expertise in order to do it. It's a massive capital investment, and this is the lifeblood of the modern world.
How much does an oil rig
basically,
cost?
If we're exactly. Jesus, probably billions of dollars by itself. So saying like, yeah, get good oil and gas industry. If they don't get good, then what we're effectively talking about is a freezing of the global economy. That is not a risk worth taking. The entirety of the world is reliant on petroleum and petroleum products. So what I'm saying is, instead of exclusively subsidizing petroleum and petroleum products, which will be a part of the energy portfolio for probably millennia to come, because plastic and oil is such a versatile substance, what I'm saying is diversify the things that you're investing in, like nuclear fission and renewables and whatever the fuck else, geothermal.
Wait, you want to
all that
socialize
bullshit.
these things? Because it seems like generally how it goes is you would socialize the risk and privatize the gains, right?
Can I ask one question before we move on?
Yeah.
I want to ask Lactoid a question, particularly
Wait,
regarding.
can I quickly? I want to respond to.
Okay,
Cap-
go. Yeah,
one
that's
more
super
time.
fair. That's super fair.
You're right. One. So the oil and gas companies, I will adopt a little bit of a stance of too fucking bad, right? You all these corporations should be pricing in the price of their goods in the product that they sell. If the natural cost of a hamburger is $50, then so be it, right? A hamburger should sell for $50. If the natural price of gas is blah 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 blah, then so be it, right? Like, because when you steal people's money and you give it to those particular industries to lower the cost of that product, what you're doing, you're first of all encouraging the use of a product that is not good for the environment, and second of all, you're draining people of money that they could use to make their own consumer decisions about what they want, and maybe they want electric
That's not how
cars
subsidies work.
instead of.
This is
The
just
subsidies aren't.
Isn't
the
the
subsidies
government-
aren't
Like a
taking money
Canadian.
from. Well, the
Doesn't the
sub-
government also
he
subsidize
considers all
electric cars,
taxation.
for
It's
example? Like
down
we're
low.
The
subsidizing these
subsidization is-
green.
the subsidization for these companies isn't in the form of like you take money from one person and hand it to the company. The subsidization is that you don't tax the companies.
No.
That's
A
what-
lot of
It
it's
can
also
come in two
A
forms.
lot of it is direct.
It's
A
like 10
lot
to
of it's
50. The vast majority of it, like 99% plus, is going to be coming
It
in
is
the form of
taxed,
just
yes.
not taxing.
So yeah, a significant percentage are when you factor in things like health externalities, which I've already agreed, right? If you can show
Okay,
direct
yeah, I
links,
agree with
if you can show direct links and like groundwater pollution, if you can show direct links, maybe there's a little bit of a basis there. But I'm talking also about the direct cash transfers, which do exist, in which yes, the government is taking money from people and giving it to these organizations, which we do with
but
agriculture,
Lactoid,
which we do,
I went
which
to
and
make a
agriculture
point-
is a massive part of climate change as well.
I
Why
agree with agriculture, but with
Yeah.
agriculture does happen,
I
right?
went to-
Agriculture is
Yeah,
direct
and we
cash
give them a
transfers,
bunch of
but
our
for
fucking
coal-
stolen money.
For coal in particular,
I
how
went
many
to-
dollars per year do you think are going to coal in terms of direct cash transfers?
I
With
w-
$50 billion in terms of fossil coal fuel and so on, in subsidies are coming from not taxing them things. How much money do you think is going there
Okay,
towards direct?
and
No,
I
it's
want
not
to
about just
I want to
not
give a
taxing them.
complimentary. I want to give a complimentary thing for Lactoid to respond to. That way, we just don't go back and forth on like what is subsidy. Okay, petroleum is such a versatile product. Everything in my room is coated in some level of petroleum. There's plastic in
And
my
also
monitor.
come. Go
There's
ahead.
plastic infused in my wood.
I think he probably
There's my-
jerks off with petroleum.
There's
You-
my petroleum
I'm-
in that as well.
I'm married. I'm married with children. You're assuming I have time and privacy enough to jerk off. That is wild.
You have time
But
for
I have
us
his
to
jerk
hear
off
that.
hands.
Is there is plastic throughout my room, and not just that, the utility of the amount of plastic that I have allows me to do crazy economic things, like make a few $1,000s per month talking shit about politics and Warhammer 40,000 on the internet. The utility of petroleum as a product is a infinite boon to humanity. Like, I don't think you understand how much of a miracle technology oil is. It's just that we're
I
not
do.
calculating
I
in
think
the
that we do.
externalities. So, okay, but what I think is obnoxious about what you said is you said the price is the price. So
Yes.
basically, if we stop subsidizing, let's just say we just tax oil companies like everybody else. We don't give them direct cash transfers, and then oil quintuples in price, and you have
happens
like
to our
a third of
military?
the economy come to a
Wait,
standstill.
wait,
That would
whoa,
benefit nobody.
I have to challenge that. How do you think that the United States companies drilled in the United States to get oil?
Fracking?
I just feel like people don't want the liberty to like.
you
I think
understand the idea?
It's the reason we
No,
buy
but
into
like
government,
the-
right?
the-
Thank
It's
you.
already government land, motherfucker, is my point.
Yeah, but the
Okay.
United States isn't investing in actually like building on that. I looked it up. It was like to build an oil rig, it can go up to $1 billion, and that's on land. In sea, it's
Oh,
even
We
crazier.
could never afford that in the United
Well,
States.
no, like
It'd
the
be
United
crazy.
States could. The United States
Could
could.
BP
but, like,
afford $1 billion
I'm
wait,
talking
oil
about
platform?
socializing this
wait.
type of thing.
I mean,
You don't
could
want to socialize
it, but that's
every
like something that
industry.
I don't think
I'm
most
not talking about every
Americans
industry. I'm talking
probably
about
agree.
one. It's our
Yeah, but I
fucking
don't think
land
most
that
Americans
we're.
would want to do that. That's
Why?
I think the
Okay,
issue
yeah,
with it.
I'm not talking about socializing it. I'm just saying
All
that
right, we
these
don't have to get into the weeds with it.
these companies, are massive companies, obviously, and I think the idea of oil quintupling, if we stop giving them our money, is first of all absurd. But then, if that is the case, what that means is that we're taking
Yeah.
a whole fuck ton of money from innocent Americans in order to keep the price of gas so cheap.
People don't want
No,
that though.
so in
Innocent
a
Americans.
market,
People don't want the freedom
in
you're
a,
advocating for.
Funny
okay,
term.
well, I do.
That's
I
why
want
we
the
live in
fra-
countries. You don't have to live here. You can go live.
I mean, the reality.
you choose to buy into a society that we
We're
pay
not
you
for
to-
citizenship,
That's what
Lactoid.
Texas
This is
Bam,
kind
how
of
do you
pointless.
move to-
He's
Bam,
being
Bam,
reality.
how do you move to a new
Today.
society? Bam, how do you move to a new society?
Where would I go?
Anyway,
No,
to the woods.
no.
No, you-
How?
You go
To the woods?
what Montana, whatever
I was
state
here
you like,
first.
Russia.
How do I get to Montana?
on a road you can walk.
Through.
They're not
Get
going.
away.
They're not going
I
to
wish
tax
I'd
me in
be there for
Montana.
travel. An A pass.
Not in the woods. Out
Stop.
there, you don't
Not
think
in
that
the
people off
woods.
the grid?
If the IRS finds
If you
me off
buy
the
into
grid,
the
they'll
grid-
take my fucking goats and
You
go.
go to
and
Alaska,
buy
isn't
it.
it
will
pay
not.
you, right?
You don't think
Lactoid,
you think there's not
you
people
don't
in
need the
United States
IRS,
that
just
don't live
go-
on the grid?
Here, bam. Let me ask you this. So, is your overall argument that just by virtue of living in a society, you consent, therefore, to the rules a society puts on you?
No, I'm saying people not just like inherited consent. I'm saying people literally consent. They want to be here. They want to buy into the
That's not,
the
come on, like
simplicities that come
you
into a
don't think that.
society.
There are plenty of laws you disagree with.
No, but I'm saying that
Exactly.
people buy into the concept of being a part of society. People don't want to have to figure out how to do their own electricity. If they like cut off the electricity tomorrow and said they're like,
I
hey,
don't
you
think
can
that's
you
what
can
Lactoid's
have it or
saying
not
either.
have
You
it.
know what
agree
I'm
with a lot.
saying. Look,
No, it is what he's saying. He's saying that people he's saying
No.
that people don't want to, like, he doesn't want anything to be publicly funded. He wants private citizens to have all their money and
Well,
make
that's
decisions.
true, but we're talking about
I'm
hold
saying
on.
that
That's
not what
true,
people-
but we're
that's not the white
specifically
people
talking.
live in.
We're
That's what
specifically
we
talking
talk
about gas, though. I'm saying I don't want gas to be publicly funded.
But
here.
you would say that for
Um,
anything else, though. There's
Well, I
nothing-
would, but you
wait.
guys should agree with me at least for the gas part.
Wait,
I
but
mean,
isn't the
I actually
isn't the
agree with Lactoid
reality
with the
isn't
gas
the
part, even though-
reality
Yeah,
isn't
okay.
the reality that like as we
We can
move
come
away
together on this
from
one.
the use of
Yes.
as we move away from the use of gas, we're just gonna have like we're still gonna have those rigs. Some of them are probably gonna be shut down, but we're still probably gonna be able to keep up necessary capacity for like gas-based products.
But like,
Like
what,
I think we'll be fine.
well, I agree with Lactoid that we shouldn't be paying these people money or cutting their taxes to like give them extra free money. Again, Lactoid disagrees with that part, right? In fact, what we should be doing is increasing their taxes because what they do, and Lactoid should be able to agree with this, it's not even out of line with his ethics. They're violating other people's consent on Lactoid framework. That's bad. They're violating other people's consent by virtue of pumping this shit in the atmosphere. Other people aren't asking that. Other people aren't saying that's okay. Other people aren't saying I'm okay with you pumping coal onto my property. Even Lactoid should be able to agree that there should be
No.
externality taxes. Not a violation of
Sin.
anybody's
No,
knowledge.
Sid.
direct response. No. Fuck no. Not even
Why
no.
not?
Fuck no.
Why not? Why not? What's
Are
what's
you
the counter
speaking
argument?
for
Because
him
you
now?
love petroleum.
Because I looked it up. 92% of oil subsidies are deferred taxes.
I said coal.
8%.
No, I had that website up.
Okay.
That's not all
Yeah.
of it.
Okay, well, and then, what I found for the petroleum. Okay, so I sorry, Synth, if I misunderstood you, but I'm still
Yeah.
going to make my point. I am talking about oil and gas in general. So what I found, Lactoid, feel free to correct me, is 92% is direct deferred taxes, 8% is direct cash transfers. I think that is perfectly fine, perfectly rational. And you don't add taxes because all that's going to happen is they're just going to pass that on to the consumer anyways. And then effectively all you're doing is
Yes.
you're taxing. Okay. Yeah. So you don't add taxes. What you do is you have them build externalities into
True.
the calculus.
That's
So you
an
basically
externality
say-
tax. That's the Pagovian
No,
tax.
no, 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 no,
That's
no,
what
no,
you
no,
just
no, no, no,
depicted.
no.
Yes.
Because I do not want the federal government collecting revenue from oil companies in order to transfer it into public constructions. I want oil companies
The humanity.
to be building. I want oil companies to be building industrial carbon capture machines as a part of their calculus.
Have they done that?
Look,
No.
you understand that increasing carbon taxes is sufficient such that it would disincentivize them from pumping carbon into the atmosphere with just a Pagovian tax. That's what you just asked for, is a Pagovian tax. That's an externality tax.
I need to step away really quickly. Guys, be good.
You
All
probably
right.
should move on to the next topic.
Aiko is the adult in the room, so he's in charge. And Aiko, you can say whatever you want in a second, but I have to step away.
He can say whatever he wants when he's
You're
muted.
I don't need
That's
to
how
say
you know
anything.
he's a boomer.
Yeah, I'm gonna moderate
I
on
wanna
mute.
clarify
I think
something
that's
as
the
well.
best way to do it. But no, listen. I want to sort of compliment what Counterpoints is saying, because it would be a very bad idea to abruptly end subsidies for fossil fuels. And the fact is, there are two. Like, I'm for ending fossil fuels, just like a lot of people are. But there are two ways to do it. You could do it on the supply side, which is like the pull method, or you could do it on the demand side, which is the push method. The push method is way better. That is to say, if you subsidize like renewables and nuclear and anything else that's going to be like net zero carbon emissions to the point where it's cheap and reliable, it starts pushing out fossil fuels from the industry, the portions of the industry that pump CO2 into the atmosphere. That is, other Counterpoints is right that there are other uses for oil that will continue to exist, and that's fine so long as they're non-emitting uses. And so if we follow the push side of this, then you can continue subsidizing oil and gas all you want, so long as the subsidies for clean energy are enough to where ultimately fossil fuels can't compete even with the subsidies they're getting.
So what the issue here is as like a massive increase in the money supply if you want to do that through government funding, right? The way that you do that, you end up printing more money, you end up pushing that money there. Increase in money supplies cause more inflation. You have to tax them back out anyways, right? If you want to make sure that you have a stable amount of, if you have stable money supply in the economy, you're gonna have to tax it right back out. You may as well just tax it directly from the people who caused the problem, as opposed to doing roundabout taxation.
Well,
Okay, so
carbon
can I
tax is a way to do
articulate-
this.
Yes,
Carbon tax is a
yes,
way to do
that's
it.
it. Exactly,
You can
that
achieve
works.
push. You can
Sure.
achieve demand side like push taxes through carbon tax. That's fine. All I'm saying is like those carbon taxes can coexist with the subsidies.
I
Like,
agree.
I know it sounds
I like the subsidies for the for the solar and for the fission and so on, but also we need an externality tax on carbon, on climate change.
Well, also, we don't want oil, put this way, we don't want fossil fuels to go in such a way that total supply of energy starts dropping and everyone starts paying a shit ton for their power bill or for their gas bill and all of that. We want to do it in a way where as we get more and more cheap renewables and EVs and things like that, that prices go down, not up. And then the fossil fuel industry can't make a profit because they can't supply at the rates that are necessary to meet demand at the price range that things are at. You want to push them out of the market, not pull them.
If the prices are going down because of the fact that you're like dumping more money into the money supply, that dollar value is going to go up either way.
There's a glut of energy is what happens.
Okay, Synth, I want to articulate why I don't like the middleman as the taxes. I would rather regulate the externality onto the industry, and if they pass on the cost to the consumer, I don't give a shit. That's fine. That kind of goes back to Lactoid's point that ultimately you just calculate the cost in of the externality. The reason why I don't want to end subsidization or add taxes is because, one, you're adding administrative cost. And then two, you're not necessarily getting that revenue because you're going to have to put it back into the system somehow. And then three, we are very bad at pooling our tax resources. Basically, what happens whenever the federal government gets involved as a middleman is they'll use any pool of resources for any immediate project that they're looking on that's directly in front of them. So I don't want the ending of oil taxes to go to some other federal program. I want them to deal exclusively with the externality of carbon produced by the petroleum industry.
Why do you think taxing the industry directly, as opposed to your option, which instead of taxing the industry directly using an externality tax, you want to do it through regulation? Why do you think the taxation is going to be more expensive in terms of bureaucracy than regulating them and then having a regulatory body check if they're complying with a huge list of regulations?
It's not a huge list of regulations.
If it's two, it would still be more expensive.
I don't know why, because basically, if you're saying
either way,
hey,
you have to check how much
you
carbon
have
they're
to
emitting.
hold on, I'll explain it, and then you can explain to me why I'm wrong.
Why?
Okay, I'll explain it, and then you can explain to me why I'm wrong.
Gotcha.
So what I'm saying is, if you regulated the petroleum and carbon and whatever industry, the natural gas industry, oil and gas, and you said, hey, you have to have XYZ carbon capture, you have to have like a net carbon capture as a part of your thing. This technology exists. Like I said, if you were to calculate it out for gasoline, it would roughly add 50 cents for the CO2 produced. Now, of course, like where do you store it? Where do you put it? We'd have to figure all this shit out, right? But let's say that you add that on there. That means that as a part of their operating model, the institutions are going to basically build those factories, and then they're going to include that as a part of the regulation. Whereas if you say, hey, we're going to tax you for the externality of producing carbon, what you're doing is you're trusting federal employees to take the revenue taken from oil and gas companies, build the fucking carbon capture machines, maintain the carbon capture machines, and do that as a fucking runaway public expense.
What?
What?
No, you don't have to do it. What are you talking about? No, you literally just measure what is the carbon output from this plant the same way you do in either case. And if the carbon output is a certain amount, you take that number, you multiply it by a price, and you say, now you have to pay this into taxes. That's all you have to do for my proposal.
What do you do?
Sure, but he's saying, what does he do
You
with the
have
money?
to
What do you
do
do with
that
the revenue
anyways.
expense? What do you do
Hold
with
on,
the
hold on,
revenue
hold on.
expense?
Just a second. You talked for a while, right? Or in your case, you have to do that exact same process anyways, and then you have a regulatory body that instead of being something like here's how much money you owe, instead it's you've passed the threshold here, this magic Boolean line, right? And now because it's exceeding the Boolean value, now we're gonna like send somebody in, and there's the exact same level of bureaucracy in either case for just one regulation. If you want anything more complicated than that, you have to go have people go in and check that there's a carbon capture machine and all of these like ridiculous things you'd have to do otherwise. If you just do it with my proposal, one process is very, very, very simple.
I am
easier.
I am missing a part of your calculation, and it's so glaringly obvious. I'm hoping you can just explain it to me. So you have somebody who is producing petroleum and CO2. You're saying it's as simple as the federal government doing a calculus and taking money from that person.
It's a tax, yes.
What does the federal government do with that money? Because now the CO2 is in the air and the government has the money.
Okay, that's
What
not how
is done
that's
with
not how
that
money
money?
spending works in the government, right? It's not the case that by taxing the money, what you've done is you have more money to spend. The government spends as much money as they want, as it exists, right?
Counterpoint.
Because-
the
You're
not
point of it
answering my
is to.
question.
You're just
But I
not
am answering your
addressing
question. I am answering your question. You have to wait until I'm done, and you'll figure out the answer. So the answer to your question is that that's not how taxes work. Taxes you don't take the money, put it in a big money pile, and spend it on things in the future. It's spent on nothing. What you do is you take the taxes and you use that to control the money supply. That's what taxes do. They control the money supply. It spends on nothing.
I'm going to
It's
repeat
out of the
this.
economy.
Counterpoint. Can I
How
try
does
to
that fit
answer
the
it for you? Because I
I'm
think I
gonna
know what you're
repeat this.
asking for.
He's trying to
Wait, counterpoint.
capitalism the
Repeat this.
government.
I'm going to repeat
Counterpoints.
this.
Please,
Yeah,
I think I know
FK,
what
are
you're
you gonna
asking
answer
for.
it?
I
But
think
Seth has
yes.
to answer.
Okay.
Yeah.
The thing that you want those devices, the carbon capture technology, to be built, right? The incentive for those companies to build it is that those taxes exist in the first place, right? The more carbon they capture, the less they're emitting, and because they're emitting less, the amount they're paying would be lower, right? That would be their perspective
Okay,
on like
this
why
is-
that technology would be built.
So to me, I'm going to be a little mean. I've debated y'all before, but so know that this is said with the utmost love and respect.
Ooh.
I think this is fucking retarded. And the
Okay.
reason why it's retarded is because what effectively you've done is put less produced energy into the system because you have less energy that's being produced. Why the fuck would you want to do that when the entire economy is based off of energy production? So I'm gonna ask.
I'm gonna be honest. Can we ask the group
We're
here?
jumping from point to
Does
point to
anyone
point,
understand
you
what the
weird
fuck
complainers.
that he's saying?
No, I've been on the
It's
same.
I know
honestly,
exactly.
I understand what he's saying.
And I'm
It's just
just
completely
agreeing
unrelated to the
with
last thing you
him.
said.
I am
Right,
so.
you were saying there's
All
a
right, hold on,
bureaucracy
Mina,
concern.
then
There's
says-
not.
Wait.
Now you're
Let's do this one at a time.
I'm going
Yeah.
to ask the same question again. Okay, I've been on the same point for the past 5 minutes, and I think I heard your answer, and I hate your answer. So I'm gonna ask the question, and I'm gonna explain your answer, and I'm gonna explain why it's unsatisfactory to me. Okay, so a oil company produces energy for the American economy. Okay, they extract oil from the ground, they sell it to people at a certain given price, they take the money, they create a certain amount of CO2. The federal government takes a certain amount out of taxes, which what I've heard from FK and from you, unless I'm misunderstanding something, is disincentivized by the mere fact that the taxes exist. Okay?
No,
But what that-
I understand what you misheard, right? No,
Okay,
we're not
please.
disincentivizing the taxes with the taxes. That's not what we're disincentivizing. We are disincentivizing CO2 production with the taxes because they're expensive.
But
They
it's still
cost money.
produced. But the part that is produced, you're not solving it. That's what you're doing.
Yes, you are. You
If-
produce
if
less
the-
because
if
they're
the
expensive and you take
economy-
measures
if
to
the economy-
cheapen
if
up
the
your business.
economy- If the economy is reliant on CO2 production, because I'm sorry to break this to you,
Oh my
but
God.
fish and I don't know why you're being condescending at all. This is actually like very
You were being
straightforward.
condescending. You're
fishing.
complaining about somebody
You're
else being
right. I did call you
Probably have to
retarded.
move on to
So
other
let
Yeah,
me.
that's not even
my bad.
condescension. That's a direct calling somebody else a retard. Somebody else is going to
did-
somebody's going to be
I did
condescending to you back,
apologize.
given
I
that you have
did
no understanding
apologize.
of how taxes work.
I did apologize, and I said I loved you beforehand. So I
I
hope
love
that
you too.
blunted me calling you a retard.
Oh.
So what I'm saying here, what I'm
Awesome.
looking for is there is an economic activity that needs to occur. And even with fission and renewables, that activity still needs to occur.
At a high
If the
rate.
taxes are disincentivizing the CO2, but the energy still needs to occur, effectively all that happens is the CO2 is produced, the energy is delivered to the economy, and the federal government is now left holding cash. I know you're saying, no, Synth, I understand what you're saying where the government can print unlimited sums of money. I understand what you said, but I'm saying that there is a literal cash transfer between the people who are paying taxes and the institution that guards the taxes, but the CO2 is still in the air.
The
So how
CO2
fuck
is not the air.
you
It's
get the-
more expensive, so people buy less CO2. Look,
Okay,
if you have
I-
if it's
I-
$1 million
He's
for a
talking
car,
about
people would
capitalistic
buy
No,
cars.
you're
incentives.
not
So-
tracking.
I don't know how this is
Okay. So I'm gonna ask you guys. We've already gone over discussing this topic again. We were late starting the stream, technical difficulties. But you guys are much more invested in this than I thought. So I'm gonna ask. I'm gonna put it up to a vote whether you guys would like to move on to the next topic, or if you guys think there's enough for us to keep
I'm ready for
discussing.
Muslims.
You're ready for Muslims, okay? We'll do it
Inshallah.
democratically. I mean, he is a white man, so he has spoken, so that should be the end of it. But we'll go
True.
And he shaved his beard.
and he shares fair. But
It's very feminizing
Corey?
in Islam. So as a feminist, you should support me as well.
Yeah,
I
move on.
always support you.
Move on.
move on. Back to it.
Move
I need
on,
to say
that's
one
fine.
sentence, but then afterwards we can move on.
Okay, I will let you. Let you do that, Nina.
Thank you, Prime.
Yeah, I'm okay with moving on. I would love Lactoid sentence.
The
All
eyes
right,
have it.
everyone gets a vote, even though it doesn't matter. Synth.
I want one sentence after lactoid sentence, and then we can talk about whatever you want.
Is the sentence
I
on
want the
lactoid
last
is wrong?
Yeah, I want 2 words after Lactoid speaks.
Aiko.
I want to reply to everybody's one sentence,
Why don't we do outros in next?
like
topic?
one at a time.
Oh,
And
that is
FK?
a good, could we do outros and then next topic? Because I had a sentence too.
Oh, okay. All right. So, well, we'll
It sounds
do
like we
sentences.
should just keep doing this topic.
Yeah,
right?
we're gonna move on very quickly after all the sentences.
Yeah, we got it. All right. So, to have enough time for the next topic, we are going to have to keep it short, okay, guys? So, like 2, 3 sentences. I'll be generous, right? Like, just so you know, don't pretend like I never gave you anything. 3 sentences. So, we'll we'll do our. Or so we'll start with that.
Prime just split our sentences like Jesus with the bread. That was crazy.
Okay. Yeah, so very quickly, a while ago, before Counterpoints, Synth went back and forth, Synth said that I would logically be in favor of excise taxes, or I guess inferred that I was in favor of excise taxes on the oil and gas industry. I want to be very clear. I'm against subsidies. I am not in favor of taxes. I would like my solution for this, and I would like to see more actually reasonable private causes of action be allowed for if you can show that any kind of polluter has directly damaged you or your property, that you can get recompense from them directly. But you have to show that they actually did something wrong, as opposed to they didn't do anything wrong to you, and that you can prove, and the government just dictates that they have and then takes a portion of their money. So
It's a compound sentence.
Oh,
Yeah, compound. Right.
that was one sentence, and you gave me 3, Prime. To go.
Just because you don't pause doesn't mean it wasn't.
All right. Bam.
Yeah, there are a lot of negative externalities and weird conclusions you come to by advocating for people who don't exist. And yeah, I'm just gonna stop there. I just want to disagree with other people, but it's
I
fine.
see how these people use the conjunctions. Don't think you're getting past me. All right. But let's go to Corey Campbell.
I'll try to keep it brief, but that sentence is not going to contribute to my 3 sentences. But yeah, to wrap it up, I'm in favor of climate reparations.
And Antonita.
We should take into account younger generations and future generations and the unborn. And I understand it's a difficult calculation, if not impossible, but I think we're going to be, there's a lot of things that are going to be impossible, such as effects of microplastics. But I think people more and more are going to want to take these things into account. I'll leave it there.
Thank you. Nina, please.
Yes, and.
That was good.
Power move.
Counterpoints, please.
Nukes good, subsidies good, carbon capture good, and
Okay.
That was right
So I'm assuming there was semicolons between those, so it counts as one. Very efficient. Let's go to my man FK.
Yeah. So yeah, this court case wasn't that serious, but we probably have some duty to take care of the environment around us. I think, like, in my ideal system, I would have the government probably have like some position within these like energy companies and have a little bit more sway, at least to represent the people that that government is supposed to represent. And on that last point that you guys argued on for my 3rd sentence, I think you both wanted to get the same thing, the carbon capture devices. It's just one of you wanted to have it be on the companies to build those out on their own, and one of them wants it to be like this incentive where you tax them and you expect them to build it out and then do other things with those taxes yourself for the or across the nation, I guess. That's
Very
it.
liberal use of commas. All right, let's go to Aiko.
I don't stop.
Okay.
Grammar policing.
I just want to say this. Counterpoints apologized before the sin, which means he should be a Catholic.
I was raised Catholic. True.
All right, 3 sentences, right? So in regards to Lactoid's statement, the NAP is not going to be violated if you make people pay. Well, I won't call it taxes. If you make people pay for the cost that they cause others. I'm not gonna. I gotta be carefully. All of the empirics that support externality taxes, especially for carbon, they've been successful in every single country they've been in. There we go. Whew. Oh, I said there we go. Oh no.
No, I mean
It was also semicolons, yeah.
we just take a pound of flesh for every sentence you go over. But no, thanks guys. This was a really spirited debate. Like more than I thought it was. I was like I was rolling the dice on this one. I wasn't sure if you guys would take to that first topic, but you guys really did. So thank you so much, really, all of you. So second topic. Oh, before we get there, guys, if you liking this, the things that we're doing, hit that follow button. If you're on Twitch, hit that follow button and make sure notifications are on so you know I'm going live, especially when sometimes we're a little late in starting. So that'd be great. Consider subscribing to the channel. None of that commercials bullshit, right? You're done with that. You're a sub. Okay, you get privileges, and gifting bits, gifting subs. Use your Amazon Prime Gaming on the channel. It's really helpful. It allows me to keep doing all of this for you. And if you're on YouTube, consider becoming a member or using the super chat function. And super chats get read out. So like, if anyone wants to, like say anything to these individuals, right? And I get it. I wouldn't want to directly interface with these degenerates either, but you don't have to. I'll do that for you. So just pay me through a super chat, and I will read off a comment to you guys. Exclamation social and chat if you're on our Twitch stream to learn how to get to our YouTube. We've got the link right there. So consider subscribing and jumping in there. All right. Thanks all, and let's get to the second topic. Recently, a Michigan town has banned the display of pride flags, among other types of ideological displays. The city council members have claimed that this puts everyone on equal footing and keeps hate groups from also requesting to display their flags. Is this policy fair? Does it protect the public? Is this equal treatment or equal oppression? So yeah, it's just as as it was stated there. This is a Michigan town. And down from the city council, like, the government buildings can't like pride flags. It's Pride Month now, and people are quite upset about it. But they say they're basically protecting the rest of us from more unsavory individuals, right? And just putting us all in fair footing. But is that actually the case? Do we actually believe this? All right, so let's go around. We'll start with my man Lactoid.
Yeah, so we actually had not too long ago kind of a similar discussion as to Confederate flags on public land. And one of the common talking points that I heard when it came to that argument was, this is bullshit. There shouldn't be Confederate statues and there shouldn't be Confederate flags on public property because that's public property. The only flag that should be there is the American flag. This is supposed to stand for our nation, not stand for some kind of revanchism,
Treason.
Southern treason, yeah, whatever it is, right? Or any, of course, the Confederate flag, although it used to represent treason, a lot of people have reinterpreted to mean perhaps Southern pride or something along those lines. But now that that's been solved, and at least the people that I talked to all agreed, well, great, we shouldn't have social agendas or political agendas as flags. It should just be American flag. Now it's changed, and now something that they like as a flag on the government buildings. And now all of a sudden they're very much in favor. Well, now hold on a minute. I really like these flags now. We want more. We want as many political agenda flags as possible because I support them. My opinion has stayed consistent throughout the entire duration of the Confederacy argument and for this as well, which is that the government flying any flag other than the U.S. flag, the state flag, and maybe the municipal flag of the area that the building happens to be in is a waste of money and is stupid. The government should not be in the business of recognizing flags, social movements, holidays, or religious beliefs because the nation does not stand for any of those agendas. And public areas funded through stolen money anyway should at the very least reflect the nation for pragmatic sake and not be reflect political agendas. The government should be doing the least amount possible, and any bill that furthers that is good. This bill does that, saying the government should not be doing this, and therefore it's good.
There's a Canadian joke in here, and I just can't think of it. But like, I wanted that on the
Oh,
record.
plenty.
That I was gonna say something about you being a Canadian here. All right, put that in there.
The maple
Not a
leaf.
Canadian. I'm not a Canadian.
He's a secret goddamn spy. Let's go to
Only
us
the
about your
true
lactoid.
Canadian denies his own Canadian shit.
exactly.
This motherfucker measures in moose power.
Damn.
Yeah, because we're already short on time, I'm gonna say that I agree with everything Lactoid said, and just to add on to it, there's 2 points like similar to flags, but not exactly. We've already had like similar cases in the Supreme Court, like Stone versus Graham, who made their decision on the concept of putting the Ten Commandments in the school for arguably a lot of these same reasons. Like there's the I think it's the Establishment Clause, like, and the types of things we want to display. We want to be like open and respectful of as many people as possible, especially when you're dealing with like things that can be somewhat contentious. I'm fine with like little winks and nods towards things, like if you want to, turn the like some lights slightly rainbowish color in advocacy or remembrance after like a tragedy or a positive thing happens, that's fine. But yeah, as far as like actual official political organization flags and things of that nature, it's just not what it's meant for.
All right, so we'll move on. But I want to thank the Real Razor for the Prime Gaming sub. Thank you for using your Prime Gaming here. It means a lot. It's free for you, but it does a lot for us. So shout out to you, the Real Razor, for kindly subscribing to the channel and supporting us. More would be helpful, guys. All right, Corey, please.
I am a Canadian like Lactoid, but I'm a true Canadian in that I'm a Quebecer. I can't remember what province Lactoid is located in. But as usual, Quebec is, let's say, ahead of the game when it comes to bigotry and xenophobia, where like maybe people obviously might not know, but Quebec banned religious symbols for public servants, and there was definitely like sort of a controversy in that in our National Assembly, after that ban, for a while, the cross was still allowed to be up, but eventually they acquiesced to realizing the hypocrisy. And I sort of remember the panel that Lactoid was alluding to, which I was on that panel if I remember correctly, where pretty much I think my position is consistent with that, of like I'm pretty much in favor of like not erecting statues, tearing down statues, and I would pretty much more or less in favor of just like should just be the American flag and no other flag whatsoever. I'll leave it there for now.
So much. He's from like whatever province Toronto is in. So there you go.
That province.
The worst province, apparently. Yeah. Nina, please.
I get really passionate about this stuff because I think there's a lot of like intentional, like, I don't know, pulling the wool over your own eyes. I don't really know exactly how we'd say this, but let's be real. You know why they did it. It's Pride Month. There's a lot of fucking rainbow ass flags out, and they're just some people are pissed off about it. Let's be real. The only reason why they did this is because they fucking hate gay people. It's pretty obvious to me. Don't know why it's not obvious to anybody else. I think that these people who did this, reading the article, they're just like, oh yeah, it's because the people that are in the town.
These people.
I'm not saying the Jews. I'm saying
North
that the
Africans.
people who did it.
Yeah, she's saying the Muslims.
The Muslims.
I am saying, I guess, the Muslim.
Muslim.
It's funny. The guy's name is Muhammad Hassan, so just blame Hassan for this. Fuck it, whatever. Yes, just blame him anyways. Even though Muhammad Hassan just seems like the most like Adam Smith ass name, but like it's like a cliche like name where it's like.
He was the fourth kid.
Yeah. Anyways, we know why this happened. We know why it's news, and we know why. Because we still some people just don't like the gays, okay? And
what about the mayor?
Their pathetic excuse of this, like, oh yeah, well, I guess you can't like do like a Nazi flag or whatever, so then we can ban like the rainbow flag. Like, this is like insane, like mental illness to the point where they're gonna start like getting like, are they gonna ban like actual rainbows? Like, don't look at it like at a naturally occurring rainbow, like go against your eyes. Like, no, this is insane mental illness that I just think is bigoted psychotic behavior. And it's pretty fucking obvious that the only reason they were doing like oh, it's just gonna ban other things, like, because we used to have so many Nazi flags, but finally we put an end to it now that we've gotten rid of all types of flags. Like, how the fuck are they gonna do races? Like with the flags, like the speckled flag's gonna not be like, or the checkered flag's not gonna be like, yeah.
Not on the state building.
It just seems like such a fucking hysterical thing to be like, oh, we can't have any of these flags. Oh, so did we historically have the Nazi flags up? Oh no, we just had the gay flag, and that's why we're banning all flags, because we can't, besides the American one, of course. Because you can't have anything political on a government building, because that would be like crazy, right?
Yeah.
So
just seems very silly to me. Go ahead.
First of all, I would be totally in favor of like a NASCAR track around the Montana State Capitol building, right? Waving the checker flag, and I would allow that flag. To be fair, right? Sorry,
It's
I
in
would
Minnesota,
allow
I
that
think.
flag on that. But yeah, let's in Michigan, yeah. But it doesn't
Michigan.
matter.
Oh, we're both wrong.
They don't matter. Those states don't fucking matter. Okay, moving on. Counterpoints. What are your thoughts on those people?
My actual position is everything that Lactoid said, but I think this is accidentally based by the Muslims. So I was anti North African and Middle Eastern immigration throughout the entirety of the 2010s. And I was a part of the anti-SJW wave that was saying, oh, these immigrants, they're incompatible with liberalism, and they're not going to understand democracy, and who knows if they're going to buy into our economic and cultural system. And it turns out that conservative Americans and conservative Muslims have way more in common. So it's actually fucking, like, I gotta say, progressives reaping what they have fucking sown in reference to this issue, it has to be one of the funniest fucking turns of events I've ever seen, where the Muslims are like, yeah, we're all for like democratic neutrality, and we just want like we want representation to be equal, and we're not going to fly the crescent flag of Islam on the state ground, so therefore no, get your fucking gay flag out of here. It's got to be one of the funniest fucking political developments of the past half decade. I'm really happy Muslims being accidentally based. God loves irony.
That's a really fun
respond
take.
to that really quickly, just really quickly.
we didn't open this. We gotta get through. We already late.
3 sentences.
Right. Go ahead.
Yeah, but really interesting perspective, counterpoints as always. Thank you so much for that, FK.
Yo. So first I'm gonna acknowledge the reason they probably passed this was because they were probably homophobic. Listen, it's LGBTQ Pride Month, right? These people are out here. But what I will say, the way they worded it, the way this law came out is perfect. I do think the best course we can take is when it comes to government buildings, government facilities, even when it comes to like a teacher while she's on duty, they probably shouldn't have any like memorabilia that represents either one group, one ideology, one other thing other than the American flag, because the American flag represents all of those ideologies being represented equally with your vote, your say, your ability to go out there, have your free speech, and argue for what you want to argue, all under the American flag. I'd go so far as to say that when you swear in to office, you shouldn't swear on a Bible, a Quran, a Torah, any religious book. You should swear in on an American flag because you're serving the people who that represents. When you're on your free time, though, if you're a teacher who is LGBTQ and you're outside in public, you should be allowed to wave your flag. If you want to walk onto a government facility, you should be allowed to wave your flag as an individual, but those people who represent our government and that facility should not take a side in that.
Thank you so much. Aiko, please.
Yeah, I actually agree just about with everything FK said there. I do think that the unintended consequences of this redound pretty well for secularists, and I think they should use this law in that way if it manages to get passed. But I just want to take issue with this idea of the pride flag being the equivalent of the rebel flag. Like there are three main differences between this and that. One is it was a national flag. It is actually the nation of a country that is not the United States. That's not true for the pride flag. It's not a country. Not that I know of. Maybe one day it will be. Also, it was the flag of slavery. We all agree that this is true. It was also the flag of treason. These are all things that don't apply to the pride flag. But even so, there have been foreign national flags that have flown over the White House before. It's part of our tradition. In 1918, the White House flew the Serbian flag in support of Serbia during World War I. In 1920, we flew, and this is going to be painful for a lot of people to hear, we flew the France's flag in 1920 for Bastille Day. We've flown the South Korean flag. We've flown the South Korean flag. I know that one was a sin. It shouldn't have happened. I'm sorry, but it did. It did. South Korean flag has been flown not outside, but inside the White House multiple times. But also, in far more recent years, we have put the POW MIA flag up. That's a lot closer to the pride flag in that it's not a national flag. It doesn't represent a foreign country. It represents a concept, just like pride represents a concept. I mean, I don't remember this happened, I think, most recently in 2021 when it was flown. I don't remember the Prime panel where people objected to the POW MIA flag being flown over the White House. I just don't remember that. In the 1980s, I saw, but I cannot prove this. I've looked for it. I can't find it, but I saw this. This should be very important for Lactoid. I saw the DARE flag flown over the White House because of Nancy Reagan's support of it. Okay. And I understand that the DARE flag is offensive to many people, but in support of Lactoid, there are some good people that came out of that program. And the point I'm trying to make really is that this is a conceptual flag, not a national flag. So yeah, while I personally, if it never went up over the White House again, it wouldn't bother me. I don't think it's that big of a deal. And I do think that if not doing this means that we'll never see anybody try to put up the Confederate flag or the Blue Lives Matters flag or any of those things, then maybe the trade-off becomes worth it.
Hey, and my man Aiko is literally always educating people, right? He never stops being a teacher, always educating the panel. Great work. Synth, please.
Sure. So seems like the main argument from the other side here is that the only flag that should be there is the American flag. All two of the people who gave that argument in regards to the Confederate flag are stupid. There aren't just state flags on public property. There are other countries' flags on public property, and we're totally okay with that. And we even give special privileges to the countries that aren't evil, and we recognize in law that we're allowed to have that on public property. The argument sane people were making in regards to the Confederate flag was that's the flag of an enemy military, that's the flag of a hate group, and that's the flag of a long-dead rogue terrorist state who owned humans as property. America's going to promote liberal values. You can cry harder about it. And no, the reasons we don't put the 10 Commandments up is not for the same reason as the Pride flag. The Establishment Clause is about establishment of religion, i.e. separating church and state. In fact, not banning the Pride flag is clearly a violation of the Establishment Clause. It clearly, transparently, is the respecting of an establishment of religion. The same establishments of religion that hate gay people, because we would not have the standard for, like Aiko said, the Pal Maya flag. So sorry, but your Nazi flag is not on the same standing as this one. All flags promote ideologies, including the American flag. And the reason we fly some and not others is because some ideologies are good and some are bad. Egalitarianism in the government is good. Gay people in the government are good. Trans people in the government are good. Nazis in government are bad. Religious extremism mixing with government is bad. And that's the reason why we fly pride flags and not Nazi flags. And if you don't like it, you can pack your bags and move.
Synth is awesome.
Go off, King.
Open to the panel.
But who decides what's good and bad? The point is that you're living in an entire country.
You're an
We do
American.
egalitarianism more than
Yeah, that's why you fly the American
do,
flag,
of
because
course.
we decide what's good and bad. If you want to separate yourself, that's not on America to decide. We're going to fly because we want to separate you as an individual group. If next year, a bunch of straight people just started getting attacked, right? And started getting shot up in the streets only for the fact that they're straight, and they created a straight flag, should it be on America to fly the straight flag to be like, hey guys, we're standing with straight people? No, fuck that. It's on America to fly the American flag and then take actions to help out people who are being hurt within this country. We as individuals should look at where we can help those people. If there's gay people who aren't being represented properly, then your goal should be make them represented equally under the American flag. You can fly your flag individually, but America doesn't
you're doing
fly
an
that
all
for
lives
you.
matter argument right now, right? Though
Yeah.
you
How do you
understand
think
that,
we-
right?
how do you think
You're
we-
literally
BLM
doing
can
an
have
all
their
lives
flag.
matter
BLM
argument.
can have their
Why
flag.
is it Black Lives Matter if there's all lives matter?
You
Like,
can have your flag, but it's not on America to fly it.
FK, are we allowed to have Juneteenth celebrations?
federal holiday.
Juneteenth celebrations,
On
yes,
public
because
property.
that's a part of American history. That's something that
What about
America
the-
took a
yeah,
part
so
of.
are gay
When
people,
we
so is
celebrate
Stonewall.
that, we're celebrating that America
Yes.
has become better as a
So
nation.
is Stonewall, and hopefully we become better.
Yeah,
in
we can
2015.
celebrate. Wait,
Federal
if there's like
holiday.
if we decide that there's a national gay holiday, we can celebrate that, but
Do
we
you
don't
think
have to
at the
fly the
beginning
gay
of-
flag.
We should
the
have
American
one.
flag
Hold on,
can
hold
be
on.
there.
Do you think at the beginning of
Stonewall
2021
Day.
it would be not okay to have Juneteenth on public property, and at the end of 2021 it would be okay to have it?
You can
You think
have
of 1 year
Juneteenth. Wait,
swap?
you can have
Yes,
have
it changes.
Juneteenth, but you don't have to fly a random flag that represents all black people. You
Can we
can fly
have
the
a
American
Juneteenth
flag and be
poster?
like, you can fly the
Wakanda.
American flag and be like, we want to represent black people
Can
under
we
the
have a
American flag,
Juneteenth poster?
and we want to
Now
represent them
that
more
it's a
equally.
federal holiday.
Can we have a
absolutely.
Juneteenth poster at the beginning
Not
of
before it was a
2021?
federal holiday.
Posters
He has
completely
to answer
different
the
than
question.
flying a
Federal
flag on
holiday
federal
seems morality.
property.
Because it's actually a representation of the country. It's went through the proper channels to
Why
be
do you
think we should
accepted.
fly
Why
other
do we
What are
have
the
countries' flags.
proper
I'm not- no,
channels?
Okay,
What are the proper channels?
so Bam, I want you to respond. Hey, just quickly, Tal Mahira 33. Sorry, I missed it. Thank you for using your Prime Gaming here, and respect of the user called respect. Thank you for 3 fucking years of following the channel, of subscribing to the channel. Thank you so much to the both of you. And guys, any more help would be appreciated too. But again, Tal Mahira, sorry for missing that. So Bam, I want you to be able to respond. Synth, because it's probably gonna be a direct thing to you, so you can respond. Then we'll go to Ico, Lactoid, and yeah.
It's crazy. Right after the last subject we were talking about,
Oh,
like
I said Corey. Sorry, I meant Corey. Corey and Lactoid. I was pointing to Corey. I
Need
was
to grow my
pointing to you.
beard.
Yeah, it's the white skin. All right, go ahead.
Yeah, it's crazy. Like just the last topic we were talking about being able to advocate like for so long down the future, but we're not able to see the short term consequences of like unilaterally deciding like, oh well, people can do what I think is good, but they shouldn't be able to do what I think is bad. Like who's
Yeah,
making
that's
those
everyone
decisions?
believes that. You believe that too. The
No, I
reason
don't.
You're saying
I
I
believe-
shouldn't advocate for this
No,
because you
I'm
think
an
it's bad to advocate for.
institutionalist. No,
Here,
I
wait,
don't-
you're
I don't-
Hold on. So if it was the case, the
Hold
Pride
on,
Month,
can we
I would
get
ask you a
this?
question.
I
Really,
was
really fast.
talking.
Hold
I
on.
swear I was talking.
Yeah, if Pride Month was
swear I
maybe
was
the
talking.
Pride Month was
let him
recognized.
finish. Let him
literally
finish.
talking.
Go ahead.
Yeah, like I said, I'm a strong institutionalist. I believe that as a country, we're a group of people who have a myriad of disagreements and think we agree and disagree on, and the things that we publicly have to pay into should probably have an obligation to represent the most people in like the weirdest, most milquetoast way possible. Especially when so it's not necessarily about the flag itself. It's not about being pro or anti-gay people. Gay people aren't even a good thing. It's not even, and I'm not saying that means it's a bad thing. I'm saying it's like neutral to be gay. It's
Excuse
not
me?
like it's
It's an
neutral to be
existence. You're just gay, or you're
yeah,
straight,
it's
or
not a
you're something
positive
in
thing. It's
between,
just-
or
it's
something
a-
else.
it's
You just
neutral.
exist
But,
as that.
but we're not talking about being gay as a good thing. It's
Wait, I don't
existing
wanna
is a
hold
good
on,
thing.
hold on.
Yeah. Let's not get
Yeah.
distracted.
That's fine. That's fine. That's fine.
Sure.
Just want to say
Yeah,
that.
that's what I'm saying. Yeah, I'm not saying it's bad. I'm saying it's like it's just a neutral existence. Like now, if you wanted to do something again, like it should pass through the proper channels, like Juneteenth did prior to 2021. Like it should have been a holiday, sure, but I don't think that we should. I don't think that the government facilities should be representing non-government entities.
Pride Month passed the proper channels in 1999.
Literally.
Is Pride Month an official federally recognized holiday?
It's not a day, it's a month. And it was recognized in 1999 by the president. By the president.
I'll have to look into if it's an official thing. Because it's kind of like St.
Yes,
Patrick's
it was
Day is
official by
officially
Bill
recognized.
Clinton in 1999.
Not
when it was
official,
proclaimed.
as in does an office building close?
You have to close for an entire month to recognize Pride. No, it's a month.
Listen, bro, you're
No,
throwing a whole
no.
month in this. The whole at this like, bro, I don't even think we should be flying other countries' flags. Fuck those other countries. We should be flying the
What-
American
what
flag.
it
Because
is,
guess what?
Just
Eventually,
no
they're
flag
all
in
of us,
this
bitch.
country.
You're
I'm
right. We should
Japanese.
take
I'm
the
not
flags out on
Japanese.
embassies.
Should I not have to have like? Should I not be allowed to have a Japanese
Embassies are
flag?
literally
That's an
representations of
insane
other
take.
countries on our land. That's
They're
different.
representations of
insane
us
take.
on our land, on other countries' land.
We
Yes,
fly the American flag in other
Okay,
embassies.
okay. We
In
got
other
Or in other
The
countries.
UN, too many flags.
I want to let more people in here. This is great. And yes, we do have like official commemorative months. You can look them up. Like Wikipedia has a list of those things. So like a commemorative month. So let's go to
Hopefully
Let's
not
go-
a Freudian slip there.
Oh,
No,
maybe,
Freudian
yeah.
slipcase.
Let's go to our friend Corey, who I know who he is. From Lactoid.
Yeah, Sin. So I just want to understand your position better, as where from what I understand from your opening statement, you are distinguishing sort of, let's say, the extreme example like the Nazi flag versus the Pride flag, is that there's ideology associated with the Nazi flag.
Yep.
So I'm going to attempt to steelman the other side. How do you respond to sort of a gender ideology?
Yeah, I think that what you're calling gender ideology, or what the other side might call gender ideology, is it seems to be a loosely connected group of ideas. But the one ideology the pride flag represents is correct and accurate and true, and it's morally good. And if you want to make the argument that we shouldn't have gay people in society, the only argument they're going to make for that is going to be a religious argument, and we don't respect establishment's religion here.
Yeah.
Can I add another really quick though? I just want to make sure, Synth, I think you would agree with this. Like that, a lot of it's just like basically just inclusivity when it comes to like just representing more people that maybe people are not used to seeing.
It's the opposite of inclusive.
The
Yeah,
American flag
Exclusivity.
represents that. You guys are trying to separate yourself by being like, you have to fly specifically the gay
So
flag.
then when
You want
you-
to separate this one group of people
I'm
and be
sorry,
like,
we're
these people have to
taking
We're
now
not
be
saying
represented
that.
separately from the American flag.
Corey,
Let's
who's
go to
kinder
Rainbow, so this
and
is
nicer
steal,
that's
man.
fine.
and more handsomer than all of
Just
you. Let
please-
him talk, please, Corey.
Yeah, I still want to steal person the other side. So I sort of agree with you in the sense of like, so you're more or less framing the United States as a liberal nation, and that the pride flag sort of in the vein of like liberalism and inclusivity, which like I'm all in favor of. So then how do you respond? And I sort of suspect how you respond. Like, so how do you respond to those who characterize the United States as like a Christian nation, or those who don't recognize liberalism as an ideology, or they're opposed to the ideology?
If you think that the United States is a Christian nation, they're just incorrect. And I'm glad you
Yeah,
asked the
you're just
question.
wrong.
Because the founding fathers, there were some Christians here and there were some deists here and there, and there were a couple of atheists here and there. There was Thomas Jefferson, founding father, who was so anti-miracles happening, he cut his Bible up.
I'm
Removed
aware.
every single instance of a miracle. Yeah,
Hey,
I'm
King.
sure you are. You seem really intelligent. But in regards to the people who make this argument it's a Christian nation, I don't think they're aware that the fact that the history is directly out of line with what they think it is. The United States is not just not a Christian nation, it's an explicitly secular nation. It's one of the few on the planet that has existed for as long as the United States government has, and has been explicitly secular since its start. Other ones that are explicitly secular are all newer than us, with maybe some rare exceptions I'm not aware of.
But you
hold on.
also
I
say
wanna
anti-
insert-
Separation in church and state, bitch.
I want to. Well, hey, listen. A Democratic representative elected people decided that it was too controversial in order to fly a political activist flag as a part of their community, and so they banned it. So
Did you read it?
democracy, bitch.
Do you think
Yeah, I read it.
do you think there's any case in which sometimes people
You didn't
democratically
read it,
elected
'cause it
do
was a
stupid shit that you
council.
disagree with?
Yeah, but
It was a
in this
council.
case,
It was not a
accidentally
democratic
based.
election, my guy.
It
It was a
city
council.
Was it a city council? I think the counterpoint.
Yeah, it wasn't. It was. It wasn't.
or something of democratic.
Yeah, I mean, I know this was the argument's going to be, of course, because the dumbass. But like, you understand that it was a council. I know you didn't read
did
it, but
not
I'll
say
just
that
tell
you
you,
loved me
it's
first.
a
That was rude as
council.
fuck.
It was a city council decision.
Okay.
You think that's a democratic decision?
Of their
This is
argument.
the point,
What's
and
the
this is
merit?
their point. This is the point, and this is their point, which I think is fundamentally
Oh,
correct.
so we're just going to
That
run away from that?
politi-
Okay.
Run away from what?
You said it was democratic.
I think it is democratic. I think that city councilmen
Okay.
are representatives of their constituents.
That's
I think
more. That's a
that they
republic.
took a
That's
vote.
where that word comes
they
from.
took-
But it's okay.
All
You have
republic is
fundamental
more-
misunderstanding.
Is,
Let's
is
go.
a
We can move on.
republic a form of representative democracy?
All republics are.
Not all republics are. Oh my
You
god.
can't be
let's
a
move on.
republic.
Do
You
you
can't be
think that the
representative.
Do you think the
United
Roman Republic was a
States is a
democracy?
representative democracy?
Yeah, I mean, I just think that there's like a just complete fundamental misunderstanding here. Go ahead.
Okay. So their point, which I think
Mhm.
is correct, is that there
Mhm.
are a bunch of political interest groups, and what's effectively happening by flying
Okay.
the gay LGBTQIA plus brown and black flag is
You
you
just call it
are
queer, it's fine, it's
showing
easy.
a preference to a certain political
Preference?
activist group.
Are you gay
Yeah.
if you have a gay flag?
Wait, hold on. You don't
Yeah.
have an issue with government showing preference to political groups. That's what democracy is. That's the entire point.
Yeah.
Well, I do have them showing preference to certain political groups.
Yes,
So, for instance,
I agree.
Okay, yeah. So
Why is this one bad?
as we brought up, like Nazis, Confederates, Proud Boys, all that kind of stuff, if they requested, they're like, hey, we're a political activist group. We're not violent. We actually have a vested interest in the community. There's enough
Which
community
they do
members
say
here
all
that
the
we want
time,
to
yeah.
fly. That we want to fly in the, we want to fly on the state capitol too. When is our day to fly the Proud Boy flag on the Minnesota State House? On what
So you all of a
grounds do you
sudden
deny
stop
their
giving
ability
a
to
shit
do
about
it?
the First
Hold on.
Amendment.
Counterpoints. You completely dodged the point. You said some are okay and some aren't, and then you went right back to centrist brain of what is the grounds to deny them. The grounds is they're not one of the ones that are good. They're fucking bad. You agree that Nazis are bad. We went to
According
war
to
with
you,
them.
not according to the United States.
Yeah, according to the United States, yes, the Nazis were bad. They
the
killed
Nazis
them. Yes,
are
they
considered
killed
bad
them.
in the United States. They're protected.
The Nazis are. You understand being a protected class is not the same thing. You understand being
I didn't say
politically
they're not a
protected.
protected class.
You understand
actually.
being
They're
politically protected is not the same thing as the United States saying it's good. The United States fought Nazis, dog. They fucking
still
went and
politically
killed
protected.
Nazis. We
Hold on,
were
that's not
an
participating
endorsement.
in
That's
World
not
War
an
II
endorsement.
How many
with the
words you
goal of
say?
killing Nazis.
Okay. I do want to let our friend Lactoid in. He's been waiting patiently. He's good like that. Thank you, Lactoid.
Yeah, I got a lot of points. First thing I want to say, I agree generally with Synth that democracy is bad. Thank you for making that point. I want to follow up by saying, quickly
Look like
correcting
a
something that was said
Canadian.
before. ICO, the Confederate battle flag, and this is going to be important, I swear. It was not actually a national flag. It was featured on the second and third iteration of the Confederate flag, but in of itself was not a national flag of the Confederacy.
Yeah, it's a battle flag.
Well, right. And it was the same design that was on a Mississippi state flag until quite recently. And none of that is actually relevant. All of this is just obfuscation and whataboutism to the real point that symbols can take on new meanings, right? The Confederate battle flag is a conceptual symbol, is a conceptual symbol that represented the South. And most people understood it to represent the South. Just because in the past somebody has taken a flag to do terrible things doesn't mean a flag can't come into meaning, having new meanings, right? For example, I've seen Antifa assault people with sticks with the pride flags on them. Does that mean the pride flags just mean attacking innocent people? No. There's a lot of other, well, okay, maybe for some people it does, but there's plenty of people who don't actually have violent intent when they use it, right? There's also, just to point out more whataboutism, right? The DARE flag, the POW flag, there should be no other state flag. I started off by saying, yes, there should only be potentially 3 flags. Everybody here has been saying, yeah, there should only probably be 3 flags. You guys pointing to the fact that state flags in the past have been flown on public property doesn't actually counter the point that we're saying.
Get a hand raising.
Everyone who agrees with me says that we should
raise your hand if you think that the
raise your hand if
flag
you-
shouldn't be on public property.
all right.
It should be flown.
It
I have
should be
no
or
idea
shouldn't
what
be?
he's talking to.
Should.
About.
Should be. I'm asking everyone raise your hand if you think it shouldn't be.
If what shouldn't be?
What
Pal Maya, the Pal Maya flag.
Yeah, I don't think the Pal Maya flag should be flown.
You don't. I'm asking anyone else. You said everyone else agrees with you. Let's see a show of hands. I don't see any hands going up.
But since there's an argument here, and I want to let Lactoid finish.
Lactoid finish. And Aiko,
We're
learn to raise your hand in like view of the camera. I don't know why you're like all the way over here, buddy.
On top of that,
but go ahead, Lactoid.
I'll speak for myself then. I don't think any other flags should be flown on public property. I also don't think the government should be recognizing Juneteenth
You
or
just
any
want that
holiday
label.
or any months. There should not be a Pride Month recognized by the federal government, just like there should not be any other month, like a white month or anything else, like straight month recognized by the federal government. Months are generally stupid. This idea of, well, if you don't like it, you can leave. This is a bad argument because, like Counterpoint said, it also applies to the people who live in that area where they voted to have this law put into place. Well, if you don't like it, you can just leave. It's a kind of a shoot yourself in the foot argument because you can use it literally only when you win. And then whenever you lose, you can't use it because then your opponent can just use the exact same
You're
argument
missing
against
the
you.
argument entirely.
Well, no, because you said before, you can just leave if you don't like it.
Yes, the argument is not
for these
you don't
particular
like
values.
it. Yeah, the argument is not
Obviously,
you
that
don't like
area
it,
of
therefore you
America.
can leave. The argument is these are good values, and if you don't like them, you should be kicked the fuck out.
Well,
If you want to be here,
those
and support
Muslims are going to be
real
saying the
values,
exact
you
same
have to
thing.
leave
to you.
without
I'll trigger him. I'll trigger him really quickly.
No. They're going to be saying the exact same thing to you. Okay. So the last thing I'm going to say before it's one last thing. The pride flag is especially like the iteration with all of the different colors and the black and brown has gone on more to just more than representing just like gay people. It's gone to represent in a lot of people's eyes gender ideology and the pushing of gender ideology in education. That's probably one of the reasons why a lot of people have a problem with it. And I don't think it's just as simple, again, to say, well, if you don't, we're going to push these progressive values, and if you don't like it, you can leave. Well, these other people are going to say, well,
You're
we're going to push values that the government shouldn't be respecting establishments of any kind of political agenda, and if you don't like it, you can leave.
Let's can't have a government, Doc. That's what you think a fucking government is.
Let's
Go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
Let's let Aiko jump in. I know you have a lot to say, Sim. So why don't you jump in next? Does anyone else want to? Okay.
Okay, so I see
points in FK. Go ahead.
I see the confusion, like when Lactoid thought everyone agreed with him on this, is because FK said basically, if I'm reading him right, that this law like has some unintended consequences against the people who framed it, and that we should probably embrace it because it has the potential to protect more people than it hurts. I agreed with FK on that. I think a lot of us probably do, that we could use like the precedent of a law like this to help protect us from people who want to put the Confederate flag everywhere, or other thing, or put the cross everywhere, or whatever. Maybe you could view it in the same way as like that like Baphomet statue that got put up in Oklahoma because of the Ten Commandments. Like these sorts of things cut both ways, and to the extent that it can, I can live with the pride flag like not being on the White House. Like that's not a big deal to me if I can get those other things. So I think to the extent that we like might temporarily ally with Lactoid on this, it's over those grounds, not necessarily because we agree with them sort of philosophically. By the way, since it's Juneteenth and we were talking about the Juneteenth flag, there is a Juneteenth flag. It's flying right behind me right now.
Okay, love to see it. Thank you so much. So it's Synth, then Counterpoints, then FK, Corey, and Lactoid, I think. Oh, no, Corey and Nina, excuse me.
Sure. Yeah, so no, Lactoid, the argument is not that it's the case that if you should, anything that you don't like that's going on, you should be kicked out for. I'm saying there are some things that are clearly part of the values this country represents. And if you want to be here, especially if you're fucking coming here, if you're moving here, I'm assuming the reason you're coming here is because you like something about this country. If you don't like anything about this country, go away. Right? There are plenty of other fucking places on the planet. Go away if you hate this country and you hate the values that the other Americans seem to think are the important ones for what's foundational to being an American and what's foundational to what makes America America. If you don't like liberal values, if you don't like egalitarianism, then you can fucking leave. In the case of things like the Nazi flag, right? These are political ideologies as well. And those are bad ones, and some are good ones, and you don't think it's the case that we should respect no establishment of political belief. You think some are respectable and some are not. You want yours respected and not other ones. And Counterpoints in particular, right? You said it's the case. Obviously, you're okay with some political agendas and not others being pushed on public property. I want to know what's wrong with this one. What's the problem with this particular political agenda? Lactoid says gender ideology. I don't know what the fuck that means. Just what is actually wrong with the pride flag and what it represents?
It seems kind of crazy, like to say that like the values that this country was built on. It like, do you really feel like it's a reach?
I think there were a lot of bad values and a lot of good values.
You don't even know what I was going to ask, but you somehow.
I know exactly what you're going to ask.
That's crazy. You don't. I promise.
Go ahead.
Well, then why don't you answer?
Hold on. Bam, stop. Synth, tell us the question that he was going to ask.
Yeah, actually, I'm curious.
The question he was going to ask is, do I actually think it's the case the America was built on values that are pro-egalitarian? And he was going to bring up the counterexample of slavery.
No.
Really? Go ahead. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong.
Prove me wrong.
Well, I mean, he could just say something different. It doesn't really mean anything other way. But
no, he wasn't going to say that.
I promise I wasn't. I was literally going to say, do you believe that this is that the founding fathers based on like question. I'm not making him do because what the founding fathers have based on what they currently what's going on now. Like, do you think that like in the merit of how we think about the Constitution and how we talk about like the separation of church and state, do you think that they were like using it exclusively like we're actually okay with countries advocating for any other ideology, but specifically religion is somehow different? Or do you believe that religion at the time spoke for like what was the broader thing that separated populations? So that was the biggest thing they focused on. But generally, they were saying that like we don't want the country to represent.
Question? That's not even. Like, is it in the form of a question?
Yes, I'm saying. Do you believe that
in the form of a question?
Do you believe that like the founding fathers would have been in favor of the concept of flying flags that represent political ideologies?
Yes, they did that. Yeah, obviously they would be in favor of that. That was a silly question to ask. I don't think it was your original question.
What did they fly?
What did they fly besides the country flag?
I don't know.
The country flag is a political flag.
No,
what?
I'm saying that.
No, he's saying about an agenda.
That's an agenda. That's an
Then- okay,
agenda.
Yes, it's an
Then
agenda.
that's
outside
Wait,
of the
you
America,
guys don't
but
understand what the
America is the
concept of
country.
a flag
wait,
is.
It's
are you
all an
guys
agenda.
arguing? Wait, are you guys arguing to get rid of America as a nation completely? Because guess what?
Nobody's
That's
doing
the
that.
flag we all are represented under. Like,
We
what
don't-
flag outside of
Not
that
Lacto,
flag
he's
are they
Canadian.
flying? That's
They're
what he's
flying-
asking.
They flew
Let's go
state flags
to-
as well. They flew a lot of flags.
Yeah, so the
Yeah.
ones you started talking about the ones we advocate,
Word
we
of
already
I mean,
said
the
we're
founding
okay.
fathers actually wouldn't actually have that.
Sorry, are you not okay with the Pal Maya flag? You didn't raise your hand earlier.
I don't know. I'm torn on it. But
You're torn on that one. You
Okay.
should, then you're not consistent.
All right,
You
we're
should
gonna
be
be-
free to answer.
I'm
Wait a minute,
consistent.
wait,
I'm
wait.
against it.
Yes,
Wait,
Lactoid's consistent.
wait, there-
The rest of you who are saying
how about
you can't
this?
flag
Let's
the
just
political
flag.
ideology.
Okay.
Sorry. Let Bam respond.
Yeah,
I do
just
want to
let-
hear
yeah.
from
That's
counterpoints.
just
from the
because
rest.
Lactoid is Canadian and he
But
hates
'cause
American
it's gonna-
vets.
No, I'm
It's
okay
literally-
with Americans.
It's
Jesus
the
Christ.
reason I'm asking, the reason I was bringing it up basically is the idea of like it seems like the reason they came together is they said that like okay, there's a lot of people
Who's
like
they?
the original Americans, whoever that qualifies as.
Who are they?
Yeah, let him go.
Yeah.
He,
Oh,
we
God.
know what you mean.
I'm sorry. Yeah, like it seems that the reason when we're talking about the things this country was founded on, it seems like the idea of like there's a lot of different things that people over here are going to believe in, and as far as in any official capacity, we're going to ignore those things. Like we're going to be different in our personal lives, but what we're going to represent is the idea of not acknowledging a true religion or a true ideology. We're going to represent the idea of like general freedoms, and we're not going to pick and choose which is important.
Okay,
Like,
I have to ask
and
you,
that
Ben.
ended up framing out in the separation of church and state. But if there were other things important to society, like if there were other things that were like that literally basically wars were fought over, concepts like a lot of things we see with gender ideology or even Black Lives Matter, I think that they would equally be against those things in the merit of what this country represents.
Okay, we got to move on. We got to move
I
on. We got
Wait, but I
counterpoints.
think I have to ask it in response to what he said really quick. I just mean like, okay,
2
so
seconds because we got to.
you said, okay, yeah. You did mention Black Lives Matter, and that's why when I said like, are you completely denying the fact that when we're talking about the flag, the American flag representing everybody, that it's not a all lives matter statement?
All lives matter statements are based. So
No, I
sounds
think
like
that the country, the United States government, should be all lives matter. But that does. I'm not.
True.
But that.
So you
but
agree with the
it-
sentiment of
Okay,
all lives matter?
we got to move
For
on.
the-
We got to
for
move
the
on.
country, yeah.
And you're on the list. We got
Okay,
we got
fair enough, fair enough.
counterpoints.
Fair enough.
Sure. We got counterpoints. We got FK, Corey, and then Nina. Yep.
So it seems like that most Americans, especially normie Americans, are pretty tolerant of gay folk. If you look at Pew Research polls, I think they say that like anybody over the age of 18 years old should be able to transition, which I think is a relatively like tolerant position, considering
Queer,
we're like
queer.
a
I think you should be a little
Christian,
bit specific about your language.
a Christian country. But it also seems like they have problems with the imposition of LGBTQIA plus stuff in their lives. So, for instance, I just found a stat that basically said 60% of Americans don't think that private businesses should be compelled to participate in services for gay folk if those services specifically involve like a gay symbolism that, you know, calls out their gayness. So it seems like, you know, most people are not siding with you. And then the POW MIA flag, I
agree with that. What? I don't think
well,
business
What are
should
you-
be
yeah,
forced by
that's an
gun to
ethically
carry a
clean
pride flag.
Okay, hold on. I want to address POW MIA.
Don't agree with
The differentiation that I would make between what other people are doing, I understand the POW MIA, like until they all come home, like organization or whatever, is a private entity. I do understand that. However, I do think that they're still a state or public interest because these are people who sacrifice themselves for the public interest, who then are, you know, basically we're remembering their service and all that kind of stuff, which I think is a differentiation versus representing a certain demographic from the population that is equal to all the other demographics.
Yeah, no gays.
You
are
understand
the
that
worst.
military service people are also a demographic. Like it's not. There's no good reason to think the fact that like
Yeah, but
there
they're
are
part of
some political ideologies
They're
we're
part
okay
of
with
our government
representing.
entities, though.
Thank
Yeah,
you,
they
FK.
are a part of our government entity, and so are a lot of gay people who serve in the military. They're also part of our government entity, and so are the
That's
gay
I don't know.
citizenry
The
who
gayness
vote.
isn't the
Our
government
gay
entity of
citizenry
them.
who vote.
The
So instead of
institutions
just
aren't
saying
in and of
gender
themselves
ideology
gay.
over and over again, that's the problem with this one. Tell me why this ideology is bad. What's
They
wrong with
can.
this one?
It's
have a
not that it's
department of
bad.
gay.
It's not that it's
It
bad.
It
It's
is for
just
two
that it's.
people. It is for at
wait,
least two
it's-
people on the panel.
It's
Yep.
not that it's. I was gonna go next anyway, and I was gonna say this. It's not that
Okay.
like people are treating this like it's a bad thing or a good thing. It's not that it's bad or good. you as an individual are allowed to fly whatever it is that you identify with. If you're a person who works for a government and you're really proud that you're white, fly a flag about you being white. If you're a person who's gay and you're proud that you're gay, fly a flag that you're gay. If you're straight, fly your straight flag. That is just who you are. That's not on the government to do anything about. What the government, like, when you have the gay flag, right? The way I see it is the government's flags are part of the government entity, right? The United States flag represents us all. Our state flag represents each different state's groups of people that are supposed to go into it. When you have your gay flag, what that means that doesn't mean the government flies your flag. That means your flag representing your identity, your group of people, take your problems, go up to the government, to the US flag and go, these are our issues, to your state flags and go, these are our issues. And then you try to deal with it from there. But it's not on the state to be like, we now acknowledge this specific identity group as a separate thing. It's on the state to just be like, we are around
do we
where
allow
you're
Palmaya then? It's just go back over and over and over again. We keep getting progress.
because they're a
we
part of
zoom
our
backwards
government. I would
with
be
the
fine with
progress.
if it made people feel better. I'm fine with getting rid of it, but that's just closer to our government entity.
You are so
That's just closer to a
inconsistent
government
with your
entity.
ideology. It is insane. You're
Ow.
gonna tell me that like you're gonna say this in the same breath that like okay, the American flag represents everyone as individuals, as people, and then you're gonna say like, why is this flag? Why you have the flag that like represents you as an individual? That is insanely like inconsistent.
Why
dude.
should the U.S. be expected to fly individual people's flags?
It's not an
Well, you
individual.
said
It's not
that the
one gay
American.
person's
You
flag.
said
It's
that
not
the
one gay
American
person,
flag
it's
represents
one group
everybody.
identity.
You said that,
So
right?
is Palmaya.
Am I
Should the
incorrect?
U.S.
So
wait?
say
Should
no
the U.S.
then.
fly a
Am I
flag for white
incorrect?
people every time there's an
Am
event
I
for white
incorrect
people?
on
No,
that?
because
Did
white
you
people
say
are
that?
fucking oppressed.
Wait, what did I say?
What?
What did I say?
Did you
What
not
does the
say
question have
that the
to do with flying
American
flag?
flag represents
Be careful about
everybody, right?
Yes, that's why it's the only flag
Well,
that
so
should
then why
fly
not
there.
we fly the American flag then? Because if it's representing people, that seems a
There
little
is-
crazy, right? By
What?
your
There is
ideology,
a
huh?
heterosexual flag. Should we be flying the heterosexual
Do you think
flag?
that
No,
holy
this flag's
shit,
gay
Brandon,
as
Brandon,
shit. Get out of here, dude. Don't you
Wait,
try to take that from
what's the
us.
issue?
I'm
I
not
want us to have
talking about the
wait.
flag for a second.
I want nations to have the flag to represent their
Uh-huh.
people, right? But those flags
Mhm.
are more when it comes to what a place
So
flies,
do you think
what a
that you shouldn't
government
be allowed to
facility,
fly state
what government facilities or happens on government territory, that should be government government organizations, right? State flags don't represent those states
Do you think a
individually.
government
they
is, like,
represent
some,
a
like-
portion.
Business.
They represent a
I have a
portion
real
of our
question.
federal government.
Do you think a government is not a made by the people type thing? Do you think it's just like a
It is made by the people.
I
That's why the
haven't-
people can fly their own
Biblical
flags,
type
but the
of
government
exists?
doesn't need
I
to fly
have a
them.
very
Hey,
specific question that
Well,
addresses
to
me that is
represent the
exactly
government,
Connor,
we need to be
Connor,
representing the
all
people.
right, Connor, go ahead. Ask
Yeah.
that question. We're gonna
Yeah,
go back
Nina,
to you, Nina.
so-
Before you haven't forgotten.
let's just say that I follow your logic down, and I just concede that gay people are a part of the United States. They're a demographic.
Yeah, that'd
you
be crazy if they weren't.
Therefore, the gays, when we fly their flag on
We
state
love the
buildings
gays.
and public buildings,
Uh-huh.
we are representing them. So, just
Cool.
as a matter of logic, let's
Mm-hmm.
just say that we're able to have like a heterosexual flag or a white flag or a
Go for
black
it.
flag or the flag of Wakanda or something like that, and we deal away with like all of like the negative
Wakanda would be
things.
different. Wakanda would be a
negative-
different country. So
Sure,
is that what we're trying to say?
In this hypothetical, let's say that Wakanda
new
is
state
a
of
judge-
Wakanda.
We don't like
Let's
other
just
country
say-
flags.
Let's just say that
Got
black
it.
people adopt the Wakandan flag, a fictional place, as the symbol of black pride inside the United States. I don't know if
Sure,
you knew that
okay.
Wakanda isn't real. It's not real. So,
No, that's
um,
my
so,
I'm
point.
so
devastated.
basically, what I'm saying is, should we just like keep these in rotation on public grounds? Should we have like gay flags
Do
during
you think our
June?
flag budget is
Should
too
we
high?
should we have the black flag on Juneteenth? Should we have the white flag on like what's a white
Sure,
holiday?
go off. I don't care.
I'm okay with the Juneteenth flag. The issue is the issue with the white
What about the
supremacist
white
flag is
flag?
because of the ideology that it
Oh,
supports.
the white
right? The
supremacist
reason-
flag.
Yeah,
Yeah,
well, we
probably
care
not.
about-
Probably
well,
not
we
fair
care-
enough.
Like,
well, we
what
care
can
about
we
No,
do?
what
it's just a
ideology
flag for
promoting.
white people, not the white supremacist
What ideology is that
just a
promoting?
white person
What
flag.
ideology is that going to promote?
Okay,
promotes
well, I mean,
recognition
that
of
has
white
to be like what is
accomplishments
white,
for
what is
country.
Yeah,
like
no answer.
that comes into a lot of a different
No,
conversation. But let's
Lactoid just
let
said
him
it. It
go down.
promotes. Bro, people need to get over this.
What do you
America
say?
is a country that was made up by slaves, slave owners, everyone from the worst to the best. Our country was made up by John Brown, a person who hunted down slave owners.
nothing
Our
matters
country was
then.
made up by those same slave owners.
Thank
we
you for
need
the
to
Well, I
just
guess never
understand.
didn't happen
Wait,
then.
we
Let's
need
just
to
ignore it.
understand that our flag
Cute.
represents everybody.
You guys are
these like
adorable.
these government facilities shouldn't just be picking sides, being like, today we're going to represent
What?
this
They're
group,
not
but
picking
tomorrow
sides,
we're
they're
going to
trying-
represent
You're
this
getting
group.
somewhere. and you're
That's
looping
not
backwards.
healthy for a
No, answer
democracy.
the
Yeah,
question. No, don't loop backwards. Answer the question. What
What?
ideology does the white flag represent?
It
So
represents
just-
okay.
you can design a
It
new one.
represents the plight of white people when it comes to
What?
it represents
comes to affirmative
Is it
action.
like,
strife.
what,
it
what,
represents
them
like
getting
that
sunburned,
white
or
people,
what's the point
white
here?
people
What?
that
Yeah.
I don't know,
Right.
bro. I don't give a shit
Good,
about them.
you
But
don't know,
if it comes
right?
down
I
to
know
it,
what
it
pride
represents any
flag
struggle that they've had to
represents.
pay back for
Affirmative
whatever
action.
reason.
White people for decades have
Nina?
been held down in college admissions, right? And the white flag
you-
represents your struggle.
Nina,
If you're-
Nina
if
makes
you're
an
white
excellent
flag-
point. Hold on,
Go
Nina
ahead,
makes
go
an
ahead.
excellent point. Nina
No
makes an excellent
answer.
point.
I have an
It
answer.
should-
The answer is that there's no
Nina,
fucking
I will
ideology
finish
to
my
bring to
answer.
the actually
Hello,
realistic.
I
about
know
Okay,
what
okay,
you
okay,
mean.
okay, 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 we gotta get some order here.
Yeah, yeah.
Counter,
Nina makes
respond,
an
and then we gotta go to
excellent
Corey.
The white flag, we shouldn't actually go to like a white
Well,
supremacist
it's like
flag.
surrender,
And
probably.
we shouldn't
I would
go
imagine.
to actually a white flag. It should be like off-white pinkish hue, like actual white people's skin to represent
for
the
it, King.
sunburn.
We need
Okay.
a
Or like
male
that.
flag too and a female flag.
I mean, if you
and
feel
every
like-
other
if you
flag
feel like you
in
need
between.
that, then go
I
off
gotta
with
go.
your
I gotta
flags.
go. Corey. I think you should take that as a threat.
like
Because
flags.
Counterpoints is
Pale
saying that he
motherfucker.
wants to make a flag out of you, right? Specifically you, the epitome of white. But Corey, please go ahead.
That's this might be an outdated reference from Seinfeld, but I think it's pretty clear that the white flag is the Gap logo. But regardless,
should
so, so yeah, I more or less come from the place of ICAO's position of like, I think it's pretty clear, at least in my mind, probably that this is motivated by bigotry. But if it ends up in the long run protecting, other classes in the long run, I'm in favor of it. But so I'm open to being my position being changed. Synth, how would you respond? Let's say, I think this is in the realm of possibility, hypothetically, if Trump wins in 2024, and I think it's in the realm of possibility that, let's say, he's motivated to fly a MAGA or Trump flag, how would you argue against that?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that the ideology that represents is a bad one, and I think the ideology that the other ones represent are a good one. And so the argument we have to make ends up having to be that the actual argument against those ideologies. I understand the centrists. This is really difficult, right? They want to loop back to it's an ideology.
You
therefore
live
it's bad.
in a liberal
but
and
you live in
centrist
lava
society,
land, dog. You keep
leftist
looping on
But
the
if
same
he
point
won
over
the
and over and over
election-
again, right?
if he
The
won the
argument,
election, he
the
got a
argument,
majority
the
of the vote.
argument. It doesn't matter what the majority is. It doesn't make things right, right? Sometimes the majority is fucking wrong.
So we just do what
Plenty of
Centrist
times.
Kill them.
I
Like,
think
what else are you
the
gonna
flag
do?
is
What
a
we
good
do,
flag.
what we do is
What
we
does
make
this
the
country
fucking
represent?
counter argument. I understand for centrists this is hard, but you make the counter argument against their ideas, and you can't make the counter argument against the ones that the pride flag represents. The pride flag
You've
represents
created
an
a
idea
situation where you got two options. You got two options.
Oh my
You
God.
either get fucked or kill your enemy if you're like the minority, or
What
you
is
can
it
do
walking
this
about?
option,
America
or
represents-
Are you like
you
Game
can
of
take
Thrones?
option number
What are you
three,
saying?
which is what we're talking about,
my
which
God.
is you implement like proper regulation that avoids these situations from
Okay,
happening in the
let's
future.
go with
Or
that
regulation
then.
is
Do you think
regulation
that
that
was-
makes
do you think that was
fair
proper
make the
and
argument
useful
as to
for
why
people
they're good.
across the nation.
Or alternatively,
do
we
you
just
think
make
that
the
was
argument as to why the pride flag represents something good and why these
gay
other
people are like
flags don't.
6% of the
That's
country.
a
Who gives
reality.
that much?
It
You guys
doesn't
got a
matter
whole
if gay
bunch
people are
of,
6%. There's a
I
lot
love
more than
gay
fucking
people,
6% of the
but, like,
population.
what
who
is this
supports
flag?
gay
This
rights.
flag isn't the end of the world.
What percentage of the population do you think supports gay rights?
A majority, but what
Yeah, then
percentage
it
of the
doesn't fucking matter that gay
population?
people are
What
6%,
percentage of the
bud.
population do
Matter.
you think supports poor people? But should we have like a poor
Wait a minute,
person
what-
flag that we
wait a
fly
minute,
in
what-
the
I would be okay with having a
Why not?
socialist flag. Yes.
Wait,
Like,
Seth,
yes,
Seth,
fuck it.
Seth,
Let's have a
Seth,
socialist
like a
flag.
whole
Yes, let's go.
No,
No,
I-
okay. What
Thank
percentage of the
you.
population do you believe supports Trump?
The population is going to be like fucking 48 or
Oh,
44%.
wait, you just said majorities matter. So shut up. That you can't.
That's not the majority, dumbass. What fucking? Do you know what a majority is? 45% the majority? Are you fucking stupid?
No, if he won the
What?
election by
Majority is a
California,
bomb. Majority is a big number.
All right. I can
Okay,
hear what
okay,
you're saying.
yeah.
Calm
I think,
down, calm down. I can't even hear what you're saying.
I think Bam is making a cogent point, right? He's saying that there's a large portion of the population that supports Trump, who would fly the MAGA flag, right? Should we allow the MAGA
If we
flag?
literally voted for it and he won.
Yeah, the argument, the issue is that
Sure,
the issue
file a
is
flag
I
flag.
don't want us to promote bad ideologies, and I do want us to promote good ideologies.
didn't ask
This
you
is
what
really
you wanted.
complicated.
No one asked you what
Yeah,
you
you
wanted.
did. Yes, you
That's
fucked.
the
That's
entire
the
conversation
question
This
you
is-
just asked, dummy.
I got a
That's the
question.
exact question you just asked,
No, I
dummy.
mean-
And the
Let's
majority of the
go-
population doesn't support
let's-
Trump.
I agree with
Trump's
that. I don't
favorability
agree with
is
that.
39%
I got a
right now.
question.
Let's go
Unfavorability
to.
is
Let's go
54%.
to. Okay,
Majority
well,
doesn't
I'm
know
gonna
what
have
you want.
order. I will have order. Thank you. All right. We'll go to Lactoid and Corey. Connor. Fuck. Sorry. Like, get differentiate your skin color. Make it easier
Yeah,
for me.
white people all look the same. I get it.
Logo on my forehead.
One of you needs to get a bigger tan.
I'm going to ask you a question, and then I'm going to like reference back to something else you said earlier. Synth, when you say things like, well, you want to promote a good ideology and you don't want to promote a bad ideology, would you be in favor of, like, let's say, banning speech for like Nazis or banning speech banning speech for conservatives?
No.
And briefly, why?
Yeah, so the long and short of it is that there are some cases where it's important to make sure that other people can engage in the dialogue and then have that conversation. And if you ban conservative speech, they can't talk to you. If you ban a conservative from flying a Nazi flag, I don't think it's the case that it's impossible to have that conversation.
Okay, and so you would agree that like speech does proliferate, though. So on a principled basis, you're willing to say, okay, even if this spreads bad ideas, there is this principle of like people should kind of have in this neutrality of the nation, people should be able to speak their mind.
I think it's a
that principle is worth some bad ideas, whether you consider to be bad ideas.
The principle exists because of the fact that it promotes good ideas, right? Even if it's the case that a Nazi is able to say their view, there's a net negative in terms of how many people are able to be Nazis if we're able to talk to these people and tell them why they're wrong on the issues.
You think that if we were to ban any kind of like conservative Nazi speech tomorrow, that we'd actually have like a net increase of Nazis?
Yes, of course we'd have a resurgence in Nazism. The entire reason we had a resurgence in like the 2015, 2016-ish era in neo-Nazism is because a lot of social media platforms had incredibly strict rules surrounding who could and couldn't say certain things, and they get to play the oppression Olympics and pretend that they weren't allowed to say their piece. That was the entire rhetoric. They constantly, you could go look at like every single thing that Richard Spencer had ever said while he was mainstream. It was, I can't even say my ideas.
Yeah.
I'm not even able to talk about what I want to talk about.
I actually somewhat disagree with you. I think that one of the reasons for Richard Spencer's downfall was the fact that he was removed from so many platforms. And I think when you look at dictatorships, for example, like North Korea, one of the reasons why you have such a hegemonic like mindset and cult beliefs is because other ideologies are not allowed in. And from a very young age in schools, people are taught a very specific ideology. Now, I would assert that there's a principled basis of people should be allowed to freely express their thoughts, and people should be allowed as private citizens to say what they want to say and fly whatever flags they want to fly, because that principle in of itself is worth more than just some people like proliferating bad ideas. This same idea that you're having a hard time understanding that we're talking about, it's the same concept, which is like the principle here of the government shouldn't be taking like a position on like social agendas or advocacy. Instead, it should like remain like this is like the house of the people. The one flag that represents every single American is the American flag. There is no other flag that represents every single American like the American flag does, right? And so this is the argument. Okay, there cannot be a different like a group that's excluded when it comes to the American flag. But when you're flying any other flag, by definition, if you're including a set demographic of people, you are excluding everybody else other than that set demographic of people. And you're also excluding a lot of people who might have like a really deep problem with some of the tenets of that particular demographic of people that the government is supporting here.
Yeah, the issue is the entire hold on. The issue is the entire line of argument here, right? Is that I think it's founded on this like false belief that the pride flag is just represent gay people. That's not what it does. It represents an idea, and the idea is gay inclusion. I agree with you, right? And that idea is what's
more than that.
It's a lot more than just gay inclusion. I agree, but it's not just as simple as gay people. It's not just the gay people flag. You're not excluded from this flag being one that pushes an ideology that you can support. If it's the case, the ideology you support is one that includes things like gay inclusion. If it's the case you don't like this, then you should be opposed to it. I agree. It would make sense for you to be opposed to it. But nobody holds the position. Nobody on this panel, other than you. You are consistent. Nobody else on the panel holds the position that the Palmyra flag should be banned because that one is promoting an ideology which excludes the majority of the population. There's a lot more people that are going to be included by the Palmyra flag.
The Palmyra flag exclude a majority of the population?
Yes?
Are you fucking taking
of
crazy
course
pills?
It does. Of course it does. Are you a prisoner of war right now? Hey, raise your hand if you're a prisoner of war on the panel right now. Any prisoners of war here? No,
I feel like I can't.
Raise your hand if you're missing an action.
Fuck this.
I started to feel like it.
Raise your hand up on the panel if you think that American prisoners of war should just languish in Vietnamese torture prisons because fuck the truth.
Saying.
Oh, interesting. Raise your hand if you think gay people should have rights. Everyone's gonna raise their hand. Like everyone fucking believes. Look, there we go.
Hold on, wait.
Right.
Are you saying rights are like? Because you said before, like most Americans are against the idea of being forced to like in the fucking cake shop example, right? But that's the kind of shit that most of the people behind this flag are pushing, right? And so is it really that fucking like out of the box?
I'm in favor of the flag, right? I think it represents people like me. It represents people who are trans like me, people who are bi like me. It represents people like me. But it's not the case. Listen, stop looping. Stop looping backwards. BAM and JFK, don't loop backwards. We're moving forward in the conversation right now.
Yeah, but you keep talking about the show.
Lactoid. Yeah, holy shit. I'm saying it represents an idea that I care about, right? In the case of the pride flag, holy shit, stop looping. In the case of the pride flag, right, it represents something different, right, than other flags do. There's something that it represents that I think is worth moving forward for and worth pushing for. And we can keep looping over and over again.
I'm not denying that, but it's a flag that represents a particular demographic, and it also represents a particular ideology and ideas, like you said, an idea, right? It represents a particular mode of politics where most of it and most of the things that's being proposed by the administration behind that flag right now are things like compelling private industries and private business owners
Wait,
to provide
there's an
services
administration behind. Hold on.
to provide
You're
services to provide services that they don't want to provide.
What
And so I
percentage
don't
of gay people do you
think
think
it's
support that?
I would say most. When people say like trans protections, what are they talking about?
Wait, are you saying because
I agree with trans protections. You shouldn't be able to fire your employee if they're trans. Yes.
Well, a lot of reasonable people would disagree with that because
no
free
reasonable
association,
person disagrees with that. You are not reasonable.
Free association means that you should be able to work for or hire whoever you want for any reason.
Should you be able to fire your employee if they're black?
You know what? I want to fire all of my straight employees.
Because I actually believe in free association, and the founders of this country argued for free association, and the First Amendment is supposed to protect free association.
I agree that you
that's
believe
pro-gay and pro-trans, my guy.
You believe that. Hold on, wait. No, Lactoid, I agree. You believe that. I'm telling you, no. Most reasonable people do not. You have an extremist ideology, which is very different from the majority of the population. You believe that people should be able to kick their employees out. People should be able to like evict their tenants if it's the case this person is the wrong skin color. Most Americans don't think this.
Yes, that's probably not going to poll.
No, hold on, real quick. If your argument is that like most people are going to be inconsistent when it comes to this, because I notice like your argumentation almost entirely relies on like, hey, you say this, but what about this over here? You're totally like inconsistent.
No,
here. Yeah, you're not wrong. A lot of people are going to be inconsistent, but you have no like. I'm asking you to engage like on the base level here of. Like assuming that I am consistent, which you've already agreed that I am, if I make forward like the affirmative argument here of no, like what I think that this flag can represent a lot of ideas that I personally disagree with, but the general principle here is that like there should only be flags above government buildings that actually represent all people because that government was supposed to represent all people, not just a specific political demographic or a political idea.
Okay, so for example, should not be allowed to wear their Blue Lives Matter thin blue line Punisher blue line logo. They should only be allowed to wear an American flag.
I think that they should be able to wear their dumb bullshit. I think that you should be able to wear your dumb ass bullshit.
Attack on Connor. Connor, a cop, right?
Connor's not here. I don't see him.
A bastard, but a reform bastard. So please go ahead, and I'd like to hear what you have to say, Connor.
Oh, well, no, okay, this is a differentiation that nobody else is really acknowledging, but I'm happy saying. I think that the government can be a self-reinforcing institution. So, for instance, if they want to fly a firefighter flag or a cop flag, as long as it's not literally the Punisher logo, not because basically because that's cringe and it's vigilantism, I think that sends the wrong message.
And it violates IP, which is most important. But go ahead.
Yeah, but if it was like
like a government facility, municipality flag.
Line flag,
respect the rights of corporations.
People can object to the thin blue line flag, but I don't view that as like in and of itself objectionable. And the same way that I view the POW MIA flag as like a self-referential thing where it's like it's referring to employees of the government, so therefore it makes sense that the government would fly its own interest. I have no fucking problems with that at all.
Okay, now I feel like you're out in clown world. People. I was with you, and then you went.
Is there a police flag?
Yeah, it's the thin
blue Lives Matter flag.
Is that actually like the official?
Well, I guess the real one's like the real one's the black, blue, and blue. Yeah.
Is that their official flag, or is that like
it's a black, blue, and black
flag? It's an unofficial flag.
Can I just?
They should only be allowed to fly their official flags.
Can I just point out?
Lactoid, the American flag should be the.
Hold on. Can I just point out?
I prefer that.
Wait, true.
I would like
to be able to play American flags. They shouldn't fly.
Oh my
god!
I shouldn't have given him that ammunition.
I'm not gonna lie. I prefer that world better, but as we have
I was making a point. I wanted to see what.
Yeah, I just wanted to point out just one quick thing. It's not even an argument. I just want to point out that Lactoid did bite the bullet on POW MIA flags. He bit the bullet on those other national flags, The one thing he didn't bite the bullet on was the dare flag, which
Ooh.
I said the dare
I'm
flag.
very
I'll bite the bullet. I'll
disappointed.
bite the bullet. I'll bite the bullet. Look, I have a medal. I have a dare medal. I will bite the bullet.
Right.
I should not be.
Is
Are
this
you
a
gonna
meme?
play
I
my
feel
dare
like I don't know.
medal
I don't understand the
on top of the
context. This is like a
government
meme.
The drugs.
are you
Dare
gonna
is
burn
the-
your dare?
No, I know what
It's
dare is.
anti-drug.
I just with lactoid. I know he's Canadian, so that's my
He's
meme.
anti-drug.
It's
Yeah.
a source
He's
of
really
pride
anti-drug.
for my people.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
also bite the bullet on the POW flag. I thought for some reason I thought it was like an official
Drugs.
military thing. Like I thought they like you know how like the Army, Navy, whatever have their like branches of flag. I thought the POW flag was like now I don't know it's a private business. I'm fine on biting that bullet too. Like I just think that it's not what as a country we should like. There's the fact that it can be like a flag can be debated on what it represents. Like Sint told us 20 times what he thinks the pride flag means, and the fact that there's a debate on that probably means like okay, it shouldn't be like it shouldn't be up for debate. It shouldn't be there. And
Why?
I think that what Counterpoint said.
What does that mean
We're
now?
in a debate panel.
Whenever he
Right.
acknowledged that like you can do like the unofficial cop flag like Blue Lives Matter. Like I don't think that I don't think you
The American flag, the meaning of the American flag is up for debate. You think that shouldn't be handled?
Yeah, absolutely.
In another country, sure. If it was like an international stage, you could have
No, I think in
Here.
America.
It's debated here.
The most important place it should be debated in is the United States.
But
What does it mean to you? What does it mean to you?
it's a representative of the country of the United States of America.
Okay, but literally,
That's
do you understand
official.
the
That's not
symbolism that
debated.
there's 50 stars? The fact that it's 50 stars in general is like a matter of debate because we
No,
don't have
it's not
Puerto
a matter of
Rico,
debate. It's
who
the
is
official
to
flag of the United
extend
States of
a
America.
state.
It's not a
No,
state.
do you under?
Puerto Rico's
Right,
not a state.
and that's a
also
part
not
of
No,
the
but it
debate.
is part
That's
of the United
debate.
States.
But it's not a state.
It's
Oh, it's
represented by
absolutely
the
a part of
American
the United
flag.
States.
Well,
It is
yeah,
If
all
all
It
you
is
think the
represented.
if all the
Again,
American
part of the
flag,
flag
represented by
represents
the
it.
American
if
flag.
all the American flag means to you is plot of land, you shouldn't give a fuck if it's flown or not. It means nothing to you.
It
means
should also,
something.
it
That's
should
why I
also
want-
mean
that's
free.
why I
It
want
should,
to know.
it should also mean free association, but unfortunately, it doesn't.
I'm
Yeah,
saying, like,
lactoid,
so
even you think it means
Go back to
more than just
Canada.
plot of land.
See, so
Yeah,
nobody
free
agrees.
association.
Even on this
I
panel,
think-
nobody
have
agrees
any
what
other
that
flag.
flag
I think
means.
the American flag represents
Yeah.
a diverse breeding ground for anybody from
Breeding
anywhere,
ground.
whatever their background is, to come over and build something that they want to and build a better and more perfect union, right? And at the end of the day, all those people get represented by that beautiful
Isn't that
Star
meaning
Spangled
debatable?
Banner.
I thought you were
I think
talking
the
about
American
sexy
flag
booty.
looks
I
like
want more
it's a
stars.
breeding
I want
ground.
more
I
stars
wouldn't
on
say
that
it's
shit.
debatable,
I'm
but
gonna
it
have
seems
an
like for all of
imperial
American
flag.
history, that's what's been happening.
I agree that the American flag has meaning behind it, and that meaning is debatable, and that's not a good reason why we
Right.
shouldn't be able to fly it.
Right.
But the reason it's flown isn't because of what it represents. Or I guess
Yes,
because
it
of what
is.
represents.
Literally,
But
the
it's
entire
because of what it
flag.
officially represents, not from like
No,
the
it's
not
because
for
of what it
the
represents,
God.
not just officially as a plot of
No,
land.
it's
It's what
literally
it
the
represents
That's
to
the only
Americans.
reason it flies.
That's not even close to true.
Which
What's
is the reason it flies?
flying
It's
it?
the why do you
Just to
every
figure out where
country
you
has
are,
a
you think
flag.
it's just a landmark. You look
Yes,
around like, I don't know where I
exactly.
am. I better look for an American
Absolutely.
flag
If you go
somewhere.
if you go to where
might forget.
if you go to any other country where they have a United States embassy in it, they fly the flag literally as a symbol mark. They're like, oh, okay, this is where the U.S. is.
Do you
It's
think
literally
there are people in
It's
the
our
U.S. right
brand.
now who are going to be flying Irish flags and Scottish flags because of their fucking ethnicity, their nationality?
They
I'm not
can
going to
fly
get
it if
lost
they
and be
want
like,
to.
I'm not going to get lost and be like, there's
I'm
an
Japanese,
stop
I
interrupting.
have
Like, I'm not going to get lost and think that's where the embassy is.
Have you
Like,
ever been to
the point is to
Chinatown?
find it out.
Would you be okay with an Irish flag being flown above Congress? No, we're not okay with that.
There's an
Yeah.
issue. There's the issue that we're having here is that
Well,
we
it's 'cause I
think that
hate
the
the
American
Irish.
flags BAM thinks the American flag representing a plot of land is the only reason it's flown. I'm telling you, no, it doesn't matter. The American flag is not to locate where America is. You know where you
Right.
are.
But no, that's literally what it is.
I'm not lost.
I mean, I
it's
think
an-
maybe
it's a
maybe that that's
representation of-
misunderstanding. Maybe
Washington,
he doesn't know
Canada.
where he
The
is.
more you guys win, the more I'm lost every day.
American
but yeah, like
Well,
ideals,
apparently
American
Lacto's involved.
ideals,
Wait, hold on.
as we've
Lacto has a
shown.
Ukraine flag, so he might be confused where he's both
Nah,
in Ukraine
true.
and also in America, which
But honestly,
obviously
I would be
he's
down
in
for an
Canada.
update though. Like I said, because I don't care. I don't think the representation matters. It would be down for an update because I think the Union Jack is way like it's just a better flag. Like I'll give it to
No,
I think it's
what?
quite literally been
No,
proven
no,
by
no,
everyone
no.
in
I think the
here.
Gadsden flag should be the next U.S.
I think
flag,
it's
and
quite
that should
literally
be flying above.
So
been proven by
So-
every single person in here that America can represent a lot of things, yet somehow we all exist under that same flag.
That's true. Even though it's the fact, even
All
though
of
there's
the
debate
gays.
behind the meaning of the flag, we can all agree that it's something that should be flown,
I
except
don't
for some
agree.
reason. Oh, you don't
Okay.
agree, Bam? You
You know
don't
what I'm saying?
agree?
It doesn't have to be flown. I don't have a strong advocacy
you're
for the
against the
flag.
flag?
I'm saying it's
Wait,
only
you
when
don't
it
think the
can be.
American flag should be flown?
Yeah,
It doesn't
are you
have
lost
to
in
be,
the
no.
sauce here?
No, I didn't have to be. I'm not a strong advocate
In
for
like government
flag.
buildings?
God.
No, do you
Are
think?
you just
do you think
anti-flag in general?
I don't think it has to. I'm saying it's not something
BAM
like
is Antifa.
if the flag hits the ground. I'm not one of those niggas that drop tears. Like I don't care about it like that.
You bastard.
Yeah, it's just like flags. Flags can only do damage. I don't think they're ever helpful. I think they can only make things worse.
No, of course flags can do good.
No,
That's
that is
crazy.
true. That is true. There's too many flags. There needs to be one flag. The
I've had
American
enough of
flag.
these
There needs
flags.
to be one country.
We should
America.
have
What's
the flag,
what's their
a union flag, right? Like a federation flag that represents the entire Earth. I mean, just the one flag, obviously.
A world
World
government
flag.
flag, maybe.
anti-flag?
One
The Federation
world-
flag in
world
Star
government
Trek is
Yeah,
based
the-
on the UN flag.
United
Yeah.
Federation of
The world
Planets.
government flag is hard. I'll
UN
give
flag
that
is
to you.
very mid. So I will
Yeah,
say
so
that.
we should just have the one.
have
I
to
agree.
now.
One world government, which I know my man Lacto is all for. But
Ran by Team Summer.
let's
Notice the only flag on this panel is the Juneteenth flag.
To be
You
fair,
should
there are a
also
couple of
lame.
Americans in
The black
Ukrainian
American
flags.
flag.
I
is
I
know,
used to have a
sorry.
Kanye flag back there, but it's not here anymore.
The black American flag is like red, black, and yellow. It's way cooler than the Juneteenth
green.
flag. Juneteenth flag is
Isn't it
like-
green?
Well,
Or
you
black and
don't
green?
have it, so shut up.
Anyway, so here's what's gonna happen. We are gonna move on. I want to try something a bit different. So I want to let people get involved and jump on in, and it might be an easier transition if we kind of just like jump to Discord. And like anyone who's gonna stick around here, just like kept their cameras on Discord. I'll give you guys an
is a cool
outro.
flag.
We'll keep it quick, but I do want other people to be able to join this group. Whoever is left, because I know some people are gonna have to leave. Okay, so everyone, if you've been enjoying this content so far, consider following the channel. I haven't done so yet. Hit that follow button. Because we have these great kind of discussions all the time. If you're missing out, if you're on YouTube, hit that subscribe button and consider using your super chat. Still have a chance to ask these guys a question. We've seen a few people come through on YouTube. So you have to hit the like button also. That helps a lot. But yeah, if you want to ask these people a question, if you agree or disagree, that's your opportunity to do so. I want to give a quick outro to and I do mean quick, right? We're gonna move this along, and then we're gonna jump into we're gonna stick in the private Discord here, the private VC, and see if people want to join us. So I want to give people a chance to join this group. So anyway, hit subscribe to if you're on Twitch, hit the subscribe button. If you're on YouTube, hit the members button or whatever you want. But please consider supporting this channel. If you like this content, allow me to do more of it for you by helping us out. If you have Amazon Prime, Prime Gaming, use that here. Okay, so we're gonna keep these quick. Lactoid, thank you so much for coming through. Lactoid's amazing. I love him so much. And great legal mind. Thanks for stopping by.
Yep, really big shout out to you, Prime. Thank you to all the wonderful people and the respective audiences who came and discussed all these wonderful topics with me. This coming Thursday, if the Supreme Court overturns affirmative action, we will be doing a full read of the opinion. And then on Friday, there's an affirmative action panel. You can find me at LikeToy TV on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. Thanks.
Hey, love to see it. Black American made, right? The only black guy that I needed, apparently, for this auspicious Juneteenth. Thank you so much for being here, friend.
Shout out to Juneteenth. Shout out to black people being free and whatnot in America. That's it.
All right. Yeah. Love it. Well, great sentiments. Let's go to Corey
vibes.
Campbell, who is indeed Canadian. All I have to say.
Yeah, absolutely. So thank you so much, Prime. And I want to defend my friend Lactoid, since on the panel, for multiple people, at least one, we're saying, if you don't like it here, you can leave. I think that's totally unnecessary. You don't need to say that. You just need to say, stay in Canada, and all problems are solved. But with that, always appreciated and grateful to be here. You can find me on Twitch. I'm a biochemist. I cover science, research, and news. Twitch.tv, Corey Campbell 84. Twitter, Instagram, literally it's Corey Campbell. Synth, iCow, FK, Counterpoints, and Nina, and Bam, and Lactoid. Always a pleasure, and love you, Prime.
Thank you. All right, let's move on to Nina. Nina, thank you so much. You're fantastic and wonderful. I really enjoy hanging out with you.
Glad that you got my check cleared, apparently, that you're saying such nice things about me. No, it's always a fantastic time to see all of you all. Lactoid, the Bam, Corey, and I guess Corey already said it, so all of y'all, it's really nice to see. And I guess FK, this might be my first time speaking to you, but it's a pleasure talking to you as well.
It was fun.
But now I feel mean saying nothing. Counterpoints, iCal, and Synth. Fantastic to always talk to you. Sorry, I'm like, I'm really gonna have to do it quick, and then I'm taking too much time, right? But no, thank you so much for having me on twitch.tv/Nina. I'm actually on 143 days on streaming in a row. So if anyone's interested in leftist politics, please join me over on my channel. But also, if anyone in my channel is interested in like very interesting debate panels, absolutely follow Prime Case.
Thanks so much. Next we have our friend Connor, right? And it has been just happy days since he has been joining us. I've missed him so freaking much. And all the interesting points that he always has. Yeah.
Big boy.
Yeah, so my name is Connor. I do run a YouTube channel named Counterpoints. Counterpoints 40K. I break down the beautiful, fucked up world of Warhammer. And then if you do like my political takes, my political debates, you can also catch me on Counterpoints Coliseum. That's where I'll post this spot. And then finally, I do an essay channel just called Counterpoints because I wanted to divide up the content for the algorithm. Thank you for having me. It was very fun. Parasocial love to you and yours. And even if I called you retarded tonight, I still parasocially love you. So I appreciate y'all and the fire that you bring to these panels. It's nice to be in a revitalized Twitch and YouTube political panel scene.
Oh, thank you. Yeah. X-Wish for opening chat, guys. It's I put, if you're on Twitch, I put a link there. Just join into jump into our Discord so that you can be a part of this. Go into our robot waiting room. So line up. We got one person who wants to jump in. So I'm really excited. I haven't talked to this guy in a long time. So if you guys want to talk to this group, then please line up for that. Let's go to FK. FK, you were fantastic. Oh, and I forgot to say, FK was the one who came up with the pride flag topic. So all credit goes to him. Thank you so much.
Hey, thanks for having me, Prime. I'm just a dude. I do some college. I got friends. I just vibe. I like to consider myself somebody who was like raised on the weirdos of Discord and then was able to like break out of that and live a normal life. And I've come back to bring that normality to the world. I play a lot of games. You can catch me streaming at JustAverageFK or on Twitter at JustAverageFK. I'll be in the politics.gg server, usually just talking shit with people, capturing some of their debates. Sometimes we do AMAs. And right now, again, like I said at the start, we have a official politics.gg Rust server. If you like Rust, anybody in here, anybody listening can hop in and play Rust. It's 3 times. Fortnightly wipes.
I just noticed you had bounties in the background. You weren't playing.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
Okay.
Where's Doobie? Speaking of,
we gotta talk. He was his girlfriend who keeps him away from me. I'm really jealous. Let's go to friend Aiko, who's fantastic and literally educates us even while he's arguing against you, which is like really annoying when your opponent like constantly drops truth bombs on you.
Thanks. There were only 2 minor things I wanted to say while everyone was busy yelling at each other. One of them is that I think you guys all illustrated perfectly how nobody agrees on what the American flag means. I still want to know which stars represent DC, Puerto Rico, and the Virgin Islands, because those people don't get to vote don't get to, like, they don't get senators. They don't get to vote in a lot of different contexts that most citizens do, and they don't get any real estate on that flag. And I just want to say to Synth, it's perfect timing because he gets to have a close after me, that centrism and pragmatism are not the same thing.
Okay. And then finally we have Synth. I gotta say, like, Synth and I, I've known him for quite a bit because he would jump on my open panels. We've had like some deep arguments, but I gotta say that, like, I'm always impressed with Synth. Like, no matter what side he's on, his argumentation and his eloquence, like, just amazing. I'm totally jealous. Sometimes, like, I wish I thought of that. So shout out to Synth that keeps spending time with us.
Thank you so much. I'm super flattered. And no, I totally agree that pragmatism and centrism aren't the same thing. Pragmatism and leftism are the same thing. In the case of the constant loop we did over and over and over again in the argument, I really enjoyed yelling at you guys all through it. It was a lot of fun. And you can find me on youtube.com/sinthe, youtube.com/synth, where I run a channel where I mostly talk about ethics and philosophy and econ.
Okay, yeah. So guys, let's so I want to like make a smooth transition. So I'm gonna like drop out of this. Everyone drop out of the StreamYard, and if you're sticking around, obviously, turn on your cameras in Discord. You don't have to move or anything. Just turn on your cameras, and so we can continue on the conversation. And we have other persons who want to join. If you want to join too, exclamation for open in chat. We'd love to have you. All right, so we're going to try to do a smooth transition here. All right, so thanks so much. Dropping out of here right now. We're all dropping out.
There you go. Parasocial love to you and yours. Bye. For now.
Okay, great. And all right, so we got people here. We got people. And let's.
I'm gonna run to the bathroom, but I will turn my camera on in a second.
Okay, great. Let's bring in Fallenor. He's our first. Guys, Fallenor. I'm turning up my camera on. Hey, Fallenor, are you there? Well, okay. Well, they deafened themselves. But hopefully, I mean, they got in the waiting room. But so hopefully,
there was something else I wanted to say about the first topic before.
Yeah, and you can. And guys, again, this is your chance to join in. Fallenor, if you want to jump in and speak your piece, we'd love to have you. And guys, you can jump into our Discord chat. I'll put that also into the YouTube chat place. So again, if you want a chance to say something to the panel, then now's your time. Now's your chance. Excuse me. So that's the YouTube link in the YouTube thing. So you can use your super chats. Be great, helpful, and hit the like button at least. If not on our thing, our YouTube channel. Okay. So Fallen, are you there? I'll ask one more time, and then audio issues. Okay. All right. Then take your time. So if anyone else wants to jump in while we wait for Fallen. Anyone?
Whoa, it's Fallenor.
It's
Fallenor echoing Prime Kai's voice.
Yeah. He's working on it. Guys, we were literally just arguing. Like, continue the argument.
How did anybody here still hate future people?
No, I still love future people.
Yeah.
Well, actually, I'm neutral on future people. They just shouldn't be considered.
That's really like unironically. Like, do you think that a person? Maybe it's like a disconnect on like ground level stuff. But do you think that like life begins at conception, or do you think you become a person after that?
I don't think life begins at conception. No,
you don't. Okay, so at conception, a mother becomes pregnant. Is it okay for her to smoke meth?
No.
Okay, but we're only considering a future person, right? Nobody exists yet.
Well, I think if she plans on having a baby, I think it can be protected, but it's not protected because it's a person. We protect animals in weird ways.
I agree. We protect animals. The issue is that animals currently exist, but the person that we're protecting in this case doesn't. Right? We're protecting a resource for a future person.
But it does exist. I'm saying it's just not a person. I'm saying
the person doesn't exist. Yeah.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean
it's a resource for a person.
But I'm saying the reason you can say, "Oh, you shouldn't smoke meth," like you can justify that without considering it a person.
You can justify that without considering it a real currently existing person, but that would be valuing a future person.
No,
Hang on now.
Why do you care? Why is it bad to smoke meth?
Again, but because you can do it for an advocacy of like related to the fetus itself.
The statistical dramatic increase.
Why with the fetus itself? The fetus itself is just it's nothing. It's just like it's just a clump of cells that you don't morally value. It's not a person.
Well, that's where we disagree.
Well, no. Maybe you do. Maybe you do, but Bam doesn't.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, if he doesn't, that's his perspective. But
that's correct. We're talking about his perspective.
Yeah. Globally, people would disagree, but I mean,
there are a lot of people who disagree with a lot of things globally. Like, there's a lot of people who live in the third world. I agree. Right. A lot of people with like wacky views. That doesn't get at the argument, which is like, how does BAM hold on to these two ideas simultaneously, that we shouldn't value future people and that pregnant mothers shouldn't smoke meth if there's not a person involved?
I think that it's crap. You're getting into like a weird way of the consideration of future people. It's kind of the same argument of like that Corey was making earlier, that like future me isn't current me. Like I don't know.
Right.
I think
Well,
that
this
that's
isn't
Well,
even a
I-
current you. This is
I think
nobody.
a simple argument can be made with the procedural process of prosecution of double murder, double attempted murder for pregnant women.
yeah. I think that's dumb too, though.
So, yeah, but societally, that's how we prosecute. It's
Yeah,
based on
societally, people have different views, right? Like, so that's not to get at the point. The point that we're trying to figure out here, Paul,
Yeah,
is
he's talking
it the
about
case you
Bam
can be
personally.
consistent? Yeah, is it
Bam,
the case
first-
you can,
oh,
you
well,
can have,
his-
you can
that's
have a
his-
consistent
That's
ethic?
his personal prerogative. That's his
Yes.
prerogative.
I mean,
You
that's
can
what
have the
he's kinda asking
prerogative
me.
to
He's
have
walking
an
me down it.
inconsistent ethic. That's true, but it doesn't get at the point.
Mhm. Yeah, I think. Yeah, I don't. I think I've considered. I just like I said, whether I can put word to it or not. I think there's a meaningful difference between a fetus a person plans on having, like a fetus or zygote a person plans on having, versus like.
What if there's, how about
a
this? We'll see.
hypothetical
We'll see if we can
naked
Well,
figure it
I don't
out.
think
Since you
it-
can't put the words to it, we'll see if we can figure it out with this question. This question is: if it's the case that a human being is going to spawn into existence, they don't exist yet. They're going to spawn into existence right in front of you, and they're going to put spawn into existence right in front of you in 10 minutes. Is it okay to build a lava pool there?
The Minecraft argument.
Mine,
No,
yeah,
if I-
exactly.
oh,
If
if I
a
know.
user was going to log on and they weren't there yet, it was right in front of their bed. Can you put lava in front of your friend's bed?
You're like spawn camping them. I mean, yeah, that would be
spawn
murder.
I think so.
Well, again, if there was, if
It goes on
like,
the
I
kill
would say-
board, man.
I would say no. Also, because it doesn't seem like there's any positive that you gain from it.
What if the positive you gain is you think it will be funny to watch afterwards?
If
Not
your
to me.
friend is falling from like a really high
you do
block
value
height
future people.
and he's like
No,
on his way
it's-
down
it's-
and you
there's-
could
it's-
put a
there's a
slime
ROI.
block down, would you save him?
Again, because my thing is, I believe that advocacy for
Only
future people has
money.
like negative downsides to it. That's what I'm saying. Like, I think you think
but
that
you're
like,
Also, I
trying to-
vouch
okay,
for John Corleone.
Okay, so I want to. Can I ask you this? This is like obviously this is a very philosophical question when you're talking about like down the line like future generations, right? So like, do you think that's something that so let's just stay with me here. There is something that is going to fuck the current generation, like for like I don't know, whatever 20 years, but it is for some reason we know this, right? That it's going to make exponential like well I don't know, maybe technological success with that. Would you be against that?
Yo, if it was gonna be like exponentially,
You might not
more
live to
helpful
see
current
it,
living-
but yeah.
Wait, I'm missing it. You saying that like it's gonna be like it's gonna be really bad for people living, but it's gonna be really good for people in the future?
Right. If I could like prove to you that, I guess that's maybe more the question. Like if I could prove to you, like I obviously that's a hypothetical, so it's not like I
Sure.
can. But
There's gonna be
like
some
if I'm able to
threshold.
prove to you that like okay, you just have to like get like everything's gonna suck for a little while, but like it's gonna be better for your children or whatever. I don't know if you have kids or anything.
For sure. I think that there's gonna be some threshold where it like
Well, no, I'm
depending on the
asking you, what
example,
is your opinion on that?
I'm saying that like I'm saying it's okay to make those considerations, but there's gonna be some threshold where it's not okay. Like,
No, but I'm asking your
here's a real
opinion.
like
Where
I'm
is
just
your
gonna
threshold?
call
That
it-
answer.
That's not.
Yeah.
I mean, we're dealing with. There's no real example to it, but I'm trying to apply it to a real example, so then I can draw.
Well,
my
I'm asking like
distinction.
okay, so if you had, do you have kids?
No.
Okay,
I'm
so that's
trying
fine.
to map it out in real life. I'm really avid at like.
Right. I mean, I think maybe that I might have failed of like doing my thing. I guess my main point of asking is like, would you be okay with suffering for your kids to have a better life?
See again. So here's I'm gonna apply an example, and you're gonna say like, well, I wouldn't be okay with that. Would you be okay with
Okay.
like? Would you be okay with cutting off your finger and
Well,
selling it for a quarter?
I asked
for
you
your
a
kid to have
really
quarter in
easy
it?
question. I don't know why you. Can you answer? I'll answer your question if you want to answer mine. That's fine.
But
But I'll
I'm saying
answer your
that,
question.
I'm saying that that's your question. The example is
No,
what's
I'm
gonna
asking
matter.
a very distinct question. Would you be okay with your life basically, like sucking
bad?
a little bit less? Then sure, you're wanting to ask like how the qualifiers. Let's say, I don't know, like
Well,
how
even
would you
just like
qualify-
financially, kids are a cost.
Ye-
You're willing to take the financial hit of children, presumably.
Let's say that like
Children are an investment.
Are you saying, well,
You're-
okay, I work now to establish some like level of like I work a lot of hours because I want to establish some form of like generational wealth.
Okay, but like okay, so all right, perfect. That's actually perfect. So I'm saying I'm not sure what career you have. You don't have to tell me. It's fine, whatever. Like, do you think that you would want maybe you're slaving away at whatever, I don't know what job you have. Would you not want your child to have a better or easier career, like where they don't have to work as hard,
Sure.
but getting the same like maintenance, right? You understand what I'm saying?
Sure, yeah, and that's something I'm okay with that. But there's another example that would also fit for the question you're asking. I wouldn't be okay
Okay.
with. That's why I'm saying that applying it into
Okay,
the
well,
particular example
fair
is
enough.
important.
You answered the question.
Yeah, let's say there's.
Wait, just let me answer.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
I
thought you did. I thought you did. Go ahead.
Okay, so like an example to apply it to that to test what people believe on how much we care about future people. Let's say an 18-year-old kid pulls up to a store. He's gonna rob the store, and or maybe he's holding hostage. He's gonna kill people, and everyone in the store is like 85 years old. They're really elderly. They're not gonna produce any future generations. Like there's like maybe there's two of them, 2 or 3 people in there, and he's holding a gun point, and he's gonna kill them. Like now, would you go and would you advocate for like stopping the person with the gun, even by killing him, even though we know that he has the potential to potentially produce like limited numbers of offspring and future people that could like
Well, even
potentially do
regardless
all
of that
sorts of good in the
consideration, I would
world?
say don't shoot the person.
Well, I'm saying
I
if he's
don't
going to
have
kill,
people's.
if he's going to
I'm a
kill the
little
people in the store.
confused
Yeah,
how
you
that's
have-
related.
Is the idea that you have like no other option?
Yeah.
In the hypothetical, I think that setting the social precedent regarding not being able to murder people is more important than the future.
I mean, I don't really give a fuck about like how many offspring people can have, so that's not really that important to me.
I think
don't know if
future
that's what
lives
your
are saved
question
by
is.
killing the
Like
person.
there's a lot of future people that could do a lot of good in the world, even
Yeah,
if he's
look,
not
I think that
person.
the world is better off in the future, included even like future people are better off if it's the case that we kill the person in the here and now. Yeah.
Yep.
I
agree with Synth.
How's the future better for that?
Because we set certain social precedents that mean that people in the future are less likely to be murdered.
Right,
Yeah.
I see what you're saying. Yeah.
Because
I
the
would
other
agree with that.
issue is the characteristics and the cultural ideologies and the moral beliefs of the individual with the gun are going to be passed on to their offspring statistically, or at least a percentage of that person.
No.
Yeah, so
That's
hold on.
over.
Yeah,
I
you
do-
are a derivation of your parents. Absolutely.
This is great
none
because
of my parents
I want the new
artistic,
people.
so-
I want the new people to start jumping in, right? So, Fallenor, if you have more to say, I'd love to hear it. It's very good to see you. It's been a long time.
Yeah.
So
yeah, man, I've missed you, man. It's
Yeah, I
been a
missed you
minute.
too. Yeah, and hopefully we
Sorry,
get
the
you back
router's not on the
cameras.
wall anymore.
Yeah, the
I
router's
didn't
not on the
have-
wall.
I
Oh
didn't
my
get
god.
enough followers to get all the routers on the wall that I wanted, but I'm getting back to that now. I'm back from the bureau, so life is good.
So, Fallenor, I'm going to let you go. We have a few new people here, so I really want them to get involved as well.
Is Fallenor not
Hopefully, Synth has a camera so he can turn it on for
Oliver
the rest of
Tree?
us here. But go ahead, Fallenor, you go first, and then we're going to jump into the next the new people.
Yeah, for me, it's pretty straightforward. The way I see it is this is that would be like saying, okay, well, I'm either gonna pick the gunman or someone like Ico. I don't know how old Ico is, but we'll just say he's 85 because Old Man Winters is awesome.
That's
but but if you're asking me to pick between somebody who's
86.
robbing a store and threatening to murder people versus people's grandparents who are positive contributors to society and have made it to the age of retirement and deserve a peaceful existence for their remaining years to contribute their wisdoms and learnings over their decades of experience.
Eternity of peace is a
Focus.
peaceful
Yeah,
existence.
I'm gonna take the people that can contribute in a positive manner, that are willing to contribute in a positive manner to society, even for 3 to 5 years, versus someone who wants to murder people and take them from society. Like that's
It seems like
a
it-
non-starter
Kind
for
of
me.
missing.
that sounds
the-
like an advocacy for like the currently existing people. Then like take a priority in that situation.
Yeah,
And
the
even if
priority
you
goes
knew
to the
that-
elderly, definitely. If I have to shoot the younger guy, that's unfortunate, but it's what has to happen.
Okay, now does for Synth and Nina, does this hypothetical change at all if I could guarantee that the gunman's grandchild is curing cancer?
Hold on.
Yeah, of course.
It's
Yeah,
Oh yeah, then I'm not
Unrelated.
shooting him.
fuck it.
Because
You
the
got-
amount of millions of lives that would guarantee. I mean, I'll sacrifice a whole city of people to cure cancer because the billions it'll save over 1,000 years exceeds the amount of people that I'd
Opinion of
save.
Watchmen.
Wow. Okay. So I think we need to explore that in a second. But I do want to let in these other new people. We'll first start with Ancom
Sorry, I
Psycom.
chose cancer, bro.
Did you want to
So
go ahead?
yeah, so just kind of in addressing the original hypothetical that Synth gave to Bam, the question of, if we're assuming that a future person exists or not, and, I think the example was, is it okay for the mother to smoke meth while pregnant, for instance? The answer really should be depends on how the mother wants to carry on with, determining whether that future person exists or not, because like it's her body that this is happening to.
Yeah, let's say that she's not gonna get an abortion.
Okay, so if she's not
Yeah.
planning to get an abortion.
Hold on, really quick.
then
You're not Connor.
presumably
Why do you sound exactly like him?
I'm not who?
He's not.
Are you?
yeah.
Connor?
You
No,
expect
He's not-
him
this
to
is not
answer
Connor.
that?
Okay, I'm sorry.
Oh, Connor is
Go
a
ahead. I'm
future
sorry.
person.
I'm sorry. I was just
Yeah,
trying to.
as in counterpoints.
Go
Yeah,
ahead.
but go
Oh,
ahead.
okay. I
Yes.
did not think I
You
sounded
sound
like
very
him.
similar to counterpoints.
Interesting. Good to know. No, I am not him. I am in many ways the
Counterpoints, maybe.
yes, I am the
Just
anti
wait.
counterpoints. I'm quite a bit
Just the
opposite
point.
to him. So, anyways, if the mother is not planning to get an abortion, then chances are she wants to have a healthy baby. And if she wants to have a healthy baby, then it makes sense for her not to do meth.
What if she doesn't
As
give a
far
fuck?
as like, what?
What if she doesn't give a fuck? She wants to do math.
And it might be bad for society currently, anyways.
I mean,
it might be a bad value to have in the.
I'm
So
asking.
she
I was
doesn't-
asking. The income's gonna have like wildly different.
Ooh,
foundational
there's a lot of questions
Yes,
happening here.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, because
Forced
if she
abortion.
doesn't want to get an abortion, but she doesn't care about the health of the baby, that seems like a contradictory position to hold. But either
What?
way, like
That one if you're on meth.
Yeah, exactly. I really love how
Touche.
smoking meth feels. And
if you are, yeah, like there's definitely the question of how how the disease of addiction changes your decision making
Sure.
processes. So that becomes a whole other question. But I believe the point of Synth's original question is like, if we're assuming that a future person does not exist, then why are we looking to prevent a mother from doing something that would have the
No, it's the opposite.
impact of likely damaging a future person?
no, it's the opposite. My point is
Oh.
clearly it's the case we do value future people. It would be insane not to. The bullets you have to bite on the opposite position end up being things like it's okay for moms to smoke meth if they feel like it.
Okay, I
Yeah.
think I see what you're saying. Yeah, I'm kind of I think that the future people argument is a problem in that it seems to be completely removing the agency of the mother, and that is a problem in this
Right.
argument because
Just say
it is
she's no
putting
different
this
than everyone.
idea of a future person into a vacuum. It is saying that the agency of the mother in terms of whether or not she's going to get an abortion, what she's going to do to her body, and therefore the body of the biological entity growing inside her matters.
Why is that why is that a problem for my position? Sounds like it's just an obvious truism, like not even a bullet to bite.
I mean, it seems to completely undercut the purpose of the position you're putting forward.
How?
It violates natural order.
How?
What does that even mean?
Yeah, what does that mean?
Natural order.
Let's
What?
not even go down that line.
What
I
the
don't care about
fuck is
natural order.
natural order? Jesus. No, the way in which so it undercuts your position if I'm understanding your position, and perhaps I'm misunderstanding it, but the purpose of
Just an act
asking that
utilitarian.
question. Say again?
My position is just act utilitarianism.
Okay. So okay,
Yeah,
I think I may have gotten ahead of myself here.
It's okay.
Yeah, like,
so
what-
let me
it's
go back and
We can
think
circle
about that
back
for
if
a
you
little
want to
bit.
be on the panel for a little bit.
Yeah. Let's let in our next person, Johnny Corlino. Then after that, we'll go to Razor. But Johnny, thank you for stopping by. We're always looking for new people.
Razor.
Thank you. Yeah. I mean, all that I really tracked what the debate proposition was, because there's like a lot of rhetoric going on. It's to be, if we value future persons, obviously, and I just take it that pretty obvious that we should value future persons. Like I take it that if someone planted a bomb or something, and they set it to explode in like 5 years or like 1,000 years or whatever, or just whatever point in time that everyone existing in current generations would be dead. Probably be wrong to do that if we just like think really hard. But yeah, it just sounds like the correct view. I don't know how someone could deny it.
Well, great minds think alike. Our friend Synth came up like with almost that exact same scenario earlier in the panel. But yeah, does anyone want to respond to that? If not, we'll go to Razor. Okay, we'll go to Razor. Razor, he shut the whole place up. Razor, thank you for joining us. We're always looking for new people. How are you?
I'm pretty good. How are you?
Fine. Yeah. What would you like to add?
Well, I've been listening, and I think I joined a little late because I kind of have no idea what the fuck we're talking about.
Fair enough.
Okay.
So what we were talking about, and I can do a little recap for everyone. That's fair.
That'd be sick.
So we were talking about the first topic we had during our previous closed panel, in which a lawsuit, excuse me, I'm sorry guys, a lawsuit was brought against Montana, like the state of Montana, by a group of young people. They allege that the state must protect the environment for future generations and claim a provision in the Montana state constitution supports this. And so we were wondering if this makes sense. Now, the state constitution says something along the lines of like the state and the citizens must protect the environment, keep it like a healthy environment for future generations. And then this leads us to the question of whether we should, as a government society, take up the needs of future unborn generations. That like, do they have should they have any sort of priority within decision making or something like that? So hopefully you're caught up.
Cool. I think they should definitely have some sort of priority, but I guess it's kind of hard to predict exactly what kind of priority they should get.
I mean, for me, it's pretty easy.
Okay.
Well, let me ask y'all this: what's
Yes.
important to you? Just a quick item. What's important to you, Aiko? Just something that comes to mind. The second I say, what's the most important thing to you?
I mean, in terms of this, sustainability of energy.
Okay. What about you, Nina? Is that how I say that? Nina? Is that how I say that? Awesome. Thank you.
Yes.
What's important to you?
In regards to what? I'm sorry, I was typing something.
Just in existence as a plural, what's important to you?
Freedom.
Freedom. Okay. And we'll do one more. Razor. What about you? What's important to you?
Right now, beer, but in like grand scope of things,
Say fear?
Beer.
Beer.
Beer. Oh, beer. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
But, like,
Gotcha.
I'd
on
say
the
like
page that way.
overall for like humanity, I'd say like continuation of our survival in a like in a not terrible way, I guess.
Yeah. Well, that's why children are the priority of priorities to functional civilizations. Without your future, everything that we do as a species for the past 300,000+ years is completely pointless. Everywhere from when we crawled out the caves or the mud or the muck or the lava or whatever your political or religious or geological or physiological, theological, paleontological, whatever you want to believe in from a scientific or personal perspective, everything that we've achieved as a species dies if we don't have a future generation.
Right.
Everything ends. Everything we care about, whether it's the military or gun rights or freedom of speech or beer or abortion rights or anti-rape or pro-Nazi, it doesn't matter what you believe in. If we don't have a future, we don't have anything. It ends. That is the end. There's nothing more. And everything that we've loved and that we've cherished and that we've fought for our entire collective lives, generations before us, those before them, none of it matters. It's all gone. That's why your progeny and the future generation is the only generation as far as successful society is concerned, and everything is for the future. That's why I believe that, yeah, carbon controls are a great thing. How can we do so ecologically and sociologically without destroying civilization? With wars, Sometimes we have to eradicate the bad guys. That's fantastic. How do we do that in a way that doesn't kill the entire population?
It's a really bad military strategy. You don't want
Yeah.
to eradicate your enemy. You want to make sure that they feel like they have a chance. Otherwise, they do these last stands. You should read.
Yeah.
Sub-Zero.
I don't want
my
this
God.
generation to be our last generation.
I agree.
Yeah, I can agree on
I don't.
that.
I
for
don't
sure.
think we should kill off or eradicate all of our enemies. I don't think that's good.
Well, I don't know, man. The Nazis.
I don't think we should mass murder all of the Germans after.
Right. I agree with that.
Let's open up to my very good friend Kobe is here. I always love having this man around. He lights up my day. All right, so Kobe, please. What do you want to add?
Should we take care of the earth? Easy answer, yes. God's law. Read the Bible, Genesis. We have dominion over the earth. Pretty simple there. I don't know why we're debating this. Also, I find it disgusting, but expectable, honestly, that on Juneteenth, we would not be having a conversation that centers Black and brown bodies. And as somebody who has benefited from white privilege, currently, historically, spiritually, metaphysically, I really wanted to kind of center that conversation. I believe that we need to have reparations in America for Black people. And I want to know the pro and con arguments that could be put forward by this various panel of great minds.
Yeah, why would we have reparations specifically for Black people? Why not target the thing directly and target?
Yeah,
the
I would go.
Hold on, I want to ask.
Right.
What is this? What does it say? What does my shirt say?
I can't see it.
That's okay.
FBI.
It says FBI.
This is
Oh, neat.
FP1.
FBI.
Neat.
Which
Okay.
committed COINTELPRO. You know what COINTELPRO is, sir?
Yeah, I've read about COINTELPRO.
Yeah. Do you know how
Oh.
disproportionately
Wait, can you
targeted?
explain?
Because shitpost.
Yeah. Do you know how
Do you want to
disproportionately
explain to the rest of the
targeted?
class?
For Black
You
individuals.
want me to explain it? Okay.
I think
Well, I
what the
just I
ATF
don't
did in
I think that
Waco
it
was
would just
pretty
be
basic.
fair to be able to just so we're all on the same page.
Yeah, the
Or
FBI
tell me how to
spied on
spell it in
people.
general,
Okay.
and I'll look it up.
It assassinated people, it spied on people, it broke up organizations, it
Okay.
infiltrated organizations. Okay, disproportionately
Okay.
Black and brown organizations. Fred
Sure.
Hampton killed by the police. Martin Luther King
Absolutely.
perhaps killed by the FBI. I don't know. Disputed. I
He
think
was
that they
killed by
need.
the
I think
CIA.
that,
Come on.
You're right.
I
A
think
lot
that
of people
honestly,
during
like a
that
troll or
era
something,
were
or doing a
really
bit?
racist, and a lot of people had power.
facts.
It's like a joke. It's like a bit.
Mm.
Is it a joke to you?
Go
Yeah, your
ahead.
positions are a joke to me. Yes. It seems like you're trolling.
Look,
What?
I'll humor you. Let's go. What are your positions?
I think African Americans deserve reparations.
Okay.
What about Native
so
Americans?
let's be good
I think
faith here.
I think Native
So
Americans deserve land back.
how would you go about doing that? I'm just curious about how you would I agree with you to a
How would
degree,
I go
I
about doing it?
think. Yeah, what do you think that would be the best way to do that?
Through money.
Well, here's a question for you.
Well-
What about the African Americans that own
No, but
slaves?
hey, okay. So how?
Wait,
you just
which ones?
how do you
Should-
prove that's what we're talking about? How do you prove that somebody how much money how
As a white
you
man,
need
I
to
do
give me
not
some
think-
tangible stuff. This isn't
As a
something that's
white man, it's not
crazy.
as a white man, it's not my place to say.
It's
so
absolutely
obviously-
your place to say. You think the government isn't run by white men?
I think I think white people have disproportionate power in America. Absolutely.
Right.
Really?
So
It's
then
interesting. Is
you
the
would be the
reason
ones
why
that
white
have
people have a-
power. So how are they going to who are going to determine that besides people like you?
What about the
Well,
Irish
you know-
that were enslaved?
Well, the Japanese we got our paycheck, dude.
Japanese
So
internment camps were so
see
fucked
how-
up.
see how
we
unfair-
were able to
African
do
Americans
it
have suffered
somehow,
so much more,
right?
and they haven't got their paycheck.
Sorry?
So African American, the African American community has suffered so much more, and they have not received their paycheck.
Exactly. So we were able to figure out with the Japanese community. So how would you go about it? I mean, a lot of white men
Well,
figured out how to
perhaps
deal with
first
the
I would
Japanese
research-
community. So how can't you?
I would
Not know
assemble
how
a
to
Truth
do
and
it.
Reconciliation Commission that would
Uh-huh.
investigate a dynamic series of solutions
Mm-hmm.
that would address not only structural
His
but
idea.
individual
Get somebody
grievances.
to figure out an idea.
Hey, let him cook.
Yeah,
Come on.
yeah, it's called the government, buddy.
I have an
Yeah,
idea.
but-
We should come up with a solution to the
proposal.
problem.
Me too.
It's my
Well, I mean,
proposal.
we're talking about like slavery. We're talking about directly just in are we talking about Jim Crow or are we talking about just slavery?
There's
Well, I
more-
just think for the generational inequality, we just need to create a dynamic solution to the problem.
No, I agree with
This
you,
guy
but I
gets
want
it.
I want
This guy
him
gets it.
him to
That guy gets it.
cook, dude. I mean,
I have several questions around this because this is actually an interesting topic to me. But
Mhm.
here's another question that I would have: Who would pay for it, and more importantly, how?
you idiot. What do you mean?
Well, there's
Everybody.
there's a variety of ways we could.
How did
You could
it work
do a
with the fucking
classic tax.
Japanese?
You could do a classic tax situation. A classic tax people take the money,
The
tax it.
classic taxes, yes.
I have heard of something called modern monetary theory. I believe that they have found a way to sort of alchemically create money. We could create money and give it to black people.
So print money and cause hyperinflation?
What's the argument that
Oh my
printing money
God.
causes hyperinflation?
You guys are child brain. Stop it. Come on. There's so many
Just
jokes that we
talk
can
it
make
out
about
there.
this guy, but like, okay. Moving on.
I'm sorry. I was busy doing other things. So I missed your
Being swallowed
argument.
by the void? What is going on with your lighting?
Oh
today?
yeah.
Right.
It's because I don't have my usual thing up because I was rushing to get up and running. But Kobe, just tell me your position, and I'll work from there.
Well, I mean, listen, okay. It seems like we talk about so much since the 1960s. We talk about so many similar issues with the black community. I feel like there was like a report that came out after the Watts riots that like detailed. I can't remember what it's called. It gets cited a lot. I feel like a lot of those problems still exist. Whether they're they're classic old structural inequalities, the schools in black neighborhoods are crappy, to more headline grabbing issues like police brutality. And I feel like honestly, maybe it's the Marxist in me, maybe it's the social democrat in me, but I feel like just a classic sort of welfare solution could just do something. I think that it's just a significant financial investment in the black community. Perhaps it could be a zip code related situation. Look at the most zip codes with the highest black populations. Or it could be a combination of that, focusing on historically communities that historically got the brunt of the situation, Tulsa, Oklahoma, et cetera, et cetera. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think a lot of the time we try to have sort of this overly individualized and intellectualized conversation about race in America. The white fragility thing where we're gonna have diversity, equity, inclusion initiatives to do with racism. I don't really know if that's the truth. I think we're just going to need to make it so little black boys and little white boys go to the same types, same quality of schools. That little black girls and little white girls have the same option.
Hold on, you said
Sorry?
a zip code based solution is one option. What do you feel about gentrification?
I don't really know.
You don't really know.
I think it's weird. I think it's weird that someone would imply that if I, as like a white guy, moved into a black neighborhood, that I'm doing something bad. But also, I also understand as somebody who is like a working class person, I also find it like annoying when there's like when stuff becomes more expensive. So I don't know. I feel like I'm a bit of a gentrification centrist.
We
So
don't
this is gonna
we don't want
sound
you
weird.
taking our women, Kobe.
Well, I
It's gonna
mean,
sound weird,
talk
Prime.
to them. Talk to them. Okay.
So you know my history, but I actually agree with Mr. Communist over here. But here's the catch-22. It's from a capitalistic component. Now check this out, because you might actually be able to spin it to win it. If you make the significant investments in the communities, specifically minority communities such as Hispanic and African American communities, and you upgrade the school systems, what you have done is you've upgraded the workforce with a direct correlation to dollar for dollar value. So there's a direct correlation to the amount of dollars spent on education and the value from a compensatory and productivity value of that employee per individual going to the school. So the more you put into school systems, to a certain extent, it has diminishing returns, and they're quite significant after about $10, $15 million per building. But once you pour the money into the school, you've actually increased the productivity of about 20% of America's population, which dramatically improves our viability as a productive nation, and it increases our GDP per citizen, which increases the overall tax revenue, and it also increases the overall property value, because then they have the money from the incomes from their productivity capacities to then produce value, which is then compensated on a standard basis, which is an internationally and locally geographically recognized pay scales. And that would then in turn gentrify their own neighborhoods, which would then also in turn dramatically increase their own net asset worth. And that would be a huge boon to them, and it would be a huge boon to the communities and the cultures as a whole, because you would start to see major transformations as the incredibly poor in the bottom 10, bottom 5, and even bottom 1% would start to scale to the middle class layer. and we would start to eliminate the lower middle class and the lower entire bracket of lower class, and shove that into a more middle class, more Kuwait-style country, where the majority of people are doing either well to extremely well, which is already the demographic for the country relative to the global comparison. Because our poverty ratings versus what we consider poverty versus what the global poverty levels are dramatically deviated currently.
I think Fallenor is cooking. You know, we talk so much about the top 1%. What
I'm
about
a little by his white face.
bottom 1%? Those are real leeches holding us down. You know what I mean?
Leeches on stuff. I think this is my argument coming from the Fed side, because you mentioned FBI. I just stopped working there. So
Bro, Fallenor, is there a spotlight just aiming directly at you?
dude, no, it's my monitor. It's fucking super bright because I'm looking at some code right now.
Literally white face.
What
But,
programming language is coding?
yeah, I'm actually like
Is it
super
Rust?
brown, I promise.
Answer the question. What programming language is that code in? I need to see if I gotta like roast if you've got good taste.
So this is a front end UI that I'm tying into
Oh,
a
no.
back end application, and this
Oh,
is JavaScript, a couple of Java libraries, HTML, and then Python Django on the back end with some
Okay,
celery
Python's okay.
task databases and stuff. So it's pretty complex, but it's something I'm building for a
That
client.
checks out.
But I don't
I know
want
nothing
We'll
about
leave it at that
anything.
for you, Kim.
Everything Fallenor says sounds like a lie. It's so funny. I don't know why, but everything he says sounds like a lie.
You gotta get.
Like a tone of
gotta
It's
voice.
just
know
like
that
he's
no
name
SQL
dropping a
training,
bunch
though,
of shit like it's like a Unity program that's also part of like JavaScript.
Stitching it
It's
back.
also...
I got a back end. I'm stitching it in. It's got a whole-
give you some cool stuff for the
Whether or
integration.
not he is, it does sound like that.
No, he's definitely telling the truth. It's just PostgreSQL's like awful taste. And
Postgres is amazing. Don't get into Postgres. Postgres XL is distributed
Hey.
databases for life.
Okay,
But
but
yeah.
before my audience
No.
flees because they don't care.
Yeah,
go
we're gonna
ahead.
kill the audience with tech and stuff. But
Exactly.
yeah,
So
but,
it's not-
I've
it's
never
just
seen
back to the
anyone look
programming debate.
how white he looks right now.
But yeah, Fallenor, if you wanted to
Okay, so-
respond to any of that.
So one of the things that I would say is a major complication with the overall economics of the wealthy. The issue isn't the tax dollars. We have an astronomical amount of tax revenue relative to other governments. The issue is unfortunately us, as in defense contractors. The system that's in place currently is catastrophically detrimental to process. I mean, right now, to the best of my knowledge, from my personal experience, 18 years at this point in defense contracting at super high levels, multi-billion-dollar projects and multiple of them, I think our efficiency rating is like 46%. So for every dollar you give us, we only give you 46 cents on the value of whatever you're trying to get us to achieve, because the primes have to make a profit margin, the subs have to make a profit margin, the government has to have this outrageously complex system just to be able to put a bid out to get people to start the process of responding to a request. It takes years to get anything done. That creates an astronomical amount of overhead for projects. The whole thing is extremely inefficient, in my personal opinion, and it has been my personal experience. I mean, at one time I had to buy a pack of AA's. It cost like $26.
No. Before you get into that, what's your comment? What is the point that you're trying to get across
My
here?
point is for this is the issue isn't taxing the rich, and it's not taxing the middle class. It's making the entirety of the government more
taxing the
efficient.
poor.
No, not taxing the poor.
Yeah,
either.
exactly.
We're seeing this system to
No,
become more
let him cook. Come on.
And one of the biggest things that I've advocated for over 10 years in my career, even in Congress, is making a system to where we no longer have the use it or lose it philosophy. It's one of the most wasteful processes in the government. I want to say it equates about 40% of the budget.
What does that mean? Do you think that we?
So
what does that mean?
It's a system process that says if you don't spend the entirety of the budget that we
I
gave
see,
you by the end of the year, we're going to take that away on your next year's budget.
Okay. So why do you want to get rid of that?
I want
I just want to kind of like cut.
Yeah. So if you have like $1 billion budget as an organization, and you've only spent $600 million, it immediately creates a massive panic in the org, which makes our lives a lot harder, for one, because now we have to go out and buy something.
You got to speed this up a little bit. I'm sorry, but like you got to.
But it forces us to spend a lot of money that we don't want to spend on stuff that we don't want to buy for reasons that we don't understand.
Yeah, of course, we don't want to do that.
And if you cut that, you save a shitload of money across the board.
Absolutely.
I'm talking hundreds of billions of dollars.
Sure.
That could
How
go
would you
to
do that?
reparations.
Towards schools. You could put that towards healthcare, kids,
No,
feeding
that's fine.
children
Okay, yeah,
school.
we're gonna go ahead and move on to something else. We'll come back. Go ahead, Brian.
I mean, if you really want to save money, it's probably important.
Wait.
to
Hey,
go
we have
ahead
a
and
we have a
adopt.
new moderator now.
Yeah.
Let's
Right.
go.
Synth,
Right in the middle, right next to each other.
Synth, I'll let you go. We do have two people, Corinth and Ayn Rand Stimboard, who joined us. So I want to make space for them as well. But Synth, go first. And guys, if you're enjoying this panel, consider subbing to the channel if you're on Twitch. Subscribe to the channel. You don't get the commercials or anything like that. Supporting this community, keeping us up and running. So consider doing that. Or also, if you're on YouTube, consider using a super chat. You'll get you can ask a question there if you do so, and also maybe hit the like button. Both of those are a bit helpful. But yeah, consider using super chat, and you can ask a question here. Yeah, okay. So Synth, go, and then we'll jump in with the other two.
Yeah, I was gonna say something hopefully to liven up the panel and maybe get more heated debates going. If we really want to have a positive impact and be able to have a lot of extra money lying around, because that's how government spending works now apparently. What we should do is we should totally cut any and all subsidies from the agriculture industry, hopefully crashing. There we go. There's something lively. Now the other people can talk.
Okay. Let's go to what? Corinth. We'll try them.
Oh, sure.
Great to see you.
That's a great opening. I love applied ethics. I love veganism and how the animal agriculture industry is just a huge waste of money. It's just awful.
True.
Tastes good as fuck though.
Not for bank accounts, it isn't.
Who's the other person?
I'm doing okay.
Yeah. Corinth, did you have
Now,
anything else you
maybe I
wanted to say?
misheard, but
I think FK would be doing better without the animal agriculture too, but who knows?
Did I
Ooh,
mishear
that's
synth?
shame.
Because I didn't hear him say animal. I just heard him say agricultural.
I'm talking
subsidies, so
animal.
maybe-
I'm talking animal agriculture.
Well, agriculture.
Yeah,
No, he
but
meant
Most
all
of the
of it.
subsidies,
He meant get
most
rid
of
of
the industry
farming.
subsidies, most of the industry subsidies are going towards animal agriculture.
Right,
Most of the
okay,
ag laws
just-
with regards to animal agriculture.
Right, to explain that again, like most of the corn, for example, that we grow is like being fed to beef to be part of the animal industry. If we're talking about like eating animals and meat industry,
We should be doing anyways. It's crazy.
so most of our agriculture is going to meat. Sorry.
Why is it okay to eat meat though?
It's a good question.
Good question.
Freedom.
Yeah.
I know. It's
L animals.
I know. Well, I mean, I feel like it's curious. We live in a time we're so concerned with being on the right side of
humans.
history, and we're so and like it's. I feel like I feel like nowadays like we'd be very shocked. We read history from 200 years ago, and people are just like totally like slavery. It's just a norm. It's just a part of life, right? But like nowadays, we're like, okay, well, listen, okay, maybe we need to annihilate a billion cows every year so I can have a cheeseburger. Okay, maybe that.
Yeah, I think you do have a point with that. I would kind of agree. Where I think that we're moving away from that. Even like we were talking about, like just like a health trends, because like red meat is like not good for us as humans. Like it's not really like something that's like super healthy for us. So I don't disagree with the fact that we might be moving away from more red meat, and I think that it is like healthier. From what I've read, maybe I'm wrong on that, but like I wouldn't disagree with that. I don't like the idea of the meat industry being as it is. Obviously, in America, the subsidies of like corn, all of it's going. It's so fucking inefficient. Oh my god, it is so insanely inefficient. Basically, we spend more money to feed these cows to eat these cows later than if we were to just eat the feed that we're feeding the cows. Like it's insane how inefficient we are.
Yeah, fuck
So
that.
I don't disagree with that at all. Go ahead.
I don't even think like red meat is like bad. It's just motherfuckers be eating too much. All right, that's just the reality of America. Like sugar isn't the end of the world, but motherfuckers eat too much sugar. Red meat, not the end of the world, but every person in America for some
we're
reason
talking about
can't control their
subsidies,
intake.
though. Like,
it's okay. Just smoke like
Yeah,
one or
I'm
two
fine.
cigarettes.
I'm fine with reducing the subsidies, honestly, just because like the reality is
Zero.
people probably shouldn't be eating that much meat.
Yeah, fuck that. We should be eating as much as we want. I'm all for it. I wouldn't. And I'd be totally committed to that point if it wasn't for like the obvious like climate change externalities that we're facing. So but
Right.
beyond that, and if we could find a way to mitigate that, yes, let's kill 1 billion cows because
Prime, raise
they
your own
taste,
cows, raise your own
it
chickens.
tastes really really good. I mean I fucking would.
Bring back community ranching and community farming, bro.
Just be a hunter.
Love the idea.
I want to bring back community parenting.
Let's let in Ayn Rand, who is here. We have used the seance spell
No,
to
I'm not
call
libertarian. It's just like satire. I'm just tuning in, so I don't really have much to add right now. I'm just kind of idle.
Okay.
Ayn Rand hated libertarians anyway.
They're disgusting.
She did love welfare.
But yeah, so so then if we're gonna go in this direction, that's fine. My point is that why should we eat these things? Because they're yummy in my tummy. I'm a human. I desire it. I'm not hurting any other sapient, I think is the term I want to use here.
Sentient, I think you mean.
No, sapient.
No, sapient. Because
sapient.
animals are considered sentient because sentient simply
Right.
means
Wait,
they
what
can
is sapient?
feel.
But I'm an idiot. What's
I've made that mistake
Sapient
many times.
is basically sapient
monkeys,
is essentially
right?
intelligent. It comes
sapient,
from
I think.
Homo sapiens, which means wise man. Homo meaning man, sapiens meaning wise.
Gay.
So
Whoa,
sapient
dude.
means effectively human level intelligence.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I mean, are 3-year-olds sapient?
I was gonna say like that's so sick. You come up with like an extra, even new, have like new level of intelligence. It's
Wait,
like,
y'all haven't eaten it
Does
3
anyone-
years?
does
baby
anyone-
cows are like sentient, but they're not. Are they
Does
sentient?
anyone
plus
actually
extra?
hold the
They're
view
not.
I'm just
so-
okay with accepting
Does
that they're
anyone actually
sentient
hold
and
the
I
view
eat
that
them.
like if something tastes good, it's like fine to eat it? It's like sounds
Yeah.
weird. I think like if humans tasted good, it'd be like fine to eat them.
If we had a way to source
There's a big
humans in an
dick
ethical
joke
matter,
about
like
that.
if we could clone human meat, I'd be fine with it.
Honestly, there is an ethical argument. Wait, hold on. Can we have that argument? Maybe that'd be fun to do like the argument, like
Well, that's just in response to what I said. I just want to respond to that.
you know, I think that's a fun conversation though. Like,
Yeah, let's not eat chickens or cows. Let's eat people.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to call you out people who haven't finished, but I think like the idea of like should we eat people if it was like ethically sourced?
I'd be fine with that. Yeah,
Ethically sourced
what I
I'm
care
just
about
gonna
is the
say
fact
that
that
like
animals
something
aren't
being
ethically
morally wrong
sourced
with eating
just
people.
entails that
Yeah,
it's actually
like-
fine to do, right?
Even if it's
Yeah,
fake
you think,
people, like why not make
ethically-
something else? I feel like
Yeah,
if you
well,
could
what
make
I-
people meat, you have a choice,
down
and
to
you
eat
choose
them.
to make
I feel like
people
it's a
meat.
syntax
Absolutely.
error to say that
Well,
it's
it's not-
unethical to
that's
eat.
It's not just that. There was like
No
a
one- no one
case
that's
online.
saying- No one not saying like it's wrong to kill humans. Just saying if we like clone humans, or if we like clone human meat in a lab or something without it being sentient, then it's not okay to eat that.
Well, not
Presumably
even
people are
clone.
talking. Presumably,
You know,
when
it's just
people
like
are
dead
talking-
bodies. Like you know,
people
like
are
like
talking
If somebody
about-
died and
people
they
are-
were a chef
I don't
and they were
care.
like, when I
I don't
die,
care.
you can take
Let
my
it
body and
rest.
cook it up. Would that be wrong to stop
yeah, if
people
we were
from
in a
eating
survival
that?
situation,
Sure,
I would
it's
want
Yeah,
some people to
just-
like
wait, I
eat
don't
me.
know-
I'd want
what
people
if
to
you,
eat
like,
me.
just-
It depends.
Have you
There's
heard-
this thing called
I
mad
don't know,
cow
I don't know, it's like
disease.
talking.
It is a prion parasite.
Yeah, just don't eat the brain.
I don't know. I
Yeah,
don't know if the
it's kind of
statement went through, but the claim that I
Well,
made
that's a
is right.
parasite. That
Actually,
doesn't mean that like
they
every
found
single.
other
It's wrong to
tissues
eat
besides
humans. They're
just
talking
the
I
about
don't know. Like I don't
killing
think
humans
like
to
fish
eat
have
them. They're not
parasites all the
talking
time.
about.
People get it from fish. I
Yeah,
don't
they're not
really think
talking
it's
about
a-
like not
Yeah,
killing
but those
somebody with them.
parasites are curable.
Yeah, I
Prion
mean, I don't
diseases are
listen. I
not.
don't think this matters. It's just gonna be annexed within the person that's like committing
Well, I mean-
the act of cannibalism or consumption. You know, I don't.
I mean, we historically have
so.
seen this happen.
Well,
The only
I
reason we don't
I
have
honestly
better
don't really think
cures.
empirics are just gonna be relevant to this.
The only reason we don't have better cures for diseases you get for eating humans is because of Western colonialism that stamped out
True.
the practice of cannibalism. Which I mean, from a moral relativist perspective, is not really right or wrong.
I
So
mean,
my
there,
question would
there
be,
were
if
there
we
are
found an
other
I'm pretty
island,
sure
You want an
Westerners are
Asian
eating each
wife?
other a
Are you
lot,
a
too.
libertarian with an Asian wife? Because you kind of give me that sense.
That's crazy.
Oh,
That's crazy.
Bruh.
You know the joke I'm making.
Okay, number one, I'm not a
cat
libertarian.
guys with hot Asian wives. Yeah.
Okay. And number one, I'm not a libertarian.
Those yellow
You
fever.
were
Let's,
gonna peck
sorry,
it.
let's get sorry, one at a time. Let's Kobe, go ahead.
I'm not a libertarian. Okay, that's a disgusting accusation. Okay, I follow God's law. I'm
sorry.
a Christian. Okay, so not
How do
me.
you feel about the raising of the age of consent in Japan?
Oh my God, guys, let's
No.
focus on.
It's a step in the right direction for sure.
Yeah.
but-
I think the global age of consent should be 21 years old.
Facts.
Base.
All right, we
Yeah,
left.
yeah,
Pretty
that's-
But what I wanted to say was, if we found an island in randomly, and there was a population of 1 million
you do.
people on this island, and they had a totally functioning culture, but they ate themselves. They did some they did a wee bit of cannibalism,
Just a
but it was like
little
hella ethical. It was hella beautiful and ethical. It was almost kind of like Avatar like. They would
Listen,
have
I
like
mean,
a lake and they'd eat the people. and it
Sure,
was, like,
sure.
Yeah, but when people,
listen,
I
like
assume
if it's
people are
entailed that it's
saying,
ethical, right? Like I don't
yeah,
think
like
that's
I
it.
assume when people, are talking about humans killing other humans for food, they're not talking about it being ethically sourced,
Can
right?
we
That's
have
sort of
cam
baked into
down
the
people
conversation.
being like second-class citizens in this call?
Can we have people who don't have anything to contribute be second-class citizens in the call?
So that would still be you.
You'd be included. That's sad. All you have is like these like meta comments.
Oh,
Not
nice.
interesting.
Okay,
A lot
okay.
of kids are fighting.
Yeah, like,
I
if they
think-
were
I think we
ethically
should let
sourced,
the-
it would
I think
be
we should
fair.
let
Wow,
the
that was
people
such an
using
easy
islands-
I think we
dunk.
should
I
get.
had
I
to
think we should
make
get
the joke. I had to make that joke.
I
No, no,
love.
kids,
Dream
Okay,
mental
so
death.
kids,
Let's go.
okay, I'm gonna
kids.
have order. I'm gonna have order. So I love the animus. We love to breed hatred here, right? That's one thing that doesn't hurt the environment. Breed hatred. Okay. So
True.
I want to engage with this. I want to give Overlord a chance to jump in because they really wanted to. I'll say this. Like I'm having trouble thinking of like why I wouldn't want people to have like cloned human meat, right? Like that came from like a non-thinking body. But I'll say that I think that would, like, I don't want people to have a taste of human flesh, right? Like a taste, like we put dogs down when they have a taste for human flesh.
I think it's
because
okay to
that's
eat
a
dogs, too.
problem.
Yeah,
And
Uh,
yeah, go ahead.
You might though.
so that's a little bit of a myth. I've done a lot of euthanasias. I've never put down a dog for biting a person. You're a bad owner if that happens because one, you weren't watching your dog, two, you weren't watching your kid, and three, you don't know how to train your animal. But we see a lot in the veterinary field that a lot of people that own animals are parents that really shouldn't. But there actually are some studies that are doing stem cells to grow meat versus alternative sources like bugs and
It's
plant
extremely
proteins.
expensive.
But yes, it is very expensive. And my
For now.
alternative is my alternative protein. Well, one of them is like taking foreskins because it's free. There's an abundance of them, and like, I mean, they're not really consensually
they good?
taken, but I mean,
Are you
Very
pro
clearly
circumcision?
What is she talking
That's
about?
Wait,
what the,
wait.
I
what?
love
So-
it.
What?
I love
Taking
it.
foreskins? What the?
yeah,
Look, it's like there's
you
already
guys-
a bunch
I
of
think-
available options.
don't
You
know,
don't
are they
need
good?
baby
I think
penis.
the
No,
discussion's like kind of
she's
going
like,
away from
don't
like,
let
Lot of
don't let her
animals-
fool
hang
you.
on, hang on.
She works for the
It's
makeup
called
industry. She's
recycling.
trying to get more practice equipment.
Wait, like-
This isn't
Yeah, we
fair.
actually already
Stop
have a
this.
surplus. Look, we already
Stop
have a
it.
surplus.
The
We
makeup
already
industry
have a
right now-
surplus of
Google it-
protein. It's not
Google
in
it right
foreskin.
now. Google
Just
it
eat
right
plant.
now. The makeup industry buys foreskin because it's the easiest product to test makeup on. It's a
we've all heard
disgusting
We've
practice.
all heard the
She
fun fact that
shills
it's
for them.
disgusting. It's nasty. Okay, Look, it's nasty. It's weird, and it is a true fact that
I'm an
the makeup industry uses
intactivist. I
foreskin.
feel like it's non-consensual to
Googling
have your
this.
foreskin taken.
Yeah, I'm also anti-genital mutilation. Hot
True,
take, I know.
Same.
So
I
look,
was saved from the blade.
Look, so if we want to take a look at what alternative protein sources already exist, we don't need to eat baby foreskins or bugs. Just eat plants. Weird to me that like non-vegans have all of these bizarre fucking things they want to eat instead of just eating plants.
Foreskins.
All of these like foreskins, like just eat plants. They're right there. Don't eat bugs. Eat plants.
Yeah,
How
but
can you be
Plants
anti-genital
don't taste as
mutilation if
good.
you're for
I
all
don't
these
know. Bugs might
surgeries?
taste good too.
but
But
at
the
the
amount
same
of
time,
plants that you eat are dramatically more than what you would get from beef cattle. The amount of protein that you get on a percentage basis from raw meat versus plant sources is dramatically
that's
and
not true.
people also don't want
absolutely
GMOs.
Name a
true.
single
where
protein
we've
that's got.
ruined-
Name a single protein that has more. Name a single protein source other than spirulina that has as many grams of protein per gram as spirulina does. Name a single
Let's see my
non-plant source.
I just want to say it's like that. It's like advanced veganism. When somebody brings up the idea of eating foreskins, and your first response is like, actually, logically, you can get total protein from beans. Like that's your first response. That's respect, bro. That's some hardcore fucking veganism right there. Okay.
Yeah, I don't want to eat baby foreskins. You caught me. Hardcore
Spirulina
veganism.
is
Wait,
not a
but why
plant
not, though?
source.
Yes, it is. It's a
Bro, I
fucking
looked up-
algae. What are you talking about?
No, it is a cyanobacteria. It
yeah,
is
it's
not a
bacteria.
plant. It is a bacteria. That is a
Do you?
different.
What is your?
Technically,
also a living
algae.
thing.
I'm
Look-
familiar with what he's
Can
talking
animals
about
eat it?
because
Wait, do you think
Bro
mushrooms
just
aren't
hops in with
vegan?
the Reddit accent.
Do you think mushrooms aren't
Mushrooms
vegan?
aren't plants. They're fungi.
Top V?
Yeah,
Holy
do you
shit,
think
you think they're not
mushrooms
vegan?
aren't vegan? Yeah, it's a stupid fucking distinction to make.
Yo,
It's
what a
not what
fucking dumb
veganism
claim.
is.
No, it's algae. It's different. Like, who cares? Dog, like, this is the fucking point in question.
I mean,
think
the-
being
if the
vegetarian
point
is
that we're making
ethically
is
the
like,
best thing to do.
are we
but
saying animal versus
vegans are crazy.
non-animal? Because
Do you
then
want to
it's
go?
a
You want to
valid
go fucking
distinction,
plant
but-
kingdom? You want to go specifically fucking plant kingdom?
Yeah, go
Yes.
put your plants to
What is
plants.
the densest fucking
that-
protein source you can name?
Densest?
Yes, densest. As in most protein per gram.
I feel
Most
like
grams
you're
of
gonna
protein
tell
per
us.
Oh,
gram.
you're doing the protein flex.
That's what he asked about. Yeah.
Okay, I'm here for it. I have no skin in this game.
Foreskin? You have no foreskin in this game.
I have no foreskin in this game.
No, are you gonna get an answer on that one, Falinor?
No, no.
Hang on,
wait,
I'm
you're gonna-
putting the numbers together.
So this
dude.
also says that spirulina has a lot of carbs, and like we kind of already consume enough bad carbs as it is, and we're
Yeah,
also
but
just finding out
spirulina-
that
What's the argument?
sucrose,
Spirulina's carbs are bad.
like we're finding out that a lot of the shit that we're making, is a little. I mean, shit. They just came out that.
So any of you guys want to
sucrose
eat my dog
causes
or what?
colon
So,
cancer.
I would
look,
eat.
Use
Yeah,
seitan
if your
either
dog
if you wanna
was
use seitan
listen,
instead.
if your dog, if you were okay with it, and it was ethically sourced, and they put your dog on a plate, and like your dog kind of looks
Why-
like a sausage, so if it was sliced up like a sausage
That
and
is
just
true,
kind of
they
laid
are
out there,
sausage.
Why
I
is the
would eat
debate-
the
I wanna
dog
ask
steak.
a-
I
Wait,
think
wait,
it might
wait,
hit.
Can I why is the debate right now like if X is ethically sourced, then would it be okay to eat this? Like of
No,
course
then
it's like
there's
annexed within the
the
fucking
answer line.
sentence that it's like ethical.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah,
this isn't like
ethical-
we're
ethical
obviously
seems
not like
okay.
that's like obviously not what the target of like the initial prompt was.
Would it
Go ahead.
be legal? Not ethical, just legal.
Yeah, so I'm
Or
just
a
gonna say
restaurant
that
in America?
like
Alright,
laws
so
should
I've
be
got
like
your answer
should
based
just
on what
annex
I think.
Look, it's already the case that it's legal to eat human products. I'm not sure if you know this, but like ask your mother about how much sperm she's been eating that came from a human being. I hope. So
Bro.
back to
From me.
reality. Back to the reality of the actual topic, right? Falinor, you said you got an answer
Oop,
for me
let's
now,
go
right?
gravity.
Yeah, so when you start looking at data from well,
Ethically
one of the
sourced
sources I'm
kitten.
using is Oklahoma State University for cattle. The cost of
Yep.
beef production is
No,
$7.23
don't
a
pivot,
pound.
dog. We're asking per density. What's the protein count on cattle?
For cattle, yes, your spirulina is going to be higher. That's
Yeah.
a
What about
given.
seitan?
Pure
You thought
algae.
spirulina didn't count because it wasn't. It was
Yeah,
like
bro,
a fucking
but I don't want to eat
bacteria.
a
What's seitan?
Yeah,
spoon of
but hang on,
spirulina.
but
I'd
what
rather
you're
eat a
ignoring-
steak.
Slowly
What
getting
about
lighter.
seitan? What's the argument against fucking seitan? It's 75% protein. It's totally made from wheat.
Yeah, but
doesn't
you're
taste
ignoring the
Coke,
cost.
you didn't think
of
about seitan.
production. Your cost of production.
cost of
is a very
production is
important
cheaper.
number.
Dude, I don't want to eat
No, it's
seitan
not.
either. It's fucking
I don't
shitty.
care
I
what you
tried
wanna
it.
eat,
I'd
dog. We're
rather
not talking
eat
about what
chicken.
it's
I'd rather
from.
eat chicken, and I'd rather eat a
We're
piece
not
of
talking
steak
about what
that
the
tastes
dumbass
better.
wanna eat.
Even though this guy also wants to eat.
Your cost of production per spirulina, from what I'm seeing here, is, I mean, I'm looking at some of these prices right now. It's like some of them are saying $3.67, and some of them are $29
What's the cost of production per seitan? Do you think it's cheap? Do you think it's gonna be more expensive or less expensive than what you're advocating for?
for seitan. I don't even
Yes.
know what that is. I'd
You
have
don't
to
even know
look
what
it up.
seitan. Oh my god.
Produced into.
I'm not
and then he
vegan.
makes it through
I
It's
don't
wheat.
eat vegan
It's just
meat.
fucking wheat. It's the wheat protein.
Who was this weirdo that came in here with a cowboy hat?
Whoa, that's not
So
nice.
crazy, bro. She's
Jesus
I'm-
Christ.
This bizarre fixation that like meat eaters
like
have
it.
with this idea that there's protein that you
I'm
can't
just
get from
trying
a
to
fucking
change the
vegan diet
subject.
is
Please help me.
insane.
Please
Would
help
it be
me.
Relax,
Listen,
man,
I'm gonna be
relax.
honest.
I'll start
Who really
it's
cares
like
about
fine with
spirulina? I looked that shit up. It's like a green powder. Like I
If
don't
you
know
don't
what
want-
bullshit
don't-
or something.
you
Like,
You
I
might
don't
be
care.
fucking brain damaged, but the
Bruh,
conversation
like-
we're having is not just FK think it looks appetizing. The conversation we're having
Dude,
is it the case you get your
It's,
protein
does the
from vegan
American?
sources?
Do you
If
think
the
the
answer is
American
yes,
people
no.
are gonna
If
switch
the
over to
answer is yes, no.
spirulina? Do you
Doesn't
think they're
matter.
gonna do
Doesn't-
snorted?
honestly,
Motherfucker, like they
doesn't-
want steak.
The
If
answer
you
to the
can,
question is
can't
yes or
be-
no.
if you
Listen,
care
legal
about
can
animals,
be
find a
things,
way to
right?
get
That's just
people
not
to
gonna be
actually eat
reflective
this
of a
new shit.
hypothetical.
Yeah, you're trying to make isolated arguments. It's not just about the.
Yeah, we
the-
are trying to make isolated
yeah,
arguments
if
because
people
you were
don't wanna
wrong.
do
Yeah.
something, if people
No,
don't want
I'm
to do something
not
that's ethical,
wrong.
it's
It's just
just
bouncing
I wanna
around.
bring
We're
some
trying to
actual
isolate
numbers.
each argument before
Spirulina
you
has
move
more
off
I
your
want to
than
bring
talk.
some actual numbers into this real quick here. So the question has been about the protein density of various foods. The most protein dense foods that you're gonna find are almost entirely fish. The only
Fuck yeah,
the
that's
only plant that comes even close to what most meat
Spinach.
sources can do.
Which fish are you talking
watercress,
about?
actually.
Which fish are you talking about? That's more protein dense.
Pacific cod, shrimp,
Pacific
canned
cod,
tuna,
let's-
Alaska pollock,
that's not a
yellowfin
fr-
tuna, haddock,
go
ling,
ahead,
ling,
let's-
pike,
let's-
sunfish,
let's-
mahi-mahi,
All right, we're
cusk,
taking the cod.
Atlantic cod, whitefish.
Every single one that you've named so far has been 1/3 as protein dense as fucking science. Don't fucking talk about fish.
Pacific
You're totally
cod
wrong.
is
You don't know what you're talking about.
97.2%.
You're out of the fucking different dimension right
the
now.
protein density of Pacific cod is 97.2%. Seitan doesn't even come close.
Chris, what are you talking about?
Neither does
cod? No, it isn't. What?
It literally is.
Okay.
How
so
much protein is in 100 grams? of Pacific cod?
All I'm saying is I've never seen a person eating this like random miracle powder with big gains.
No, wait, there's a really good question
Doesn't
there.
matter
How
if
many
somebody
grams of
has
protein are in 100 grams of Pacific cod?
Yeah, go ahead and answer the question, Anko.
Motherfucker, hand me a sensu bean and then we're talking. All
Yeah,
right.
yeah, great, bud.
Yeah, how
Look,
many
back
grams
to the
of
question.
protein are in 100 grams of Pacific cod?
I've never seen any like a debate this.
97.2%. So 100 grams Pacific cod, 97.2%.
You're fucking insane. You're so right. It's 12, dog. What are you talking about?
Actual hell. That's...
I've never seen a debate like on the protein density and one that's gotten so.
They wanted to bring up
so-
protein density as a
Guys,
Vegan
we gotta
shit is
move
wild, bro.
past this protein destiny thing, okay? Like, what there are options, obviously, other than eating meat. Some that maybe we can scale up, right? And I know they've been looking into things like algae, to scale those things up, for mass production. But here's the thing, okay? Let's try to bring it back to something we can all work on. Why should we? Okay, so I'm okay with lowering the amount of meat production, because again, climate change and sustainability, right? But if we found a sustainable way to create meat, why would we not take that option? Because meat is absolutely delicious. Why should we deny ourselves?
For the same reason you shouldn't fuck dogs. Because it's bad for animals.
I don't think we've established that part.
Well, I guess you went up there to disagree.
Hold on. I just want to like jump in here like before this conversation continues. I've noticed this is something that like the more liberally kind of people do, the more like do whatever you want people, or say the more progressive people, where they'll be like, okay, Prime, okay, you don't want to eat, you don't want to be, you don't want to eat, you don't want to eat seitan, get in the bug pod. Okay, then fuck the dog. Why don't you wanna? What's the difference?
No, this nobody's talking about why don't you want to. We're asking why is it wrong?
Who has done that?
Unbelievable.
Dude, you have no idea how to track an argument. You're
I think the reason
more pragmatic perspective.
I think the reason fucking a dog is pretty wrong is because usually, at least in Western society, we've put these like childlike understandings towards a dog, right? We view a dog in the same way we view a child. It's pretty innocent.
Right.
There's like certain responsibilities we have over it. We expect you, if you have an animal, to take it to the vet, take care of its health, make sure it's getting what it needs to eat, make sure it's being taken care of. Now, when it comes to eating animals, if we lived in a society where we also viewed that some dogs it's okay to eat, then like I think that's an acceptable standard. I think we have an understanding that meat is a food that humans have developed to digest, right? It's a food that like in moderation is actually pretty useful for us, and we get like good benefits out of it. So why deny ourselves something that is a natural part of our order? Fucking a dog doesn't seem to be a natural part of our thing, but eating meat does seem to be something that we've done and we continue to do because that's how we survive.
Synth, are you a vegan?
Yeah.
Like,
Yes,
I
of
feel
course.
like
I'm a yes, of course. I'm not a dog fucker.
We can change the animal industry.
I just wanna like
Really?
understand the context we're talking.
Yeah.
You could
None of all the arguments you just gave for why it's okay to fuck dogs are fucking insane. You think it's
I
the
said
case
why
that
it's
if
not okay.
Yeah, why it's not the
he
case, why it
literally
wouldn't be
didn't do
okay to
that.
why it's not okay to fuck dogs are insane.
Peace and
Give-
love,
hold
like-
on. Listen, stop talking. The reason why it's wrong.
Guys, oh my god, so many. Okay, I have to have order so people can actually hear people.
Yeah, let 'em
So,
cook.
let's Synth talk. I do feel bad for Overlord because she wants to talk about like animal facts, and then now, of course, we're on the dog fucking. It's another Prime panel, of course. So let's go. Let's go, and then maybe Overlord, if she wants to say something not insane, we'll give her a chance.
If you
Go
say
ahead.
consent, it's pointless, by the way, because dogs don't have a sense of consent.
They can't consent, right? It's the same reason it's wrong to. So that's the same reason why it's wrong to fuck babies, right? Because of consent. Dogs and babies don't have a sense of consent. You don't think it's okay to fuck babies.
Dogs don't have a moral standard.
And the argument you just gave for dogs, is incredibly insane, because that would mean that if it's the case that everyone thought it was okay to fuck dogs, it would be. I don't think that you think it's the case that if everyone thought it was okay to fuck dogs, it would be okay to fuck dogs.
The reality
That
is, if
wasn't
we
the
lived in
argument
it,
he
wait,
was
wait, wait.
making.
That is
No,
exactly
wait,
what
that to be fair, that was
Railroad
because
him.
here's
Yeah,
why.
it was,
Here's
yeah.
why. Wait, here's why.
Okay.
A dog exists as a dog. When a dog rapes another dog, we don't look at that as rape. We just view that as dogs having sex with dogs.
When
We've put
two
these
12-year-olds
wait,
fuck each other,
I
you don't think
agree.
that's rape either. So
Yes,
it wouldn't be
wait,
rape for
yes,
doing
that's
it.
wait, that's
right.
acceptable, right? If two kids do some crazy shit, we usually have different standards to that. But at the end of the day, when it comes to like these standards that we've set onto dogs, I kind of agree with them. I do think that we've put these responsibilities on these dogs. I do think we have all of these same standards we usually set with something we take care of, like a kid. It's not a kid, but it is equivalent to it. So in our society, it's pretty bad to fuck dogs. If you lived in a society where from birth to like the point of death,
Peace and love.
every
Don't
single
want to have
person
the
did
fucked
some
up
crazy shit,
conversation.
Super fair.
I don't
Fantastic.
know. That's
Thank you so
wild,
much,
but I guess
Prime,
that
for having
exists.
me. But
But also
See ya.
the
I will see you
reasoning.
again.
So yeah, okay,
This is
back.
from a veterinary forensics
Mhm.
book. Because I've actually had to got words, not analyze. I've had to inspect animals for sexual assault. I don't know why I did quotes, but yeah, it's a fun thing to do when you're working at a vet clinic. And we do have like the same requirements, and those are part of it is the manipulation because they are childlike. They rely on you for food, shelter, water, all of their necessities. So that gives you the upper hand, and that's where the responsibility comes from. So that kind of is why I don't understand why you're so adamant about them not being compared to children when the only thing stopping us
Why
from
am
eating
I?
them is
Who is
literally
who's
because
adamant about
I
that?
think she's talking to me.
Yeah,
Are you adamant about that?
I'm saying that
You
they're
compare
not.
them to children.
they're trying to
I'm
make
saying they're
decisions. You're just saying,
comparable,
like,
but
it
they're
is what
not
it
like
is, like, to them
equal,
it is.
right? They're like you can compare them, but they're not like 100% equal things.
I would jump into a river and rescue my dog before I rescued someone else's crotch goblin because you can make another one the same way that they're going to tell me that I can adopt another dog. Here, Beats.
Wait,
I
so
mean,
you're
yeah,
wait,
but
wait,
I
wait,
think
wait,
that's
wait,
just
wait, wait,
like
just
a
one second, just
basis
one
of
second.
you have like an attachment to
You
that.
also eat foreskin, so it's like
Yeah, wait, how like
everybody's
how
different.
does that even track though? Like you just said like, oh yeah, just I'm just gonna do this because they say I can just like adopt another one, but like they can just have another one. So like you're saying their argument's wrong for the same reason you're saying you would do your thing. Like I just don't see how that tracks.
I mean,
Yeah, that's true.
they should have taught their kid to swim.
Yeah,
Or
so
they
like
should have been watching it.
yeah,
So like
yeah,
that's
so
my
like
point.
you should
Is,
have taught
right.
your
So
dog how to
if I were
swim.
to just say right, like you should have just taught your dog to like swim better or like train it from like when I was younger, right? It's just not gonna be. It's just this is just not a productive like point to make.
I get
is what I'm trying
I
to get
get
at.
why you would have that take. It's like some basis of you have that attachment to your dog, but I think in like most cases, most people would probably save the human just because
I
there's
also
like
don't
an
like kids.
understanding that a dog does have. That's fine, but like most people, have an understanding that there's like a different separation between dogs and humans. When it comes to this morality, the only reason dogs get treated like this is because we decided to. I like dogs. I'm happy we treat them well. I'm happy we take care of them. They evolve next to us. They're like our best friend. But if there's like a group of people that's doing some wild shit, all we can do is like maybe conquer them and enforce our rules onto them. But like that doesn't mean we're right. That just means our rules are the ones being enforced.
Also,
Yeah,
have a
Well, I'm
really
sure
good
we
cat.
can infer
that
it from
just all
other
sounds
values that
descriptive.
people.
I
Yeah, that
actually
just
ate
doesn't
his
sound like a
leg.
prescriptive thing, right?
Did you
I'm
eat
sure
his
we can
leg?
infer.
Yeah, I ate his leg.
I'm
What?
sure
What
you
did it
can
taste
just like
like?
infer like some general standard of like how people should act in regards to these things just based off of values that they hold themselves, right? Like it's not going to be the case that just like different types of humans are just going to be like so radically different, so like fucking far fetched that they're just going to be like you're like savages, like is what you're describing. Just like don't have any conception of fucking like anything.
So we
I mean,
should
this is what they
It's not.
found, so they're gonna eat it. So like,
Like a lot of
that's
yeah,
people, though.
we I don't
Savages.
I think FK is correct in the way our society looks at pets. I think our society is wrong for doing that. They are a source of food. I think they can be a source of companionship. Anything can be a source of companionship, assuming it doesn't rip your face off. But there should be no prohibition, certainly, on eating them. Like I think when it comes to slaughtering meat, right? Like I would like to have less suffering in the process. So if within a meat plant, a slaughterhouse meat plant.
So how much suffering do you think is happening in these meat?
Like 2.
Yeah.
So
How much do you actually
like
think?
two.
Sorry, would you say that's
Oh, wait, I
wrong?
agree. Wait,
It's like how much suffering do you think is actually happening in the slaughterhouses?
wait, Kays, I'm gonna like agree with you, right? Like if like if society just like takes it to be okay, or like if it's just, we just take it to be like ethical to consume animals, then like yeah, there shouldn't be these like weird cases for things like dogs and cats. But I don't like I just think the position that it's like or that people are taking is just that it's just not okay to
I mean, there's also horses included in that too, and that
yeah,
was
sure, and just like
recently.
anything, right? Like
Do we have like a Vosh viewer here?
This has
Not
been fun.
anything.
I'm gonna head out, Prime. Thanks for having me.
Everyone's running from the dog fucking conversation. Cowards, cowards all.
because it's just like oh, it is what it is. Oh, people can believe what they want. Like
Yeah,
it's
it's
just not
like-
productive. It's not getting into hypotheticals. It's not addressing arguments. It's just like oh, what if this? Oh, what if this? Oh, what if this? And it's like oh, I like this. Oh, I like this. And it's just not like oh, like what is to be done.
Well,
It's
it's
like-
ignoring the overall reality of the situation.
What-
The vast majority of farm fertilizers either come from ammonium nitrate or from direct animal sources, predominantly pigs and cows.
Yep.
You don't have plant-based foods if you don't have those fertilizers. The cows, the pigs, they're not optional. They're a requirement. Otherwise, the cost of food will go up so high you can't afford to buy it. It'll be something that looks good on the shelf.
Do you think we over or underproduce the number of cows to supply us with fertilizer?
It's not about the amount of production.
Answer my
of
question. Don't tell
cattle.
me what it's not about. Answer my question.
Well, I'm telling you how it works on the farm. You're not.
answer my question.
You're just.
I'm not your slave, man. Don't demand.
Yeah,
something.
it's a conversation that me
tolerate
and
it.
you have different
Okay.
views on. If you want to have a debate, you have to have the debate. Answer the
Yeah,
question or
but
don't.
You don't get
What's
to
your point in being
dictate
here?
to me what I'm gonna do.
So I'm dictating to
chill,
you that I
bro.
want an answer to my question because you're clearly dodging.
You don't get to dictate anything to me, man. You
If
need
you're
to
gonna
chill
like bring
out.
up a point that doesn't respond to what anyone says,
You didn't even let me finish my point. You just started demanding
You're
things.
just
from me.
dodging the
You're doing
question
that
transparently, and you're saying that you don't owe me an answer. I agree. You don't owe anyone an answer, and I don't owe you not interrupting you either. Just answer the question. Don't be a coward.
So let me get this straight. So you get the point to talk at any time when you want to, but everyone
the
else
question.
has to answer the question the second you interject.
I answer the
Why don't
question.
you give an
Why don't
answer?
you tell him what it is and then he can refute it or something?
Yeah, why don't you let me
We
finish
have
my
a lot of
statement
cows.
first before you open your mouth?
Yeah, let's let Fallenar go, please, Fallenar.
So the point behind this is the cattle, they take a long time to grow to a certain point. One, before the cattle are even remotely productive. Two, before they're of any age to be of anything viable for food sources. The amount of food that they consume and what they consume changes dramatically based on the adolescent versus juvenile versus adult stage of the cattle. It also depends on whether the farm is grass-fed, wheat-fed, corn or grain-fed, or some other alternative hybrid. On top of that, there are plenty of farms that are doing artificial growing and growing pods and hydroponic pods where they're growing their own fod. And that's feeding the cattle locally with that, and that's just with grass grains that are then being used to create sprouts that are being used to create effectively just organic grass. And so the argument about corn going straight to cattle, right now, it's actually more of it's going to ethanol production and alcohol production than anything else currently. The misconception that it's all going to feeding cattle is a misconception. That hasn't been the case for several years now.
Cool. Now that you're done making up your next lie, are you done yet, or you need
Next
another
lie,
300
would you
words?
like the source on that instead of
You
just
need 100,
saying
300
it's
words?
a liar?
Sorry, are you
Sure, let
done?
me give you a
Are
source.
you
It's
done?
US
Are you done?
agriculture.
Answer the question.
No, you don't get to say that I'm a
here.
liar, and then
Are you gonna keep
Oh my
rambling
God.
on something
I
unrelated?
enjoy
You
your
only want to answer the
USDA.
question we're asked
Would you
about
like
10
to
minutes
argue
ago.
with the USDA?
I want your source from your last claim that I just asked you about. You haven't answered the question at all yet. You're scared.
No,
you
because
are
you called me-
terrified of
no,
answering
you
that
don't get to
question.
call
You
somebody
want
a
to ramble
liar
for
on
3
their
hours
point.
and never answer questions the other person gives you. You
You
can't
don't get to
dictate
call
what I'm going to
somebody a
do.
liar, dude.
You
You
are
don't
a
get to-
liar. You're a
you're-
deceptive,
Follow up.
weaseling liar who won't
because
answer the question.
I'm looking at September 20th
Weasley
data
the
from
liar,
the
dude.
Oh,
USDA.
the person who made the claim about corn going to
oh,
cows left
okay,
it here.
all right.
You're
That is
shadowing
Okay.
USDA
Oh, no,
data.
no,
Would you like
Okay,
to
all
argue
right,
with the
okay, all right.
USDA?
So we got Yusa shouting here. Okay, well, Yusa shouting. So I want to let other people who didn't get a chance to talk. Desperado Sensei, well, let me start with you if you have something you want to add to this.
Yeah,
we don't have to
Desperado.
respond to dog fucking if you don't want to. You don't have to respond to the foreskin conversation if you don't want to. But where do you want to take this?
All right, so I'll just try and add useful information instead. Okay, so when we are actually talking about slaughterhouses and like the amount of like meat that we actually get from animals, when we're talking specifically about cows, when cows go to a slaughterhouse, we utilize over a little over 99% of the cow when it goes to the slaughterhouse. Only about 65% of the cow is actually used for like to go specifically for food consumption. But there are a lot of other things that we get from cows that are not necessarily food related that we actually really need in society.
Like
One of
leather.
those things that well, not even just leather. You're talking about like anti-rejection drugs for when you're doing like ligament like changes, or you're doing like liver transplants, or you're doing different kind of things so that you don't have like rejection from what is it from different like transplants.
Transplants? Yeah.
Yeah, another thing is like medical salves. So like anything that you like rub on your skin, a lot of the salves that you use to rub on your skin have a certain like I think it's like steric acid or something along those lines that are used for, or stearic acid that's used for different creams and stuff that you need for like people that need for their skin and stuff. So there are more things that come out of this that are just that is more than just meat that comes from like byproducts from plants. Not to mention, if you have fur babies need to eat too.
Yeah,
And
the
it's
basic
really hard to
thought
get
comes from
diets
food.
for fur babies that are entirely plant based.
So
And plant-based diets are not for pets. I have to throw that out there every time. Please stop feeding grain-free. You're just giving your dog heart problems.
Yeah, you're
Anyways.
killing your dogs.
Stardust, thank you for the kind raid. Hello everyone. Name's Prime. Hit the follow button. We've been talking about lots of things. Some of them surely will get me banned. But you might have missed some of that. Hit that follow button in case you're new. And consider subscribing to the channel. Help out the channel so that we can continue. And if you're on YouTube, consider getting a super chat if you want to get your questions read out to these people, or you can join in, of course, especially open in chat for instructions on how to do so. But okay, who else wants to participate? Okay, go ahead.
I just want to know, Falmer, what's the answer to the question you were asked before?
What was the question, sir?
Did you ramble for long enough that you forgot the question?
No, I was too busy listening to him scream and shout.
The question happened while you interrupted me asking the question to start rambling.
I can remind
right?
you of the question. I'm happy to remind him of the question. I just want to confirm: did you ramble for long enough that you forgot it? Is that what happened there?
No.
Just you were filibustering.
You remember it, right?
No, I got so distracted from him screaming and making demands that I had to address that, and in the
So
process,
you just kept rambling instead. Okay, so the question was: are we overproducing cows for the amount of fertilizer we need for the plants?
For the amount of fertilizer that we need, the answer is no. We're not.
We're not overproducing the cows. We have exactly as much cows as we need fertilizer for plants.
We're actually under, given the current circumstances and global issues.
Do you have a single source?
The answer's no.
No, we actually meat production is down. Like that is a fact.
Well, it's
meat
not
production
even,
is down. That's irrelevant. The reason that they're
No,
buying
meat production is down because
that's
the
irrelevant.
cows are dying.
It has
That's
nothing to do
irrelevant.
with meat production. It has to do with the fact that Mariupol got turned into a parking lot, which Mr. Synth doesn't seem to know what actually goes on in Mariupol.
How much more fertilizer?
We've
do
also
we
been
need to
having
meet
anthrax
production for
spikes in
plants?
the US.
What's the amount of fertilizer we need in metric tons per year that we're missing?
Well, it's not just the U.S. Is now that Mariupol's been destroyed, they were one of the largest exporters of ammonia nitrate-based fertilizers because of the natural gas pipelines that were used to produce those ammonia nitrates.
How much of a deficit are we in right now?
I'd have to run the numbers, but
What's your estimate?
from what I understand, it's at least a
Ballpark
40% loss from ammonia, the ammonia nitrate losses, and then the additional issues with potash. And that's before the fires in Canada may have damaged additional facilities and production capacities.
So we're about
wood is
40%
one of the.
under we need, or are we down 40%?
That's what the current estimates are for ammonia nitrates. That's not the current estimate for organic sources, alternatives such as that of cow manure or pig manure.
Yeah, so you're not answering the question.
That's not the question. Then. We're talking about cow production.
Well, you're
Are
asking
we
me
over
a
underproducing cows
question about
for the
something that
fertilizer.
impacts over 190 plus countries.
It's just going to be another irrelevant ramble. Just answer the question. People have
That-
questions,
you're
for you,
asking
they don't
me
want to
for
hear you
something-
ramble about fun facts.
I told you the question slowly, and you already forgot it. You didn't
No,
listen to the end of my
you're
sentence. I
asking me what is the production requirements for an entire planet for its fertilizer needs
I
for
asked
organic
you, are we
sources.
over
That's
or
not a
under
simple
cow
question.
production for the
It's
cow-based
under.
manure fertilizer?
Given the
We're
missing
under
amount
for
of
how much we
ammonium
need?
nitrate, we're under. We're dramatically under our
So-
fertilizer needs.
So we need.
Why would the
ammonium
missing
ni-
amount of
We
ammonium
don't
nitrate?
need. Wait.
Go ahead,
So we
Rob.
don't even need cows if we have enough ammonia nitrate. Then is what you're telling me.
Problem with ammonium nitrate-based fertilizers is one, farm runoffs, and two, the damage it does to the microlife in the soil that eventually makes the soil inarable.
Fun fact moment. Okay, look,
Why
the
are we
question you're
using
being
it
asked is not about like the random fun facts you want to keep bringing up, right? The question you're being asked is it the case we're overproducing cows for the manure they're making? Clearly, we have enough manure. We've got a lot of cow shit going around.
We don't have enough. I just answered that. We don't have enough fertilizer.
You think that we don't have enough fertilizer because of the fact there's an ammonia nitrate, there's deficiency, but you're saying that's not coming from the cows. We're asking you, do we have enough cows to make up for it? Yes or no?
You're misunderstanding a fundamental component here. There is a
Here comes the
distinct
ramble.
difference between synthetic ammonium nitrate and
That's a
natural
cool fun fact.
fertilizers.
That's a cool fun fact.
Sure.
That's
What
not a
part?
cool
What
fun
part
fact.
of
Well,
that
natural
doesn't connect?
fertilizer
What part of
comes
that
from
do you think
cows,
Sims is
yeah.
missing on her point?
Natural fertilizer just comes from cow shit and pig shit. Yes.
And
No.
chicken shit, but chicken
Yeah, when
shit
you
also
add
carries
in
salmonella
that to
risk.
Sim's point, how does that change her point or her question from being relevant?
But we're still under, even though we have like a
Because
ton of
we need
cows.
more
In
fertilizer.
unnatural, we are. In
the
natural, we are
absence
not.
of
We are
ammonium
overproducing
nitrate,
fertilizer. It's
in
a
the
animal
absence of
byproduct.
ammonium nitrate,
Hold on,
in the
Valinor.
absence of ammonium nitrate.
Valinor, is it a byproduct?
In the absence of ammonium
The
nitrate.
absence of ammonium nitrate. Here comes the fun fact. Go ahead.
In the absence of ammonium nitrate, we have to have an alternative fertilizer. Otherwise, we can't reach the yields required to produce the plant-based
That's a
food.
neat,
sources
cool fun
that-
fact.
Cool. How does that address the question you were just asked?
Because he's asking me, does one fertilizer equate to another? The answer is
No,
no.
that's not the question you were just asked.
Yes, the question
No,
was,
it was
is do
not.
we
I think
have
he's
too
answered
much
the
rest of
question
us are
literal-
multiple times.
Yeah.
No,
I've
I
answered
can
it
keep
He has
asking the
answered.
question. We'll see if Valinor tracks the question this time. Are we overproducing cows for the organic part of manure? Because you're only sticking on the ammonium nitrate,
We are
and then you're
not
saying that it's not
producing
the same.
enough cows for the need as a collective for fertilizer sources.
How
we
much
need
more?
more
How
cows.
much more natural manure do we need to make up for that? How many more cows do
That
we need to add
number,
into
as I
production?
said
Roughly.
before, I would have to
Oh, you were
calculate
talking about
fertilizer
ammonium
needs
nitrate
of
before.
every
You said that
country.
we weren't understanding the difference between the synthetic and the natural. We're clearly tracking the synthetic natural distinction. You're failing to, and you're the one who keeps
No, I'm
bringing it up.
not.
That's why you're
because
pivoting
you're
back to the
trying
ammonium
to
nitrate
equate a
when you're asked about how much
1-to-1
more natural
ratio,
manure
and
we
that
need.
doesn't exist.
You're not understanding the difference that you're saying we're not understanding, dude.
You're not understanding the difference between synthetic versus natural.
We are. That's why I'm asking you about the
You're not
natural, and you're
understanding
going
the
to the
difference.
synthetic, dog.
KNP
I understand.
difference.
This is why I'm saying you're not answering the question you're being
So you
asked.
understand the KNP ratio differences between organic and inorganic sources, is what you're saying.
Relevant. Holy shit.
I
this is
understand
another
the
fun
difference
fact.
between these two
Extremely
topics.
relevant.
How is that relevant to the topic of when I'm asking you, are we over or underproducing the natural manure? You're saying we're
We
underproducing
are
the ammonium nitrate.
underproducing.
The
We are
ammonium
underproducing
nitrate. The
and
ammonium
dramatically.
nitrate. You're talking
said
about
we're
ammonia nitrate.
No,
He said
we're
yes.
underproducing in totality because in the
And then you're
absence of
talking about
ammonium
ammonium
nitrate,
nitrate.
we have to have more organic
Asking
And
you
how
sources.
about,
much more
just asking you
organic
about a
manure
specific
do we need
thing.
to add in? How much more production do we need to make up for the 40% loss in ammonium nitrate that you referenced before?
Again, as I said before, I would have to run the numbers because the Ukraine has been devastated by
We're
a
talking about
destructive
ammonium
war.
nitrate last time you talked about running the
Yes,
Wait, what?
You
and
weren't,
that
yeah,
was
and we're not
produced
talking about
in
ammonium
Mariupol.
nitrate. We're going down with the rough number of 40% down. How much more organic manure do we need to? Stop pivoting off of the organic and confusing with the synthetic. We understand the distinction well
Not-
enough to call you on it whenever you try and Mott and
I'm
Bailey it.
not confusing it. You're not understanding.
you
the
He is
are.
answering
problem.
you. He's not just like reading a
okay,
book or
listen.
something. He's just
Like
he's
this back and
answering
forth is
everything.
doing nothing. Just
I know. Like
it's a yes or
move
no
on or
question,
something.
right? It's
Fuck.
like you can't just be like, oh, but the synthetic, oh, but the natural, right? Just
You
fucking
asked-
answer the question, right?
yeah.
If you want to
He said
engage in
no.
a
He
debate,
said
You want
no.
me to bring up a number? Well, give me like,
Numbers,
16
sources,
fucking days
subtract
because that's
argument,
how
just
long it's going to
anything.
take to research the market demands of fertilizer for every fucking
I'm
country.
sure.
in the
I'm
planet.
sure
Yeah,
you don't have
okay,
to
yeah,
know
so,
what you're saying,
byproduct
but-
I think we've
the primary product?
we have reached the amount of shit that my audience wants to hear. But I think we've reached that level.
Nice.
And any more bullshit that comes out, I think that might be too much to scare people away. So
Are we
why
back
don't
to
we?
foreskins?
No,
Are we back to
Counter.
force? Yeah.
Yeah, honestly, I think we should go back to the previous stuff. I don't think people were checking that either.
Wait, I got a question. As like, so eating. Wait, no, eating meat is equated to fucking a dog. Is that what you're
Fucking a dog
saying?
is less
Or
morally wrong, but they're
Oh,
both
that's
morally wrong for the
oh
same
my
reason.
god.
less morally wrong, bro?
Yeah, what's the
Can
counter
you
argument?
explain? I don't have one. I
Well,
just want you to
considering the
explain it.
damage
you
done
don't.
to
But
the
wait, you don't
animal's
even need to make
body.
like. But I don't. You don't have to make a claim about them being equally wrong or something. All you need to say is what explains why bestiality is wrong is the same thing that explains why eating meat is wrong. And what's going to be cited there is just it causing suffering to the animal or it being bad for the animal.
But also, you die is like suffering for the rest of your life with the damage from being a dog that was assaulted.
Yeah, why is the
Listen,
damage
I
that
mean,
happens
I
to the
was.
dog?
Didn't I,
Sorry, what's
didn't
the
I
damage
just
that
like
happens to the
explain
dog?
how that wasn't
Wait,
relevant?
just like an anecdote, right? Like I was
Maybe
fucking.
I forgot what explains.
Sorry. Like if somebody was like assaulted as a kid or something like that, right? You think it's like preferable that they died or something, or like I'm like what's the
Well, a lot
what
of
was the point of bringing that
people,
up?
a lot of people that it's happened to think that it's preferable if they died. It's
Yeah, so it
not.
happened to me, right?
But
So and I don't think it's preferable to die,
Whoa,
right? So
okay,
like what's it's just like I
I
don't
mean,
understand.
it happened to me, and for a
Okay,
long
you're
time I
alive
thought it was
right now. It's
preferable.
obviously
So,
not
like, that's the
preferable that
thing
you'd rather
is,
die, right? Like you're alive. You can just like you're alive and it happened, and so it's obviously like preferable. You're choosing life.
yeah, but I also wasn't like made. Now, had I actually had my vag split open, like what usually is done to female dogs when they're raped, they have internal organ damage. This usually happens in human adolescents, which is also why it's doubly wrong, is because those reproductive organs were not made to accommodate one, an adult human, and two, the animal kingdom has very specific reproductive organ functions. So pigs have corkscrew cervixes and corkscrew penises. So that is another thing is crossing species naturally results in infertility. One, for example, ligers can't reproduce, and then two, it's also fucked up because it causes bodily harm
Yeah, it's
versus
incredibly
slaughtering.
To the animal, right?
It's
right.
once, yeah, but slaughtering that happens once, and most of the time
Yeah,
they
and it's
don't. They're
pretty
not even
harmful.
aware that it happens because
Okay,
they're
yeah,
dead.
sure. So like, are you just gonna take the position that like every animal should just be like killed instead of continuing to live after?
Yeah, like
they've
if you
been
kill a
raised?
dog and then fuck it afterwards, is that okay?
No, because that's gross, and you could have diseases. And there's a
Cool. What if
moral
it?
Right, like plenty of
compass.
people
What if
do
it's
gross
clean?
things, but it's not. Does that mean it's like unethical, right? Like,
Yeah, look, it's gross to watch people take shits, right? But it doesn't mean it's wrong to take a shit. So who cares?
I mean, it's not part of my ethics, so why do I
Would
care? But also, fucking a
It
dead
is. I think
animal
it's
is that
wrong to fuck
person's
I
that
mean,
animal.
choice.
So what
you can
about
make a statement on it, like.
what about sheep? Sheep who have vaginas. I hear. I don't know personally.
I've had my
But
hand up many.
they have vaginas that are apparently identical to human genitalia. So would it be wrong to fuck a sheep?
Why are people on here so well
Um,
researched on the topic?
So I have a degree in animal science and a shit ton of reproductive courses. That's why I have testicles in a jar and an eyeball over there.
And you really want to eat foreskin?
We'll pretend.
I showed my kittens.
Oh my
But yeah,
neat. That's super weird.
Yeah, go ahead. Sheep
fuck,
fucking.
what did you ask for? Sheep fucking.
Yeah,
So
as a
why
sheep
that's
fucking,
bad
that'd be
is sheep penises are not the same as humans.
Sorry, you
So
broke up
that's
there.
another thing.
You broke up there. Sheep.
Sheep dicks are not the same as humans. So
What's wrong?
that's why it's wrong. So in the anatomical sense that we're talking about, yeah, because again, it's causing scar tissue and damage.
Yeah, so
The
let's
same
say
way
I like.
that an
Let's say
adolescent
I like
girl and
stitched
an
the
adult
sheep dick.
male.
Wait. Let's say I like stitched a sheep dick onto like like somebody stitched a sheep dick onto themselves and then fucked the like sheep. Like, is that okay then?
No, that is.
No, it's not okay.
They
So then
need
the
to see
genital is not
help.
the issue. So then the genital is not the issue, right? It's a hypothetical, like this, like right.
Yeah, isn't the issue probably
if
that it's like
genital is
bad
not
for the
the issue,
animal?
then what is the issue?
I mean, that's going to be causing ways because it is a dead organ that is rotting.
Oh, but let's say it's like alive, right? Let's say like technology's gone to a point where like it can't sustain it. Okay, so like, is it wrong or is it okay for that person to fuck a sheep because they have a sheep dick attached to them?
So are you saying that it's wrong for us to artificially inseminate animals
No,
then?
no, I'm
Because
not
I've
saying
done that.
No,
Well,
I'm
yeah,
not
of
saying
course.
anything.
Wait,
I'm,
yeah.
like, I'm
What
just
if you did
asking.
take the view that it's wrong? Is there an issue?
I mean, what do you
You
want?
think like
The, I mean,
presumably
if you have an
would
issue
make
with
like
I'm just gonna say
well,
it's a faulty
presumably
presumption
what
to
would
say
make
that
what
the
would make it
genitals the
wrong?
issue with
What
fucking
would,
the
what would make
animal,
it
right?
wrong to like
the
artificially
genitals are
inseminate an animal?
because
Which
it's
just
splitting open. That's the thing is you can't just like shove puzzle pieces together. You're gonna
No,
break
no,
the
no,
puzzle
no.
piece.
This hypothetical, right? You're not tracking it. It's there's something that's not a sheep with a sheep dick, right? That's like has like much higher fucking levels of like sentience, consciousness, like they
Human
can grasp
born
moral
with sheep
concept, right?
dick.
Basically a human, right? And they're like fucking a sheep. Is this gonna be? Is the genital gonna be what's wrong, or the person doing it?
Doing it for pleasure, yeah, that's wrong. Doing it as a means for
What?
reproduction for the meat industry, that would be revolutionary actually,
do-
because it would be
Why do we
taking
need to
into
do that?
account
Sorry,
the
why do we want
well-being
the
of
meat
the animal.
industry? What's the purpose of the meat industry?
Because we fucked up the genes so bad that we need to breed out a lot of the bad
No, what's
genetics
the
that we
purpose
have
of the meat industry is the question.
to slaughter things for consumption the way
Oh,
that we have
so it's for
eaten meat for
pleasure,
years.
right? It's for pleasure.
It's not for pleasure, it's for
Why do you eat
nutrition.
meat? You can get nutrition without meat, right?
Not very well.
Yeah, what's
And a lot
the
of these
nutrient you're gonna lack in a
supplements,
vegan diet?
a lot because people don't know how to adequately do vegan diets, so they either end up eating
There's
a
so
lot
many
of
things,
beans
just
and
like not a single
being
thing you
carb
can name.
overloaded, or
It's like it's just a million things you can't name a single one. There's so many.
Niacin, B2, B6, and calcium. And
Yeah,
that,
which of those do you think isn't in a plant diet?
fat.
This is per the National Institute of Health, and they say that because of the fact that these are predominantly produced by bacteria, it's not typically found in a plant diet.
You think it's not vegan to eat bacteria? What? You mean gut bacteria? Is that what you're trying to say?
Vegans are also at risk for deficiencies of other micronutrients, including selenium, zinc, niacin, B2, B6, and calcium, as well as
Yeah, here are some vegan sources of calcium.
Yeah,
Soybeans.
You're arguing with
Lentils.
the National Institute of Health.
Seeds. No, I'm not, dummy. You're just not reading the page.
I'm literally just
You're
read it
arguing
from
with
the
your
National
literacies right now.
Institute of
What's
Health.
happening right here? The National Institute of Health doesn't agree with you. The UK's
The
National Institute
National
of Health does
Institute
not
of
agree
Health
with you.
is my source, jackass.
They don't agree with you, dummy. You're not quoting your source properly. Your source doesn't say that. Your source isn't going to say. Your source is not going to say that you can't get calcium in a vegan diet.
981. That's from the National
Yeah,
Institute
what
of
in
Health. Would you
what
like
in your
to
source?
continue
What in your
arguing
source? What
that
in
are
your
federal?
source says you can't get calcium in a vegan diet?
Some
Quote the
evidence
line.
suggests that vegans are also at risk for deficiencies of other micronutrients.
At risk for deficiency. Are you illiterate? Can you not read that sentence?
Source number.
Does that sentence sound to you like it says there's no calcium in vegan diet?
Okay. Dr. Halloran.
I mean,
So
you're
Fowler,
already never been
okay,
calcium. He was going
okay,
towards
we're
the
gonna have
deficiency.
order. On. Okay, so Fowler, what Synth is trying to say is that it's not that yes, there could be people who are more at risk because living a vegan diet is more difficult than a regular diet. But still, it is not impossible to get this calcium if you have the proper education. If it's only a matter of education, then we can educate people on how to get those nutrients. So, what's your response to that?
Well, my response to that would be the data, which represents that 84% of people quit the vegan diet because it becomes a health risk to them, and it's advised by their doctors to stop being vegans.
Why? Hold on. What source says that 84% of people quit it because their doctors advise them?
Oh my god!
You're making shit up. You're just lies after lies after lies. Your last
Oh
sentence
my
you
god!
read it
I
all.
just cited the NIH to you.
The NIH didn't agree with you. The NIH didn't say. The NIH
NIH
did
was
not
what I
say
read
that
from.
people could. The NIH did not say that people could not get calcium in a vegan diet. You did not read that correctly.
Yes, that vegans are also at risk for.
Do you know the difference between the sentence "you are at risk for X" and "you cannot get X ever"?
You're the one arguing with the NIH, man.
No, I'm not. You're just stupid. You're just very stupid.
WHO and everybody else that's sorted it.
They don't agree with you either. In fact, the World Health Organization agrees with me. They recommend one.
Okay, you're right about 100% of all things and all disciplines and all
This is
areas
such a
and all
quote. This is such a
verticals.
quote.
Mr. Genius over here.
Yo, they're not saying right. So saying somebody's at risk for deficiency of something, right? And this is what Synth just said. It just doesn't. It's not the same thing as that they can never get this right. So something being at risk just means you're gonna have to take extra precautions to like overcome this, right? And like for like and just on also like kid, right? You have just like people just like in like fucking brutally describing like mutilating things in your like chat. Like I'm not even vegan. Like I'm not even I'm just like trying to point out like how fucking like inadequate everybody's tracking of arguments is here. But it's just like edgy shit like this in the fucking chat. It's just so cringe.
Yeah. Well, okay. So going, I don't know. I shouldn't do this, but I'm going to do it anyway. Overlord. My only problem with your argumentation was that it hanged on physical harm, right? So talking about like having sex with an animal here, or yeah, like it seems like a young boy having sex with a sheep. And my understanding is that like those vaginas were like 1-to-1, but and your argument was that sheep dicks are different, but I don't think that matters if like the sheep vagina is 1-to-1 with a human genital, but it doesn't matter. But anyway,
I mean,
if you
I've gotten like my arm in one, so I mean it's accommodating.
Okay, fair enough. All right, yeah. If a young boy with a small penis then had sex with a sheep, right, and didn't do any damage to it, would that be fine?
No, that child should see a therapist because
Listen, that's like
it's like the first step in the the whole serial killer argument is like fucking
But they're not
animals,
doing
but at the
harm.
same time,
Hold on, but sociopaths, right, or psychopaths, I guess, they want to harm something, right? They want to see it harmed. In this situation, with our intrepid young boy, he doesn't want to see it harm, and he'd be happy if the sheep felt pleasure from it. But in the end, right now, he's just trying to get his nut off. And doing so does not hurt the sheep, right? He's just simply not big enough to do so. So in that situation, would it like, since it has no physical harm, like according to your argumentation, it's okay, right? Desperado, I see your hand.
Yeah. The main issue is that where we get syphilis from is from sheep. So if you want to run the risk of getting like a high risk of syphilis, you don't fuck sheep.
Wrap it up. We got condoms now. We have condoms.
Obviously,
Overlord.
Like I don't think that like it's just you guys just keep adding these. You guys just keep adding these like nth terms like, oh, it's just gonna be because of the harm it does to the human, or oh, like this thing like no. We're trying to discuss the agency of the sheep and whether or not it's being violated.
Yeah, is it wrong to fuck a sheep if you already have syphilis?
Like, oh yeah, so
if
let's say I
if
actually
you
have like the
wouldn't get
syphilis
it.
vaccine.
Yeah,
right?
if you wouldn't get it, or
It's
there
just
wasn't,
so like what?
yeah, like if you wouldn't get syphilis from it, or there wasn't this like fucking differential genital size or something, it'd still be wrong. Right? It'd still be like a bad thing.
100%
Yeah.
violation.
It's like
Yeah, like it's not wrong because humans contract something from it. It's wrong because it's violating the animal, and that's like all that's like been trying to be communicated here. And then like when you guys
but I thought that we all understood consent in here,
really,
since we're all adults.
Really, so earlier when you said the issue with fucking a sheep was like the penis and not like the act of doing it itself.
Yeah,
right?
because the issue of consent has been argued over and over again, and a lot of people don't know the anatomy and physiology that goes behind reproduction. So I was offering another side of the argument. Rather than just
another side.
Yes, but like the thing is like people aren't even tracking the consent things, and that's like what's trying to be like discussed right now. So like when people aren't even responding to that or even able to respond to that, I don't see why we should just go and break off into like 10 other directions to try to like I don't know, just like deviate from the point.
And the whole reason it's brought up is because it's analogous to meat production. I don't think that you believe that they can consent to be fucked. You can't. You don't think they can be consent to be eaten. I'm assuming as well.
I enjoy to eat.
They can't consent. Yeah, you enjoy to eat meat. Some people enjoy to fuck animals, right? So who cares?
What about the plants? Plants can't consent.
Yeah, plants don't have experiences, so I don't really value them. It's not wrong. It's not wrong to fuck a plant either. If you wanted to like fuck a plant, who cares?
Guy holds the view plants have minds.
So sea otters are notorious for carrying on
Yeah, he
baby
just said a bunch of
seals
rude random
and using them as fuck toys before
That's a cool fun fact.
before and
That's
after they
weird, I
die.
like it. Animals are bad sometimes.
So yeah, and you know what's funny? We are also animals. We are
Whoa.
slightly more intelligent
And
than
we're bad
most.
sometimes.
Some of us, and yes, we are bad. So you're talking about the niche population of people that are doing weird ass shit, like fucking sheep.
Wow,
No,
you really
And-
tracked
no,
there.
no, no, no,
The
no,
argument
no,
tracked
no.
there.
Wait.
Listen,
Listen. It's not just about the people that are fucking sheep, right? It's that what your answer is to this position entails something else that can be carried out to other things, which may come down to something that is more applicable to you, right? And also, just to address the like Nick's Unchambers and the comments, and be like, consent isn't a thing in the animal world, right? Humans are namely separate from the rest of the animal world due to like more like the ability to have rational faculties, right? So like
Some of
if
us.
some pardon?
Yeah, some of us can't consent too.
Yeah. Right. So like when you say, oh, consent doesn't exist in the animal world, right? So it's just like okay to like, I don't know, like fuck a baby because they don't have rational like faculties, they don't have the ability to consent, right? Just shit like that's just not gonna track, and that's why like what you're like spurging about is just like complete fucking bullshit.
So I'm gonna let in I guess his hand's not up. So Stardust is here, and Stardust, she heard about the sheep fucking and decided like this is a conversation I need to be a part of. I need to let my credibility here.
Wait,
Stardust.
we're talking about sheep fucking?
Dude, is that chair made out of fur, dude? What the fuck?
So if Stardust wants to add anything to like anything you've heard, I'm gonna give
What
you
is the
space.
question exactly?
Is that a
Either one is
sheepskin
fine.
fur on the back of your chair?
No. What is the question
So
that
we
brought this
What's
topic?
morally?
It was-
The question is what's the morally relevant difference between fucking dogs and eating animals? And we're the vegans on the panel don't think there is, and some of the non-vegans don't as
Oh,
well.
well, it doesn't really matter to me. All I would say is just be consistent. So if you're gonna eat animals, you should fuck them too.
True.
Oh shit. Okay.
Yeah, you know that's I can.
But I
take that
don't
as,
enjoy
moral,
fucking animals, but I do enjoy eating them.
whatever moral
Yeah,
relevance.
is it wrong for somebody else to fuck animals if
Saying
they
it's
enjoy
okay
it?
in your
I'm
culture.
just
It's like,
kidding. I'm just kidding. What I will say is that if
Probably,
somebody
yeah.
gave
In
me
my view, yes.
if somebody gave me 10K and they were like, "Yo, I'm gonna give you not 10K, yeah, 10K," and they're like, "Yo, would you let like a lion frick you for 10K?" I'd be like, "Yeah," because I hope, if I were gonna get 10K from it, I would hope that it would kill me. Either it kills me in the process, or
Jesus.
that it's such a metal animal that people are like, "Wow, you survived that." And so at least I'd have like a cool story. So
Yeah, let the record state that would go hard. Yeah, literally, lol.
yeah, but being known as the lion fucker would go insane, like crazy title.
Let's go
Well,
to
the line, the thing it would have to
You
be.
can be like the lion. You can be like the lion
lion would have to
queen.
fuck me, not me fucking it. Would need to be fucking me.
Oh, that's just
oh,
no,
yeah.
that's not cool anymore. It's not metal anymore.
Let's
Why?
go
Damn.
to our friend
Soy.
Doobie, who I know has very strong opinions on this. And then we have another person, Rose. We'd love to have for them to jump in as well. So Doobie, start us off.
Good to see you, Doobie.
Oh,
I agree with the vegans. Actually, I think that though maybe for different reasons. I actually don't think there's anything wrong with fucking animals. I think it's totally fine in a lot of cultures, and I think that the reason it's not fine in the United States and in other European countries is like just probably like the influences like Christianity and whatnot. I don't think there is any difference between like making a steak and fucking a cow, right? Using it for your pleasure in some other way, or buying a hamster and using it as a fleshlight. That's
Yeah,
totally
like
reasonable
a
to
nice
me.
goldfish or something like that, right?
Yeah, I mean that's a little weird, but I feel like a hamster affair would be more pleasurable. But if you
Like
want
a
to use a
fruit
goldfish,
fly,
that's
maybe.
fine.
The
Depends
real
on how big the
motivation.
goldfish is.
The real motivation Doobie has is he's a frog and he wants to get some pussy. That's kind of it.
I just don't
Bro, I
look.
heard him rivet.
What's the
That's
issue
cloaca.
with me putting peanut butter on my dick and letting my dog lick it off? Like, what harm has been caused there? And if there were harm caused, why would it matter?
Any of the non-vegans want to take that? If not, the vegans can answer because we got an easy answer. No, none.
I find it weird that you have an
Try that
obsession
peanut butter is
with
pretty unhealthy
reality.
for dogs, to be honest.
That's true.
I mean, you're just able to answer the hypothetical, Falinor. It's like you can't provide a
Mhm.
reason that's wrong, then I'm more concerned for you.
Makes me uncomfortable.
I mean, the fact that we have a variety of federal and state laws that are pretty
laws aren't
well
gonna be
defined in
tracking
regards
morality. I'm gonna
to.
I
stop you
do
right
have a
there.
question. Is it like against like is it like sexual assault if you like have sex with like a plant without asking its consent?
Plants
No.
don't have brains.
It's like
don't
asking
have,
is
like, bodies, I guess.
Yeah, it's
I
true.
don't
It's
know.
in the same way that it's not like sexual assault to like fuck your hand, even though your hand can't consent. Right? It's
Yeah,
just like,
but
okay.
your hand is
How
a
would the
part of
plant
you.
even
Wait,
know, dude?
wait a minute. Your hand is a part of you,
Okay, well,
whereas
dildos
a
aren't. You have
plant.
to ask the dildo
Wait,
for
let me
consent.
finish.
Oh,
Let
go
me
ahead, go ahead.
finish what
Go
I'm
ahead, go
saying.
ahead.
Shut the fuck
Go
up.
ahead!
So your hand is a part of you, whereas like the plant is a living thing that is separate from you, and even if it's like not able to express itself, it would be like the ethics of like fucking like a human vegetable. Like we know that that's wrong, right?
No, it's a lot more like fucking a flashlight.
Wait,
Because those are made
fucking a
of plants.
It's
vegetable
not
is
like
wrong?
fucking a flashlight.
What's the
Flashlights
difference?
don't have lives.
Neither do dead plants.
No, I'm not talking about dead plants. I'm talking about a live plant. Did
Oh,
I
I
say
don't.
dead
Why
anywhere?
do I care about a live plant?
Well, okay, I'm asking other people just other than you, you know. So.
Yeah, and why do
Well,
any of
can
the
I
vegans
ask?
care
Wait,
about a live plant?
can I
I don't
just
think
ask
they
something
like
too?
have.
Like, yeah. So there's just like the end goal. I feel like of this like question is just gonna be something like, oh yeah, so it's just gonna be wrong to fuck plants too. And you're like so then like what is to be done?
But it's not wrong to fuck plants.
Right,
Yeah,
so
totally fine.
if the response to oh it's wrong to fuck animals is oh it's wrong to fuck plants too, and the thing
No,
that
no,
oh it's
no.
wrong to fuck animals entails is oh it's wrong to eat animals, then it's just gonna entail oh it's wrong to eat plants too. So like what is like what's like is this like productive?
Is there
Would you-
anybody here who like just is there a single person on the panel who like cares about the fact that the plant is like technically biologically alive? Like anybody?
Yeah,
No.
I care.
Oh yeah, like the
because
bacteria
what's
on my hand are too, and they're gonna
stopping
get
The
somebody-
smashed.
non-vegan
Wait a
does.
A
minute.
more
What's
Oh, no, other
fundamental
than you,
question
Stardust.
is,
I was
would you
asking
make
other
an
than you,
argument
the
that it's
person
okay
asking
to
the silly
have
question.
something
you
sex
know,
with something that
and
can't
splooging
consent?
inside me when I'm in a coma. I don't want that.
Yeah.
Yeah, you, an alive
Kind of
person,
the
doesn't
same.
want that. You have a real standing existing
Yeah, but
preference. It's a
if I'm
real
in a
existing alive
coma,
person with a mind. Plants don't.
I'm in a coma, or if I'm like a vegetable, like and there's no chance of me ever waking up, it would still be wrong. I don't want somebody splooging inside me.
That's because of the fact that you're a human being with current existing minds and preferences. You have preferences right now, plants don't.
Dude, if the plant had a preference, I wouldn't fuck it.
Yeah, but then
Yeah, if the
when
plant had a
somebody
preference, I
becomes a
wouldn't fuck it
human,
either. Yeah, no shit.
when someone becomes like a human vegetable, then they don't have preferences.
Yeah,
You can
when they
fuck
become
them.
one, they don't have preferences now. But we care about preserving the preferences of people even if they're not still alive. And the reason we care about this is the same reason we care about things like, for example, the fact that we care about inheritance tax, for example, right? Like we're okay with inheritance because people wanted their inheritance to be passed on to their children.
Why should we be okay with inheritance?
Because generally we seem to care about respecting the preferences of people even after they're not alive, because that means that they'll act in accord to the way we want them to while they are alive. Clears things up? Okay.
I don't know. I think maybe we shouldn't honor the preferences of people who aren't alive anymore.
But
Well,
then
then
you
people
I
won't.
just said
don't, I
about
don't
you being
think
a vegetable,
violating
like
someone's consent is acceptable at any time. If someone says that I'm not an organ donor, for instance, you shouldn't force them to donate their organs.
Obviously, you
after
don't think
they
yeah,
that.
like that just wouldn't work
is
either with the example
expressing.
you just give. Like if you were in a vegetative state and you hold that position, then like you wouldn't want any. It just wouldn't mean anything, right? So like obviously you don't want to hold that position. It's just
Yeah, it's
not like it's
nonsense.
just not something that's going to be coherent with your views, like, given what you just expressed.
Yeah, I don't know what the point of that was. Yeah. Anne Rinston board is
Right, so
correct.
following
That
our,
was like a
can you
total nonsense
can you
question
like
on Twitter.
can someone just like lay out like why you think it's wrong to like have sex with an animal?
Well, for starters, they can't consent. They don't have the intellectual capacity to give consent.
Can they
From a
consent to be
basis- From a basis of a legal perspective, the ability to give consent is legally classified based on IQ.
Yeah, dog, you're pivoting to
Wait,
legal.
wait,
And
wait,
and
can we
below-
wait, can we
No,
just
no,
clear?
but following our,
Can we
because
clear
once
something?
again,
below a
but following
certain
our, like how do you
IQ,
Wait,
What
do
about
you
murder?
mind
following
if
our,
I?
how do you do it? How do you do with the issue of like you know? So we obviously don't get consent from a cow before eating it, right? So like, why does consent matter in sex but not in like murder
Wait, Doobie,
and
do you
like
mind if I could get
making
something
them
in
to
real
food?
quick prior?
Sure.
well,
Sure.
by that logic, Doobie, then we couldn't eat the plants or the fruit or anything
Wait,
else on the planet,
Fawn,
including the bugs.
Fauner, do you mind if I just like clear up like a little misconception? 'Cause I've seen you reference it a
But
few
we can
times.
fuck the plants. We can fuck the plants.
What
Go
about
ahead and
splooging?
make that clear.
Fauner,
Go
yeah.
ahead.
So Fauner, I see you a lot of times like when you're just like asked like, oh, is it ethical to do this? You just like pivot back to law. I just like I just want to like kind of clarify that like the law is trying to track what is like ethical, what is like morally correct, and like right we don't have like fully discovered conceptions of those yet, right? Like sure, as like at many points in history, things were legal that today would be viewed as obscenities.
Yeah, and I agree
And
with that.
yeah,
And
yeah. So like
over time, law changes.
yeah, then I think you should also be able to see the issue with like citing law as like a basis maybe, and maybe we can just talk in like our own terms, or like what we would like to see, right?
Okay, so
Yeah, I gotcha.
I guess let me ask you from this perspective.
Sure.
Synth has disrespected me several times across the basis of this discussion. I think
You disrespected me by lying over and over, like how you lied about the WHO agreement.
Oh, come on, guys.
But my
Mhm.
point is
That-
this by your basis, if law doesn't matter and order doesn't matter.
No one said that. No one said
No,
that.
no, no, no,
Natural order.
You can keep going, but no one said
If
that.
I have the physical capacity to overpower synth, then it should be okay for me.
No,
to
you
try
don't.
it.
You have Follow you don't have the physically capacity. You don't have the physical capacity to like lift yourself up in the morning, dog. Like,
Stop, stop over talking. Wait. Fauna, right? But that's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying that it doesn't matter, right? But I'm saying, like, I'm sure there are some laws that I think are just gonna be correct, right? But that's just because I have some basis to agree with them with, right? It's just because it's okay, like Synth can do something doesn't mean that she should do something. And all I'm getting at is that just referencing the laws, like when asked an ethical question, is just not gonna be productive. Because like, oh yeah, let's time travel 100 years ago, right? If you're just gonna hold ethics and law to just be like in the same category, yeah, let's ask about like, oh, I don't know, like civil rights or something like that, right? It's just not gonna track that it's ethical. To like, I don't know, like remove like voting rights from like women, or voting rights from
Well,
minorities.
but your logic based on ethics is based on what's social
Right.
norms, and
So
social
I
norms
think no,
become drafted
I
into
don't
law.
actually hold the view that ethics are just like this like crazy, like just ambiguous, like whatever people want to believe like thing. But all I'm trying to get at, right, is that when you cite the law when asked an ethical question, I'm just trying to like make you understand that, oh yeah, the law is not always going to be in accord to like the ethical like the ethical standard that it should be.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with my wife is if by the logic that what social accepted norms aren't socially accepted norms.
No one's
and
saying that.
That's not what I'm claiming.
Well, I'm trying to translate what you're saying based on what
Don't
people-
do that.
Yeah, you're mistranslating.
Sure, right. So
Just listen
what
to
I'm
what he's saying.
just a very simple example I would give you, right?
Okay,
If
give me an
if
example.
right, so like let's say me and you went in a time machine like back 200 years,
Okay.
and we like, and you hold the position that like, oh yeah, ethics are just or like laws are just going to be what's ethical, right? Then like you're just going to have to like take the position and defend that like slavery then was like ethical, right? And like that's
No,
not
I'm not-
something any
I'm not-
sensible
It's a
person
social
would do.
norm, though. So.
Just
I'm
because,
not
but that was like the
social
the norm that was accepted.
The social
right?
norm is what typically becomes drafted law. If the social
Yeah,
norm
that was
is
social
drafted-
norm and drafted law. I agree. Connor, I agree that the social norm is what becomes drafted law, but I'm just going to say that the social norm is always not going to be reflective of what's correct.
Yeah,
Right?
but
So I'm just going to say
respective
that we shouldn't
timelines
cite.
in an infinite timeline, everything will and won't be
Yeah,
simultaneous.
but we are in this timeline, and we're trying to discuss
Unethical.
what should be done, not what
Yeah,
is.
but we just went back 200 years, so we're not in this timeline.
No. This happened in our time.
What the fuck do you think a
Listen,
timeline
Eleanor,
is?
this happened
It's
in
not
our
physically
timeline,
taking
right?
it
You go
into
left on the
action.
timeline, and you're in this point on it, right? If you
Okay.
had maybe your great grandpa, and he was asked this question, they had the same beliefs as you, right? They're just gonna
Okay.
have to take it that they're gonna just defend slavery because it's the social norm that people want enacted into law.
Well,
And I'm just gonna say
historically,
that that's not.
300,000
Yeah, historically,
years,
it's true.
slavery has
Historically,
been
people
law.
defended it, but like that doesn't mean it's correct. Is all I'm just trying to get at, right?
Yeah. But that's also relative to our portion of the timeline. If you're
Yeah,
going to be
sure.
respecting other portions of the timeline, then you'd have to go with the vast
Well,
majority.
I
of the
don't think
timeline.
we should respect the other portion of the timeline because I think they're undeveloped and primitive in their notions of morality. Right, and I'm not, like all I'm getting at is you can't just cite the law like as an ethical standard.
Well.
Because that just entails like not respecting anything that comes in the future. Like if the law changes tomorrow, are you just gonna shift your position because it says so, or like are you just gonna, or you have a belief that you think the law should be?
Yeah, do you
Well,
agree
I
with
have-
every single law?
I have my philosophical beliefs, but my philosophical beliefs may not be a social norm.
So do you believe something?
Wow.
Well, your beliefs, right? I'd imagine that like if you hold a belief, you'd want it to be like universally applied, right? Otherwise, I think holding beliefs is just kind of pointless, right? So like let's say I have the standard, like I think it's wrong to like murder somebody unprecedentedly, right? I think that's a pretty universal thing that just should be applied. Not like, and like if the law changes tomorrow that says, oh, it's okay to murder everybody like unprecedentedly, and then we have like a purge, I'm still not gonna think it's okay just because like the law says so.
Or like, what if you lived in Iran and it was like legally mandated that you murder gay people? Like, if you lived in Iran, would your views change based on like?
But we
what
don't live in
the
Iran.
laws were? No,
Yeah,
I'm just
like
saying hypothetically, like we're not
No,
back
But
30 years
my
from
I
now.
views
can't
aren't
conceive of
fluid
counterfactual.
based on my geography. My views are my views based on my philosophies and my morality.
so
But you're
you
basing
believe
them
right,
off
Yeah,
and
agreed.
US
right,
law.
so like your morality entails right. It entails
Yeah.
positions as to what you believe is right or wrong. So what
Yeah,
I'm
but
saying
that's
is
the
that when you
issue.
then go to cite law as a reference for some sort of ethical claim that you are presented to answer, and you go outside of your morality to something that is, like annexed within some document, within some like judiciary body's decision making or anything of the sorts, I'm just gonna say that you're not even just gonna be holding true to your own beliefs then.
Yeah, but that's the issue with your logic is when you shift timelines, you shift societal
I haven't
norms.
I
and
haven't shifted
societal
timelines.
norms
I'm just
shift
tracking like
societal
wait, if
morality.
I ask some use about something that
Morality
happened yesterday,
evolves.
would it be shifting the timeline?
Yeah, because that would be yesterday instead of
What?
today.
Wait, so
What
something
is the
Wait, what do you,
something
timeline?
that
follow
happened
Nor, what do you think
yesterday
the
can't have
timeline
implications
is?
No,
about
no, ask
today?
ask him the question. What is the timeline?
Yeah, so yeah, what is a timeline, right? For me, just like let me again, I'm gonna
Bro's
present what I
gonna
think a
give you the
timeline
answer.
is. It's just gonna
No,
be a
don't give him
linear.
the don't give him
Okay,
the
you know,
don't give
no,
him
go
the
ahead. Just
fucking
tell me what a
answers to the
just tell me what a
test.
timeline is then.
Timeline is a period of point of existence.
No, that's a point on a timeline. What is the
What
line?
is the
Well,
number
so,
line?
Okay,
right,
wait,
so
What
a
is the
wait,
number
timeline
line?
is just gonna be the line that goes through all of
wait,
these points of
follow.
existence, right?
Well,
In
I
like
guess the
elementary
first
school,
question
did
I
they
have
make
to
you read
ask you
books?
is do you believe in string theory and what's your practical
Oh
understanding of
no,
string
let's
theory?
Wait, we need to
What is
wait. We
Well,
need to
wait,
going
go.
back to
wait,
class.
wait,
This
wait,
guy's
wait.
like,
I don't think this is like a productive way to like if you think it's a productive way to like shift the conversation, like we can go there, but let me just ask
we're
you,
just
right?
going on
So you
tangents
you
and
Well, you're
you
the
you
one asking me
absolutely
what a
hold the position.
timeline is from a definitive perspective.
you
I
brought
have
up
Yeah,
no
no,
idea.
listen, okay, so in a general sense, then I'm just gonna say that we can't reference hypotheticals that have like we can't reference like what if scenarios given things in the past because we're shifting the timeline and it actually didn't like they had no effect on where we are today. They have no I'm so confused as to what you're trying to
But the
get at.
timeline,
What's the
what
wait,
you're
I have a
trying to
question. One
stipulate.
question for Valinor that might clear this
Wait,
up.
how do we
Valinor, what's
get
the
from
difference?
animal fucking to the timeline? Like,
What's
Yeah,
Valinor? What's the
you gotta
difference
no,
between a
yeah,
timeline and a
I'm still
time?
on that. I'm still waiting.
So getting back to your question, Aaron, the issue with the point you're trying to make is what you're trying to bring as conjecture is that time isn't impacted by historical precedents, and
That's
it
I don't
is.
think I,
It's
I don't think I'm
directly,
right.
no one
linearly
said that.
impacted.
Not even. It wouldn't even make sense to say it's
I don't
impacted
Well,
because it
yeah,
just
we're not
is
even at the
historical
peak.
yeah, no,
precedent.
yeah,
Directly
I just
say
think
Historical
time
base.
is
what
just gonna
happened
be the thing
yesterday
in which
impacts what
historical
can
events.
happen today and what will be able to happen tomorrow.
Okay.
Yeah,
All right.
it can, right?
Thank
And
you a
we
lot.
as
This really
agents,
addresses
Okay,
the
so
we
can I
as
ask a
issue.
agents
question?
of the
Yeah, I don't know
Wait,
why we're
Fallen,
doing
what point do you think he's making?
like
yeah.
temporal
Perfect
causality
example.
101.
I'll
Okay,
give
let's
you a
move.
perfect example. 6 months ago, I was able to travel to Kiev. 3 years ago, I was in Kiev and Kharkiv. I
Yeah,
can't
and can
go to
you
the
go back to
places I
Kiev?
was before.
Yeah,
A
but
lot
can
of
you
the
go back
places
to
have
Kiev
been
if you
dormant.
wanted? Like, could we not reinstate slavery if we wanted? Like, does that mean it's okay to do if we wanted, right? So when I'm referencing something in the past like that, I'm just gonna say, oh yeah, like it is completely possible that we return to a state where where we have the same norms as a certain time period, where we try to practice the same thing as a certain time period. Maybe if it's not exactly the atomically same thing, like
Okay,
sure, I'll grant you that, but
okay, so
that's not what I'm referencing.
I'm gonna give a chance to shift the conversation because I don't know. Like we moved to so many subjects, right? But Doobie, you wanted to focus in on this one thing, so I'm gonna give you that shot.
Well, I'm just asking so I think some of you guys said that you're vegans and you were
Mhm.
like in saying that there's no difference between like fucking an animal and eating an animal.
Mhm.
So I don't think just based on what I've heard that you guys would actually be okay with somebody fucking an animal, right? It
Yep,
seems
you're
like this
correct.
is like
Yeah.
So
I mean,
so I'm asking
Feldor
like
wasn't okay.
I guess my question is why are you vegans? Like why should we be vegans? Why should we care about the
Well,
moral agency or consent or
Well,
pain
that's the
or
argument you're
whatever
well,
of
making.
animal?
So it's gonna be the case that if you like obviously you don't think this, but if you're one of like the majority of the Americans who thinks that it's wrong to fuck animals, the arguments you have for why it's wrong to fuck
Right.
animals will also apply to. They're also going to apply to things like factory farming. But if you don't think if you think that's like it's just fine, then the arguments we just move the argument over to like what's the difference between people and animals? It makes it morally okay.
Like a name the trade argument.
Yeah,
exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, the old Isaac meme.
Yeah, like to me, it's like a pretty the question is gonna be like, oh yeah, why
What if
should
someone
I?
said the trait is eatability?
Eatability. What's that gonna
Oh
mean?
damn, that's
Yeah.
weird.
Yeah,
I
it's
can
socially
eat plenty of
described
food.
trait. This is something's appropriate to eat. eatability.
Yeah, what
Appropriate. Wait,
do you
Does that mean
mean?
perfect to eat?
Appropriate.
Sounds
Appropriate is just
circular.
like a moral term,
Yeah.
right? Like,
Not circular.
look, it's well, sorry, by appropriate, what do you
What's
mean?
appropriate to
Ryan?
eat at any given time is going to be like context dependent on like the society that you're in, the specific occasion, etc.
That's
Okay,
crazy.
cool.
What do you
So
mean by
society
appropriate?
thought it was okay to rape babies.
Eatability.
Society thought it was okay to eat
Wait, one
babies. Would it
second.
be okay? Would it be
Eatability
okay
is
to
a
eat
trait
babies?
that people or societies assign to certain things that it's appropriate to eat.
Sure.
I.e.,
So if it was the case that a
i.e.,
society
in a lot of
assigned
places
it
in the West,
let
people
Dibby
don't
get it
think it's
out.
Okay, cool.
appropriate to eat a squid or to eat an octopus live or dead. And other places, I think it's totally reasonable. So,
and-
So when you
like, yeah,
say
it's just
X is
what,
appropriate
how do you
to eat,
respond
all
to
you
that?
mean is it's generally seen as okay to eat it? Is that all you mean?
I do want to get
Within
to.
some
I mean,
given
it's a
culture?
I mean, there is no like intrinsic like spiritual trait or thing that like difference, right? Obviously, but what I'm
Nobody
saying
asked
is
for
that
that.
there is a socially ascribed trait called eatability, where that designates something as is socially appropriate to eat.
That's crazy. So
It
by
seems to me
eatability,
like
you
it's
just mean it's generally approved of for you eating it? Is that all it means?
In that specific time and context, yes.
So like if it was generally approved of to do something, that's okay.
I mean, I don't know what you mean by okay.
This just
More-
seems like the same
Okay,
thing
morally.
Falindor was getting into.
I
when
don't,
they were just
I've never
going
made any
into-
moral claims. I don't know where that came from.
We're talking about is
Well,
it morally
name- you don't
okay?
say- okay, yeah.
Right?
Well,
So
name the
okay
trait as
entails
just a
that it's
moral
just gonna
question.
be like fine to do permissible, right? And when we refer to permissibility of actions, it's just gonna be referring to morals.
Yeah,
and
name
moral
the
duties,
traits
moral
asking about moral
obligations.
Well, that's not
value.
true.
Oh wait,
Yeah,
so
it
when
is,
I say when
Wait,
you say,
you
I
don't
say
think
you
you don't
ought
think
to
someone could think something's
wait,
permissible with no like
wait.
moral
When I say
component at all?
when somebody says you ought to do something and you ought not to do something, right? It's just gonna be in reference to morals, right? So when you say, oh, you ought not to eat like this animal for whatever reason, it's just gonna be saying that it's morally wrong.
Yeah, but when you try to like force me to live within your worldview by saying, hey, when you say there's like a socially ascribed trait, right, that says we ought to eat animals, I don't live in that moral world. I don't believe in morals in the way that you do, right? So whether or not
So
people
is it
choose to eat
morally
animals
wrong to
is
beat
totally
babies to
separate
death
from
with shovel?
it depends on the situation, the context. There
Let's
are
say
places in history
let's say
where
everyone
I'm
thinks
sure it
it's
was
okay.
totally acceptable to do that.
Yeah, let's say
And I
everyone
think
thinks it's
within that
acceptable. Is it
context,
okay to
from
rape
their
babies?
perspective, it was moral. Yes.
Yeah, I'm asking not from their
wait, that's
perspective.
just trivial.
Yeah,
Right?
I'm
look,
not
look,
asking from their
yeah.
perspective. I'm asking
Wait,
from your
how
perspective.
is this?
I don't think
saying...
that hold on. I don't think that there is like an objective like morality, right? Like obviously.
Yeah, no one's
you
saying
guys,
that.
you
But
guys like more realistic.
yeah, but wait, Doobie, how's what you're saying just not trivial? Like, how is it just not saying, oh, if people generally view something as okay, then from their perspective, it's okay? Are you saying anything more substantial?
No, I don't think it needs to be any more substantial. I
Oh,
think
then,
that you guys are
look, it's
looking
just
for
a trivial
something.
claim.
I think that you guys are looking for something like spiritual or like some
we're not.
something.
We're not.
Some like some
Nobody asked.
essence
Look,
of
don't
the animal
translate our
or
question into like
human
some
that just
stupid
doesn't
question that you
exist,
can't
right? So if we're
accept.
gonna think about these things is living biological organisms that exist on the planet, there is no difference, right?
No
I agree with that.
That's fine.
So,
No one's
so I'm
disagreeing
asking
with
you
the
why
trivial claim.
does it matter? Why does it matter that I choose to treat some biological organisms differently than I treat others? That I
Yeah,
have
for the same
preferences
reason it's
in
wrong
how
to
I treat
rape
those
babies.
things. That doesn't make any sense.
You don't know why it's wrong to rape babies?
Yeah, I don't think that follows at all. You're gonna have to link those two
Look,
things for me.
even if it was the case that
So
everyone
if I
thought it was
choose to
okay
treat
to rape
two
babies,
different like
I'm linking
organisms
the two things
differently,
to you. I'm
how
linking the
does
two
that
things to
equal
you.
it's
I'm
okay to
linking the
rape
two things
babies?
to you. I'm just
Wait,
wondering if you
you're not
asked me to
tracking.
go.
You're not tracking. It's a hypothetical. It's gonna make sense
Yeah.
if you like.
No, I'm not
Yeah,
tracking
you're
because
you're not.
went
Look,
from like
the
1
reason
to
the
like
two ideas haven't been linked to
100.
you yet is because
So
of
I'm
the
gonna
fact that you're
ask
like
you
just
again.
going. Yeah, you asked it already. You already asked. You asked to link the two things together.
No, you're
Yeah,
not
you
responding
did.
to what I said.
Look, I'm gonna
You're
go
not
ahead and
responding
link
to
the
what I
two
said.
things together, which
So
is what
how
you
do
just
you
said.
how do you get from me saying, hey, I can treat
You want me to
one
link the two things
organism
together? Yeah, I know, Doobie.
differently,
Yeah, thank you.
differently than I treat
Thank you.
another organism?
Wow,
How do I
that's a
need to
really.
go from step
That's a
1,
really.
2, 3, 4,
Thank you
5?
for.
Well,
Thank you
they're
for
just
the
giving an
question.
answer to the
Thank you for the
question.
Please lay that out for
Stop
me.
rhetoricking.
Thank you for the thank you for the question again. The same one you
You're
just
welcome.
asked. The
Just wanna
same
make sure you're
answer is
following
going to
along.
come, and hopefully this time you won't ask the question again. So
I'm
the
probably gonna do
answer
it
to your
again 'cause I don't think
question
you're gonna
is
answer it.
it's wrong for the same reason why it's wrong to rape babies, and the link between those two things is that in the case of raping babies, it would be bad, even if it was the case that everyone thought it was good. It'd still be bad. So just because
Why?
you if you don't think it's bad to rape babies if everyone else thought it was good, I could give you I could give you my position, and also other people can give you theirs. My position is going to be that it's not in compliance with stance of independent reason, and other people in the panel are going to say say that it's bad because of the fact that it doesn't comply with the standard they
Break
believe.
that down for us.
Yeah, other people look. I'll just give you the simple one that other people believe, so you'll understand.
You just said it's
I'm
wrong
breaking it
because
down
you
for
people,
you.
No, you're saying
Look,
it's wrong because you
people,
think it's wrong.
I don't know
because
why
other
you
people
and
think it's
Doobie
wrong.
both do this thing where
So
you
why
ask the
isn't it
question,
just?
then I'll start
Oh,
answering, then you
God.
ask the
Well,
same
you're
question again.
rambling. Okay, you
There's no
already
ramble.
answered it.
It's like I get
got your
3
answer.
words
It was
in.
stupid.
I get
Which is
3
why
words
like I
into the
predicted,
question.
I'm gonna answer the
Stardust
question
just
again.
asked a question. Stardust just asked
Okay,
a question.
so
Answer it.
let Synth go ahead.
For like 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Look, the answer to your question, you asked to break it down for you, right? That's what I'm trying to do now, right? Sometimes really, really short phrases need to be broken down into longer ones to make them simpler, right? So in the case of what a stance-independent reason is, it's just something that counts in favor of an action independently from anybody's view on the subject. And in the case of what the other people's views are, it's just going to be the case that they think have the standard of behavior that they're talking about when they were used moral. And it can either be the case they're saying analytically, that's what they're talking about. That's going to be generally the claim. And what that means is just, it's the definition of the word for them. When they say moral, they just mean these words, or they just mean this definition, this moral system. Or they can say something like, it's about being in compliance with my my subset of preferences called moral preferences. Those are going to be things about like what you want other people to do.
So you've just said, is this wrong because people think it's wrong from within the moral system?
No.
No,
No,
you
you didn't track any of that. What?
That is what you said.
You didn't track.
Explain how that
You're
is what you
embarrassing
said.
yourself. Yeah, do you think that? Do you think that from the
you're going to think it's wrong?
You asked the question. You asked the question. You want me to answer your question?
So other people are going to have
Do
other
you want me
reasons.
to answer your
So
question?
I'm asking you, what separate from stance independent, like you said earlier,
you want the question answered?
what makes it objectively
Yeah,
wrong
you already
to fuck
asked that.
with me?
How many times in a row do you need to ask the question before I
Well,
can
then
start
answer
answering?
it. I need to answer it.
Yeah, you have
answer
to
it
shut the
over
fuck
again.
up, dummy. That's how
Just
you answer
rather than
questions.
answer
You
it
stop
directly,
talking.
you ramble
And then other
on to,
people,
like, irrelevant
other
bullshit.
people,
Just answer the fucking
yeah,
question
none of the shit I said so far has been irrelevant. Other people on the panel were able to
It has
track
been
it. You
irrelevant.
weren't. You weren't able to track it.
It has been irrelevant.
The argument.
No,
Look,
Doobie.
Okay.
Doobie,
All right.
stop.
Guys.
If I say something like it's a moral, yeah, go ahead, Brian.
No, I mean, like, I want to move past whatever this is, okay? But I'm gonna give you the opportunity one more time to have this back and forth. But then I want to let other people in if they want to join.
Yeah, no, the answer to your question, right? The reason why it's not the case that I'm just saying it's whatever complies with the general population stances. I'm telling you it's not the case that it complies with general population stances and some exceptions. All of the answers I gave you as to what people will talk about when they're saying moral are not going to be that. Some people say it's specifically what complies with my stance, or it's specifically what I mean by this. It's specifically what I mean by this term. And in my case, I'd already answered this question. In my case, I believe they're stance independent. I'm a moral realist. I don't think that.
Oh, cringe.
Yeah, you can say cringe, but your question's been answered several times in a
You could have said that
row.
from the start.
I did. What do you look? I did. I said it's stance independent. What do you think that would mean?
Didn't. You didn't say that you're more
I did. I said
it. They said they were stance independent.
Yeah,
If
you
knew
just
what
didn't
moral
track
realism
because you're
was. You
dummy.
know that moral realism is that
you did not say that from the start.
You can go scroll back and listen to the answering several times. It stands independent.
Maybe lay that out.
Okay,
So you're gonna have to lay out your moral realism. Okay. So what is it about fucking a baby that to you is stance independently wrong?
Yeah, I think it's not utility maximizing to fuck babies.
To who?
It's not a to who question, not indexed. What are you asking? It's like a category error. What the fuck are you talking
You're
about?
saying it's not utility maximized. Like, what does that mean? Explain that.
Look, it means that it means on aggregate that it's the case that it doesn't. You asked me what it means. You asked me what it means. Look, it's the Doobie moment where you ask a question. It's look. I already understand. You ask me what does it mean? What does it mean is the question, Doobie. Doobie.
Listen, you asked the question, then you're just going on to a ramble about like an
I
interpretation.
understand.
You have the point. That is.
I want to make sure that you answer directly because typically what you do is you ramble, and you don't answer.
I've answered all of your questions super directly.
Listen,
no, you haven't.
Listen, you just asked a question, right? And then
I
you
read.
went
Why
on
the
to
fuck are
give
you
your
even talking? I'm talking to Synth. I'm talking
Look,
to Synth.
the other
Don't
people
talk.
are telling you that you're also being a freak and you're not tracking.
Because you obviously cannot comprehend that.
Ryan, please shut the
when
fuck
you
up.
ask a question,
You're not helpful at all. Okay?
Look,
I don't
Doobie,
need
nothing
your
you've
fucking
said so far has been
noodling
helpful.
voice
You're
and
just not able to
rambling is not
understand a
gonna
line of
help.
argument.
I understand. You got into philosophy recently. That's wonderful. Synth,
Yeah,
please explain
look, dog.
how
None
this
of
is.
the, you have no idea what you're
utility
talking.
maximizing.
Doobie, you just said that I haven't answered. There's a question of yours that I dodged that I wasn't able to answer clearly. Which of that question
Please
was that?
explain how
Which
it's
question-
not utility maximizing.
Yeah. Okay. So this is a new question, right?
No.
No.
Yeah, your question was
this is the same
explain
question.
my moral
as
wisdom
the
to you
previous
and what do you
one.
mean
Now
by
you think it's a
utility
new question
maximizing.
because you weren't paying attention when I answered the first time.
Your last question was, what do I mean by utility maximizing? I was paying attention. You forgot your question because you're stupid. Want to scroll it back and you can watch it back afterwards, dummy?
I could be wrong, but I heard.
How is this not utility maximizing?
Yeah, you asked that. Yeah, exactly. Doobie asked, is it utility maximizing to who, and what do I mean by utility maximizing? The first one got answered. It's not a to who question. It was the answer. And then the last one that Doobie asked was, yeah, thank you, Stardust, for your great addition. You're really adding a lot to the discussion. Look,
anybody
if
in
I
real life
walk
is
up
gonna
to
get smacked
if
in the
I'm
face,
if I'm
man.
forced into a conversation with like a really stupid person, I talk really condescending.
Well, guess
Yes.
what? Most
Yeah,
people
you're really
in the
dumb.
world are stupid.
No. Most
so-
people are not as dumb
Hey,
as
can you
Doobie.
just
This is
answer the
exceptionally
question?
dumb, where you
Can you
just
just
like
answer
ask
the
a
question,
question
please?
and then start rambling afterwards. Look, I'm
Wonderful.
answering
Can you
the
answer the
Look,
question?
I'll go ahead and answer your question if I don't get interrupted.
Thank
Is that
you.
okay?
No.
Cool. So the reason what the answer to your question for why is it utility maximizing, why is it not utility maximizing to fuck animals, is because the total amount of pleasure minus suffering in the world doesn't go up if we have the social standard where you can violate people's consent. Does that
What do you mean
answer your
social
question, or is there
standard?
a new
No, it
question you want
doesn't
to put that I haven't
actually.
answered?
It doesn't
It definitely
actually.
answers your
Well,
question.
what
You're
do
being a
okay, what do you mean by
dishonest piece of shit.
social
Jesus
standard?
Christ.
Why is it where does the social standard idea come
What
from?
do you mean by
I'm talking
social
about
standard? You don't know
to
what
the
a social
individual,
standard is?
to the individual fucking the baby. How is
You don't
the
know what a
social
social
standard for
standard is?
society relevant to
Now,
this
which of your
person's
questions
experience?
do you want answered?
Go for it.
Which
Answer
of the
any of them.
questions did you want answered? You asked
Answer
three.
any of them. Can you explain?
Cool. So what
Can
a
you
social
explain?
standard is, I'm
Can you
surprised you don't
explain?
know what a social standard is, but the answer to what a social standard is a social standard is some prescription for behavior which we take to be a consistent rule.
Okay.
Yep. Is there a new question
That's
of yours
it.
you want to answer?
Well, this is why I asked you the follow-up question, right? So why is the social standard relevant to the individual doing the thing who does feel like it's utility maximizing their life?
Because by
They are
breaking a
gaining some kind
social
of pleasure from
standard
this.
and a rule, by breaking a social standard or a rule, you set a precedent, and that means it's more likely for other people
No,
to
you
break that
don't.
rule in the future. Yes, you obviously do. What I mean is
That's not true.
definitionally you set a precedent. That's what a precedent is.
No, that's I mean for myself maybe. If
You
I'm
set
if
the
I'm
pres-
fucking
you
babies
don't
in a
think
woodshed,
you
nobody
can be a
nobody
bad
knows
example
about
to
it.
others?
Okay, if I'm fucking babies in a woodshed, nobody knows about this. How am I setting
Would
a
you
social
know about
standard
it?
for anybody? Of course I would.
Yeah, so
It'd be a
then you
standard
set a
for something
precedent.
that I do for myself, not for
Yeah, so then
society.
you
I'm
set a
not setting a
precedent.
social standard for other people.
So then you do set a precedent,
For
right?
myself, sure.
Yeah, you
For
also
myself.
yeah,
Not-
you
not-
set
not
a
a
standard for
social standard
yourself,
for
and if it's the
everybody.
case that you're going around
So what would
fucking
it be? What would
dogs
be
in
a
the
building
ass,
society
you're
where
more
this is
likely to
common?
violate the consent of things that have suffering in the future.
So?
And that's
Why
bad on
shouldn't I
utility.
violate the consent of thing?
Because it's bad on utility.
Should I not
Look,
violate
your
the
que-
consent
you,
of,
you,
like,
you understand?
animals
You're
or,
now
like,
asking.
spiders,
You're
or-
now moving over to why is
You're just saying
utilitarianism
it's not bad for
correct?
utility, but you're not
Yeah,
justifying
you
it.
just understood. Yeah, I did. I just explained to you why it's
okay,
bad for
why-
utility,
no,
and
you
then you
said it.
asked
I
why
didn't
is it?
explain
Why
it.
does it matter that it's bad for utility?
You said the social standard shit. I told you that's not
Yeah, I
relevant
told
to
you
the
about the
individual.
suffering cost, and then you asked why does that matter? So now you're just asking
Why should I care about the
why does
suffering?
utility matter?
Why
Yeah,
should
you're
I
just
care
asking,
about
why
the
does utility
suffering of
matter?
field mice in
Uh-huh.
farms? Like,
You
why
should
should I give a
care.
fuck about
You
that?
should care about that too. It's good to care about suffering.
Why?
Because holy shit, you are now you understand you are now pivoting to why
I'm
does
asking
suffering
you
matter, right? You're not
why
asking
I should give a
why
fuck
do,
about field mice.
Yeah, listen, you
The
understand
suffering
you're
of
now
field mice or spiders or stray dogs.
Doobie. You understand you're
Yes.
now asking why does utility matter, not why is it not utility
That's not
maximizing?
true.
Yes, you are.
No, that's not true. Because me
What
not
do you
giving
think
a fuck
utility
about
means?
the field mice, or the farmers not giving a fuck about the field mice, is utility maximizing for them because it allows them to make.
Yeah,
to
it's
make
not a
profits,
for
right?
them
It allows them to
question.
run
We're
their
not
business
talking about is it
more
good
easily.
for you. We're asking is it good?
Of course we are.
We're asking is it good?
I don't think there is just a good.
If you're
I don't believe
utilitarian,
in that.
it's going to be on aggregate.
You haven't justified that at all.
It's just going to be on aggregate. I've told you several
haven't
times what
justified
I
that at all.
mean by
On
what I
aggregate,
mean.
people would be the
What
world
I
would be better
mean.
off if people
Oh
were
my
worried about the
God.
suffering of field
You're
mice
so
and didn't
deeply
have
confused on the
farms.
simple fucking
You know how
topic, and
stupid
you're
that
just
is?
like you're out of your depth wild. What I'm
Ramble,
telling
ramble.
you, there's no
Okay,
ramble.
so you're
I'm
telling me,
answering your questions
okay,
directly,
for
and then
society, for
you're
the fucking
rambling by
planet,
talking
we would all be
indefinitely, not
better
giving
off
the other
if
person a
people were
chance
sitting there
to
worrying
answer
about
any of
the
your stupid
suffering
questions,
of
any of your baby
mice
questions
and
that retard
spiders?
babies
Is
ask
that your
because you're
genuine
too dumb to
position?
follow.
Okay,
Wonderful.
all
Is that your
right.
What's the
genuine
question
position?
you want this time, Doobie? What's the new question you're gonna pretend I didn't answer?
Okay, so are you telling me? Oh, I'm sorry, Prime. Do you want to go or should I go?
Before I just want to ask, does anyone else want to jump in because we've been on this piece for a bit? Does anyone else want to add something on to this?
No,
Nope.
thank you.
Nope.
I'd like
Okay.
to see
This is like
Doobie respond.
I ain't touching
Okay.
that. Let the blood pour.
Okay. All right. If you guys are all entertained, detained, then I am detained as well. Doobie. Oh, and guys, support the channel. Like someone just did. Black Yamano. Hey, sup, buddy? Who just gave a few bits, pocket change. But support the channel. That's how we do these things. So we haven't gotten much support today. So consider supporting the channel by gifting subs or gifting bits, or subbing to the channel yourself. If you're on YouTube, consider a super chat if you want to ask a question to this group of people. But do support the channel, or else I can't keep doing this type of stuff. All right, so continue on, DB.
Okay, so you keep making this utility maximizing claim. So, like, can you explain, like, why does farmers giving a fuck about field mice and their suffering, their pain, or the various insects or other rodents, or maybe hawks or whatever, who's like hunting grounds that they're stripping down? How does them giving a fuck about that maximize utility for everybody?
Yeah, so utility just means the aggregate of pleasure minus suffering. That's just what that word means.
Okay.
So by not
that's the question.
maximizing by decreasing suffering, you decrease suffering. Obviously, it's just a fucking
Okay,
analytical
but by increasing suffering for these things, we increase pleasure for other people.
And we
We have more
don't
food.
increase more pleasure than we cause suffering.
Well, that's not true.
Obviously, it's true. Yeah, sorry. What's the
What do you
counter
mean
argument to
obviously
that?
true?
Yeah, what's the counter argument to
What
that?
do you mean? What do you mean? Obviously,
Oh,
it's
you
true.
don't
What
want to
do you
give a
mean by that?
counter argument to that. You want to make a claim and then like move away from it.
Wait, hold on. You made the claim. Obviously, it's true. What do you mean?
You
how
also
is
made
it
the claim.
obviously true?
You also made the claim. You said that's not true, right? I'm asking you why is it not true?
Well, again, I think maybe the issue
Yeah, you
here
don't have an
is
answer.
I'm going to value the suffering or the autonomy or the consent or the lives of these rodents, insects
That's
far
not
less than I value the autonomy, consent,
that's not relevant.
pleasure, etc. of human beings.
Look,
so
the
to
fact
me,
that you value
please
cow
stop,
suffering less doesn't mean that the cows are having less suffering.
So to me, it doesn't matter. So to me,
it does matter.
because their suffering is worth far less to me, and I think
Doesn't
far
matter.
less to humanity, to society, to the social standard that we've set.
Not
Their
relevant.
suffering matters much less, right? When we
Not
benefit
relevant.
from their suffering, we actually create more pleasure overall for everybody else. So the pleasure that matters, right? Because their suffering doesn't matter to us. We don't
Yeah,
give a
you're
fuck
pivoting.
about
You want to move over to what you value, and I'm telling you, I'm telling you, my claim wasn't about. My claim wasn't about what you value. My claim was about suffering, not suffering Doobie likes.
Doobie, are you
Well, I asked you
offering
why I should care. Okay, please. I asked you why I should care about the suffering of these creatures. You said utility maximizing. Well, I'm telling you, I don't. If I value their suffering less, if I could kill 1 million ants before I kick a child, right, and feel totally happy with myself, right? If their suffering matters that much, that little to me, then I think I'm still having an increase of pleasure on the human side.
You're not having an increase of pleasure for humans, but you're having a decrease in the pleasure minus suffering overall. Like you could say it's what matters. You could say it's what matters. But now you want to pivot over to why does utility matter? Do you understand?
Dude, I don't know how you can call me like a fucking rookie
Why
and
does
just not understand
why does their suffering matter? Why does their suffering matter at all? Why should it matter at all?
Yeah, so the reason why suffering matters is the same reason why suffering
Not just
matters
suffering,
to you.
their
And
specific
there's no good reason to believe. There's no good reason to believe that your suffering is more valuable than theirs. And if there's no good reason to value one more than the other, then they're both equally
That's
valuable.
not true.
Yes, it is.
Well, none of that was
That's
true.
just deductively. That's the deductive argument. Obviously,
I'm a
it's true.
human, so I'm gonna prefer things that make the lives of
Yeah,
humans
why do I
better.
care what you prefer?
That's okay. I think what I care about is the social standard, right? We were talking all about social standards. The social standard is the lives and sufferings of humans.
Why do I care about what you
It's worth
care about?
far
Why should I
more-
care about what you
it's
care
worth
about?
far- I thought you cared about the social standard.
I care about the social standard. Why should I care about what you care about?
Oh, okay. Well, wait, hold on. If you care about the social standard, why are you arguing?
I think you're confused. I'm
The
not
social
asking you
standard right now
why
says
why
that
do
animal suffering is worth
listen, I'm not
less than
asking
human
you, Doobie, I'm not asking you why should I care about the social standard? I do care about that. I'm asking you said the reason why you care about the social standard is the fact that you care about it. I'm asking you why the fuck should I care that you care about it? Why should I care that you care about it?
I don't think there's any good reason for you to care.
What do you think a reason is?
Obviously.
What do you think a reason is?
I don't think there's any good reason for you to care about anything.
What do you think a reason is? The question. Look, don't say the word reason again. What do you think a reason is?
I don't think there's a good reason. You're gonna.
The
I'm not
question
gonna,
was
I'm gonna
not,
play
do you think
definition.
there's a good reason?
I'm not
My
gonna
question
play your
was, what do you
stupid
think a
pedantic
reason
question
is?
games. Like, I'm not gonna do what is table, what is chair with you. That's fucking ridiculous.
Yeah, look,
So
it's
go
not a
through
what
it
is
with
chair. I'm asking you what a reason is.
Yes. I'm not gonna do your stupid pedantic shit. Okay, if you don't
There's
know
no
what reason means,
pedantry.
Google
I'm
it,
just
okay?
asking you what a reason is.
I'm not gonna help you with that question.
Yeah,
I'm
you
sorry.
don't know what a reason is, so you don't have a
Okay,
position.
what is
It's
what?
not even a view.
What is?
What
Can you
is
explain that word, please?
is a relation.
Yeah,
This
what
is
is
relational
A?
between two propositions.
What is the?
Look, there are going
What
to be
is
words.
who?
Look, if your
What
point
is
is there are going to be
social?
words that
What
can't
is
be.
standard?
Oh my God,
It's
you want to keep
fucking
talking?
ridiculous. Do you really
How
wanna
many
do this?
retarded questions do you want to ask before I get to answer any of them?
Before we answer your retarded question,
Look,
like,
I
there's
asked
no
you.
reason
Yeah,
to do
like
fucking
I
definition
understand
right
that you need to ask a billion definitional questions for really hard to define terms, but I asked you for one that's very commonly used. Reason. I'm not asking you for some obscure term, or alternatively for some term that's really
Again,
difficult to define,
I'm not
it's a semantic
interested
crime or
in
something.
playing your
I'm asking
stupid
you what a
pedantic
reason
games
is.
about definitions. Okay, we
Look, I don't
both know
think you
what
have.
we're
I don't think you have.
talking
I don't think you even have a
about.
concept.
I don't
of
give a
reason.
fuck what you think.
You don't have a
Obviously.
concept of a reason.
I don't think your brain is working correctly.
Like,
right?
what
So,
about my
that's not
brain?
really
If
important
my
to
brain's
me.
not working correctly, why are you struggling to track every fucking argument?
I don't think I'm struggling to track anything.
You said
I think
you said I was
think your
dodging your
argument's
questions
totally
earlier. Is there a
circular.
single question of yours that you
I
think
think your
has an
argument so
answer?
far has been totally circular.
Is there a single argument? What's the circularity?
Okay, so earlier you were talking about, hey, if we if we allow people to fuck babies or kill babies or whatever, it's such a social standard for everybody. So I said, okay, well, what about the individual? Privately in the fucking woodshed, fucking a baby, nobody's aware of this. He said, well, that's setting a social standard for him. Then I say, okay, well, how's his individual social standard, his behavior, totally separate from society? How is that relevant to anything that they're doing? Why isn't that just his behavior, his standard
Yeah,
for
you're
himself?
saying you were supposed to be
why?
explaining why
And
my
why?
argument was circular.
Please, I'm not done. I'm not
Go
done.
ahead.
Please stop. And then you said, oh, okay, well, that's still, it's a social standard for him, so it's wrong for him to set that social standard for himself. Then I ask you why.
That
And so
wasn't
it was
the
not
argument.
utility maximized. Wait, hold on. Yes, it was.
No, it wasn't.
What
It's
do you mean?
not. It's wrong because it's a
course it
social
is.
standard. No, the argument is not. It's wrong because it's a social standard. My argument was there was a reason to have a social standard.
What is the reason to have that social
Do you
standard
look?
for
Do
the
you understand the
individual?
difference between the argument you described and my
What
argument?
is the reason?
Yeah. Do you
to have a
understand the
social
difference
standard for
between
that
my
individual?
argument and the
No,
one you
because we're
described?
gonna go through this.
Do
and
you
we're gonna get to
understand the
same
difference between
fucking place.
my argument and the
We're
one you
gonna go
described?
through this, and we're gonna get to the same
Do
fucking
you
place. So
understand
what is
the
reason?
difference between my argument and the one you described? Yes or no? Then we can move on.
No,
Does
no.
air
You know what?
exist in this room?
I think
Jesus
if
Christ.
we move 2 steps forward, we're gonna end up exactly where I said we were.
Jesus Christ. Okay, you don't understand the difference between something like I think it's wrong because it's a social standard, and I think it's wrong because there's a good social standard it doesn't comply with.
Okay, you haven't justified the social standard.
I'm telling you,
just
do you
keep saying
understand? Look,
that
yeah,
the
you can
social
say that
standard
the social standard is
is utility
unjustified. Look, you can
maximizing.
say it's
I've
unjustified.
given you
I
ways
did
that it's not
justify it. You
utility
forgot what
maximizing
justification
for
was.
individuals, and
Yeah,
you just
you
seem
want
to
to
think
pivot
that
away.
doesn't
You want to
matter.
pivot away from the claim you
That
just
isn't
made,
a
which is those
pivot.
arguments
That
the
isn't, that
same.
isn't a pivot at all.
Do you
That isn't a pivot.
understand the difference between those arguments
Can you
now?
please just no?
I'm
Again,
down to
there isn't a
talk with you
difference
about the
because if
justification
we
that I've
go
already mentioned to
through,
you.
if we go 2 steps down the line, we're gonna end up at the same exact place.
Jesus
So what you're doing
Christ.
now is
No, you
pointless.
just want to like weasel away from the claim you just made.
Oh,
They're
that's
clearly
fair.
different
Wonderful.
arguments, very obviously different arguments to say something like this social standard is good and you should follow it, and this social standard is a social standard, therefore you should follow it. Like obviously there are social standards to disagree
Why is
with.
it good? Why is it
So
good?
look, you're pivoting away again because you don't want to admit that you were just
No,
wrong.
I'm
on
at no. This is where we're gonna get. Why is
Vigilante,
it good?
you're
Okay,
gonna
well,
have
yeah,
to
we can.
jump in.
Yeah, we can move. We
You
can move
tell me
over to
why it's
whatever
good.
else you want to talk about. Look, would you want to talk about
You
why
tell me
the
why
social
it's
standard
good.
good? Not going to remind you of what it was
Okay,
earlier.
look.
I'm saying it's utility maximizing for the
Yeah.
individual. You can go back
Yeah, I'm
to
telling you the
social
reason why the
standard.
social standard is good
Vigilante, you
is
didn't
because.
never got a
Go ahead,
chance
go ahead.
to jump in. I gave
Yeah,
you an
look.
opportunity to, but go ahead.
Yeah. Look, you two are just arguing semantics. It's a pointless conversation. I have a question for the vegans. Is it okay to eat bugs?
I'm neutral in
Yes.
eating bugs. I think it's kind of gross and it might have some like negative environmental impact. I don't really care that much. I'm not gonna be like hurt
Yes.
if you eat bugs.
Yes, it's good. It's okay to eat bugs.
Any other vegans want to comment? I think there was
All the
I'm not a
vegans,
vegan.
all the vegans are gonna agree.
Position's unanimous.
Yeah, everyone's gonna agree.
Okay, so aren't bugs sentient in the same way that animals are?
Not clear that they are. No, they don't have a prefrontal cortex. And if they were, I would care about them.
They're more like machines.
No.
Do you want to go into the specifics of this, or are you just gonna done?
Mm,
Anything else, Vigilante?
no.
Okay.
Oh, okay. That's
That
cool.
was rough.
Yeah, and it's like not semantics. It's just getting clarity so that like people understand what's being referenced, right? If it was like just like some random like jargon of word, that'd be different. But it's like a very, very like relevant term in regards to discussing morals, right? So it's just gonna like lead to like some gridlock if there's no clarification on what people
Well,
mean when they're using the terms.
The gridlock I seem to be hearing is that a negative and a negative could possibly make a positive. And none of it does.
Whoa.
Just because one thing is wrong and another thing is wrong doesn't make another thing good.
That's
Yet
true.
we're
That's
arguing
that
back
is-
and
that
forth
is-
about it in semantics, and it's fucking don't fuck your animals and don't treat animals poorly.
Yeah,
Both are bad.
Exactly, which is why we
You're-
shouldn't eat
you're
meat.
preaching.
So are we going to say one is worse than the other? Is
I
that
would
what
say
we're
so.
really arguing about?
I mean, it's not really. I don't think it's super relevant. But I think it's
Yeah,
really
I don't
obvious
think it's
that one is
relevant.
worse
I
than the other.
think yeah. I don't think it's relevant, but it's something that got dug into.
Yeah,
Okay, I have 2 questions for you guys. Okay. All right.
2 questions.
2 questions.
Yeah,
okay?
mid-air.
Okay. One question. The first question is it better to fuck an animal against its consent or eat an animal against its consent?
Oh, it's better to fuck it. Yeah, you're like way worse of a person than an animal fucker if you eat meat.
What? But I need to eat.
You don't need to eat meat.
Both.
It's like saying
But
I
you
need to
don't
get a
need
nut
fuck
off,
an
therefore I need to
animal.
fuck an animal. It's like I need to get a nut off, so I need to do it with an
I don't
animal.
think
Who
you ever
cares?
need to get a nut off.
You don't
Is
need to
it
fuck an
better
animal. You don't need to eat meat.
Is it better
Those
to
are two different
fuck a human against their consent or eat a human against their consent? Which one's better?
I think it'd be easy. I think it'd be better to fuck a human against their consent. Same is true for animals.
I need context.
Look, if like if a person killed me and then like fucked my dead body and ate me, that doesn't seem like it's better than if they just like fucked my dead body. Or sorry, fucked my alive body.
What if I ate you and then fucked your dead body?
You can't do that.
If you ate me, then fucked my dead body, then I think that would be worse than if you had just like raped me.
Huh.
Yeah. I think it'd be worse to fuck somebody's dead body and like eat them than it would be to just rape them.
If I were to put this into context
So
of
fucking's
being
better
out
than
at
eating.
sea,
Yeah.
we're out there for a really long time. We don't know if we're ever getting back. We're lost. Would it be better if somebody fucked me against my will, in the case that they were really horny and they never thought they were getting back to land, or somebody ate me to survive? I would say it would be better to be eaten to survive.
Right, but you're not being eaten. Look, in the case that we're talking about, you don't have to eat animals to
I
survive. So it's not like a desert
I
island
gave
scenario.
this
I'm okay
specific.
with eating animals in
I
desert
gave
islands.
a specific context.
Yeah, I'm
of
okay
what
with
I
eating
was
animals in
saying.
desert islands.
He's
So-
talking about humans.
Yeah, look, humans are a type of
I
animal.
am
not me.
talking about humans.
Yeah, I'm well aware.
You let like an animal eat you to survive?
No, I wouldn't let an animal eat me to survive.
Wait a
What is
minute.
that? Wait, maybe
might.
to survive I would. I guess that's really
If
confusing.
I was
How does that
already
happen?
done, like if I was already like on my deathbed and animals showed up to eat me, I would just, hey, it's a
Dude,
wrap.
I'd eat that.
Yeah, I wouldn't care.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I wouldn't really. I don't
If a
really
human came up to eat me, I was like dead or something. I don't.
like.
think
I don't think anybody here is like against right. So when you say like eat meat for survival, right? Like if that's like the only thing available for sustenance, then like sure. Like I don't like the same way like the cannibal thing is just like not going to be that much of a like bullet to bite for me. I'm just gonna say yeah,
So
sure.
that's what puts into context the question at hand. Is it better to be fucked or eaten? I would say if
Fuck.
the context is for sustenance purposes.
Well, if
Yeah.
it's for
If
sustenance,
you could fuck me
yeah,
for
yeah, wait,
sustenance,
wait,
I
wait.
would be like, that's better than being.
There's no
eaten for
necessity
sustenance.
of there's no necessity of
Yeah, I'm
getting
aware.
off.
There's not a necessity. There's also not a necessity of eating them.
Right, like if the question was like, oh yeah, if they could eat meat or like eat like I don't know this heaping like mystery goo over there that had like all the nutrients they needed, right? I'd say it's like, but like I like taste it a lot better. Like I'd still say it's wrong for them to eat meat.
Then do what every other culture does and season your food. You can eat your goop and season it. Put a little garlic powder, a little bit of salt.
No, I agree.
you'll be all right.
You're right. You're right.
A little Tabasco, some Franks.
Yeah, that's perfectly right, and that's all I'm saying, right? When all these people are like, oh yeah, meat for flavor, oh yeah, meat because like I don't know whatever like other cope, right? Or like oh we can't do meat now, so we just like shouldn't even or we can't do like veganism now, so we shouldn't even attempt to work towards it, right? Like these are just gonna be the like all of this is just gonna be like incoherent.
Yeah, it's just going around the whole ideal of killing things is bad. We kill things for reasons. Doesn't make it good.
Yeah,
Doesn't make it noble.
It's like sufficiency of reason, right?
And fucking things for
Can I
fun
introduce a question?
is not good nor noble. So, which is worse in the long run? I would say fucking things because there's no necessity for it.
There's
You
no
just
necessity
shouldn't.
for eating meat. You could just not do it.
There can be a necessity for eating meat.
Yeah,
Look,
there
if you
can
had,
be,
like
and
if you had need to bust a nut disease, and the only way that you could get
There
your nut off
is
with a
no
dog,
bust a
there would be a
nut
necessity.
disease. Eat
Look,
a
there
dick.
are in fact bust a nut diseases.
I think
okay?
real.
Yeah, like if you need to get your nut off, and the only way to do it was a dog. Obviously, you still think it would like be kind of bad, right? But
So
you think
what would
if it
happen
was
to
going to stop
you-
you from dying, it's going to stop you from dying or something, you'd be okay with doing it. You'd be like, yeah, I guess if you would like the only way for you to fucking survive
At
is to
that
fuck a dog.
point, you didn't fuck that dog. What would happen to your life?
Yeah, we're saying
Your
it ends, you
nuts
die.
would like turn into C4 and just explode.
I'd rather
like,
not
Doobie, Doobie, did you want to say something? Doobie?
1 second.
Okay. Overlord. I just want to make sure
I'm back.
that. Oh, okay. Well, never mind.
I'm sorry. She hasn't gotten a chance to speak.
Apologies for the police in my
Yeah,
neighborhood. I
Overlord.
have
Do
an
you want to
over
add
policed
something?
neighborhood.
So I actually found a couple of papers where insects do have a spectrum of emotions, basic
Yeah, none of
ones.
those are
So,
conclusive. They don't have a prefrontal cortex.
so you're saying having a prefrontal cortex is the only thing that makes you have emotions? Because what do you think hunger
Nope.
is?
No, you're affirming the consequent. Like you got things backwards. If I say every elephant is an animal, that doesn't mean that every animal is an elephant. So saying like you need more than just a prefrontal cortex to have emotions doesn't mean that it's the case that you don't need a prefrontal cortex to have emotions.
You do realize you're arguing that with somebody that literally has a biology degree.
Yeah, I don't care. Like, if you want to give me the counter argument, you can, right? I don't, who gives a fuck? Like we can do the ad hom thing all day and be like, oh, I have a biology degree. What's the counter argument? If you know a lot about biology, you can give me it. I don't think that your
I'm not
biology degree
saying
gave you
me, I'm
knowledge
saying
on
her.
bug neurology.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I've
no,
just
it's
PhDs, it doesn't matter.
just amazing to because I don't even know where to start with this. It's
Yeah, with
so
any counter argument.
stupid.
Look, you
No, it's
just found the
because
studies that you've never read before
the
now. None of them are conclusive.
no,
Wait,
it's
I know
the
where to
anatomy.
start.
With a
Oh, no,
counter
you're
argument.
just
I
listing
know
a
where to
huge.
start. What's the evidence that
No.
having a prefrontal cortex isn't necessary to having sentience? That's the point where you can start.
Yeah, I've never read a paper that is what we
But
conclude
you
is
have your
sentient.
biology degree. I mean, you got like your PhD or whatever that guy said. So just go ahead.
Yeah, I'm asking you where you found that information because
Where I
you're
found
the
the evidence
expert
that
here.
prefrontal cortexes or our prefrontal cortices are necessary for sentient. Oh, all the paperwork on IIT.
You're
Are
not
you
gonna say
familiar with that?
any?
No. Integrated information theory is like a theory in neurology.
Okay, and
And
you
the
can if you know these things, you should be able to
Yeah.
break it down into layman
Yeah, what do you want
terms.
broken down for you? You asked me where the
Well,
evidence
yeah,
was. I
what you're
told you.
talking. Yeah,
I
yeah,
don't
because
know what
Location
it is. Maybe
integrated
you could
information
break
theory.
it down for me.
Yeah, if you don't
I'm
know
not
what
sure
integrated
that is.
information theory is, I'll tell you, right? But
Yeah, I don't.
the question you
That's
were
what I'm
asked,
asking.
the question that you asked was, where is the information, right? Where's the evidence? I told you. So if you want me to break down what integrated information theory is, there's this idea called phi, which basically talks about the level of interrelationship between the constituent parts of a system. And in short terms, basically what this means is that the different parts of a brain are very interdependent on one another. And the most interdependent part of the brain, the part with the most integration, the most responsible for phi, ends up being this thing called the prefrontal cortex. It's very highly integrated. Things like the cerebellum are not very integrated at all. They end up being almost entirely what's called a feed-forward system, which means the information gets taken in and passed down. That's what that does. Other places in the brain, instead of the information getting taken and passed down, there are lots of feedback loops. In the prefrontal cortex in particular, there's a whole lot of feedback loops. Any other questions?
I put
That's
your
what
mom in
IIT
a
is.
feedback loop last night.
Zinger. Funniest Stardust joke of all time. Any other questions?
Okay, so if I'll give you a chance, Overlord, if you want to respond to that. If not, then Doobie.
Yeah, so maybe I could introduce another question. Something I
We
was
got the
thinking about
question
earlier.
asker.
Yeah. So Prime, we've spoken about this before, where like the whether or not like rape victims, for example, who don't feel traumatized by the rape, should be like I don't want to say traumatized by someone explaining that they were raped or that it was like traumatic or whatever. But that whether or not they should be like whether or not it's like ethical or moral to explain to like the victim of like a child sexual abuse or whatever, that they were like molested, right? Whether an adult when it can impact them emotionally. Because I think Prime, you and I have spoken to people who had this happen where they were molested as children, didn't really feel like any kind of like a negative impact from it as an adult, or maybe didn't understand that there was a negative impact. But then when it was explained that they were molested, then it became like a really serious thing in their life that it took them years to like work through. And I had this like weird question pop up in my brain earlier. Where, like, so in that kind of situation where somebody's molested as a child and they either don't remember or they remember, but it's not like something that's like bothering them so far as I know. Is it worse to be the molester or to be the one that like traumatizes them by explaining that they're molested and impacts them negatively in that way?
Run
Hello?
that back one more time, a little more concisely.
Is it worse to be a child molester or the person that explains to the now grown adult victim of child molestation that they were molested and therefore traumatizes them as an adult?
They were already traumatized. The trauma was not yet understood.
Well, in the case of the
Or maybe they weren't.
traumatization, what you want to consider are there going to be like a multitude of factors, but one is you want to consider who has the impact, and it's the case that in your example, the child molester has equal part in the impact. If it wasn't the case that they were like a child molester, then that person would have never been traumatized when the person told them. So the child molester is at least equally responsible for that alone. And then there's going to be things that bring it up, like the fact the child molester had better reason to believe that they would harm the person than the person who just told the person they've been impacted negatively. So that's going to mean the child molester is going to be wrong. They're going to be the more wrong person. The other person had no good reason to believe that they were doing anything
So wait,
wrong.
hold on. So, hold on. I don't think that's true that they have like no good reason to believe that they could be doing something wrong, right? There's plenty of evidence that people do.
Is that available to them?
Yeah, I mean, if I'm talking like in terms like therapy, right, or like a psychiatrist or something talking to this person, because I think there is evidence that people are either like re-traumatized or just traumatized as an adult when they discover or they're like work through these things, right?
Yeah, does it make
that
their life
happened in their
better or
childhood.
worse on aggregate what the therapist is doing?
I don't know if there's any way to say for sure.
Okay, there's no way to say for sure if the therapist has done anything wrong. There is a way to say for sure that the child molester has done something wrong.
Wait, hold on, but hold on, I was distracted by somebody talking to me. So you're saying that there's if there's the therapist can't know for sure that what they that them introducing this trauma or explaining this trauma is going to do some kind of like long-term harm. There's no way to hold them responsible.
If the
Is
therapist
that-
doesn't have any good reason to believe that what they're doing will cause long-term harm, then I don't think the therapist is acting maliciously. No, I don't think they should be punished for that.
I'm not talking about punishing them, right?
What
I'm
do you mean
saying
by
that,
hold
like,
responsible?
I just mean like wait, I didn't say anything about holding them responsible. I
did.
think I said that like wait, did I? Okay, well, if I did, then I didn't mean it that way.
The
I just mean
flaws,
like who's doing like the actual like harm there, right?
the flaws in the
Because
argument in the first
yeah,
place.
I
Why is
think
the
you
person
could say that
seeing
the child
therapist?
molester planted the mine, right? But if the mine is there and it's set off by a therapist or someone else and helping them through this, I think it would make sense to say that they actually contributed more to the harm, at least in adulthood, than the actual child molester did.
That's like saying that if a person plants an IED in the desert, the person who is more morally bad is the person who drove over the IED and they're truck full of military people. Like that just doesn't make any sense. It's like why would that be the case?
Hold on, no, it'd be like saying that if so someone setting the IT, right, is maybe less at fault than the person who knows there's an ID there and sets it off when there's like a military truck going over it. Right, so
If you're setting it off
you know that
knowing
the
you got a
ID is
vehicle
there,
full
or
of
if there's
military
a
people, you're
chance
bad,
that when you press this button, that truck full of people is going to explode. If you press a button, I think you're somewhat culpable there.
Yeah, they would both
No,
they would
the
both be
flaws
morally
in the argument
culpable.
in the first place. Why is the person going to therapy in the first place? Because there is a trauma they don't understand. The therapist does their job, unveils the
They could have
trauma.
some other issue, like they could have depression or something. I don't think it really gets to the point.
Where would it be coming from?
It could be like people have depression for lots of reasons. It could just be the case they've got some other reason there.
So there's no proving this is connected or disconnected.
We're assuming for the sake of argument it is, just so we can tackle the point.
That's just semantics.
It's not semantics. It's
It's
just
just a
ethics.
hypothetical. Yeah,
It's just a
It
hypothetical.
was like an if-then scenario.
Yeah, like it would
Ultimately,
be
you
like
go to a
semantics to be.
therapist to find out what may be wrong with you. If trauma comes up in the process of that, that's what you pay a therapist for.
Well, so let's say somebody got in like a fatal shooting and they go to a therapist, and in the process of therapy for the fatal shooting, they actually find out that they actually got molested as a kid, just as some side thing due to the sadness they were feeling as a result, right?
Congratulations, you got a
yeah.
twofer.
I'm not too sure what that means.
Hold on, but
yeah,
but like Kai, like couldn't you see that as like obviously I'm not saying like the therapist is like a terrible person or something, right? But I guess what I'm just curious about is like who would consider to be doing the harm there, because obviously the child molester, again, I could compare it to like a mine, right, or set the seed, right?
Sorry,
But
I
if
may
someone
be
comes along
putting
and
this
waters that
in
seed,
my I may be coming
Alright.
along from my own mindset, in that
Alright.
if you uncover a trauma and ignore it, or sorry, if you had a trauma and ignored it without figuring out what it is, it's going to harm you anyway. So the fact that somebody was able to diagnose a trauma that you can address is a net benefit for you.
Oh, sorry, super
No
quick. I'm
matter
gonna
what.
head out. I enjoyed the conversations, even though they were heated. And I called you stupid a lot, Doobie. But that was fun. Peace. You
I
guys are
still love
good.
you.
Mwah.
See you later.
Yeah. Wait.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Doobie,
So
I think when it comes to things like that with injuries, like, and not necessarily even like when I'm talking about physical injuries when we're talking about emotional injuries. Sometimes it's better to lance the boil so that you can heal the wound than it is to just leave it be and try to fix
Yeah,
itself.
but sometimes when you I don't want to compare this to a physical injury. I mean, I guess I could. So sometimes lancing the bow could lead to like an infection that leads to like death, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or some other thing, right? So it might be better to actually just like leave it there, right? If it's not causing any
Right,
harm
but
right now.
if it's under a professional setting, do you think that that'd be better then? If you were lancing the boil, then let's just say just a random person doing it.
Yeah, obviously it'd be better for like in a professional setting.
Mm-hmm.
I think
So
typically the stories that I've heard about like this kind of thing happening, right, where somebody's traumatized or
Mr. Griffin,
re-traumatized by something that they either forgot about or didn't know or just knew about but didn't feel impacted by it really.
Mhm.
It wasn't like a professional setting. It was like their friend group, right? They explained the situation that happened to their friend group. The friend group was like, "Oh, you were definitely raped," and blah blah blah, right? And that conversation is what led to the trauma, them being traumatized,
Mhm.
right? Because if they had prior to them having that conversation, they didn't feel traumatized.
wait, Doobie, can I
Mhm.
ask you
This
like
only works if the therapist created the trauma in the first place. That's all
yeah,
I'm
Doobie,
saying.
can I like ask you like like maybe a similar hypothetical just so we can like kind of track?
Sure.
Yeah, okay, so like let's say there's like a little kid, or actually like okay, just for the sake of like getting away from like saying like little kids are gonna develop and like maybe realize it. Let's say there's somebody that has like a mental deficiency, right? And let's say like I don't know, they have like an abusive parent that plays like you know the game like a lot of like weird people did like as a kid play like fire truck and they're like, oh, fire trucks don't stop at a red light or whatever, like that thing. Where they just like go up your leg, something like that. Let's say
Wait, what?
I've
okay,
never
so
heard
there's
of
a,
that.
Fire trucking where
there's
they
a,
go
all
up your
right, yeah.
leg?
Yeah,
What?
there's this thing like weird like creepy fucking uncles do to their little like to their family's kids, and they're like, oh yeah, let's play a game called Fire Truck, right? And they're like, yeah, just say like red light when you like want to stop, and then there's like, and they just like keep sliding their hand up somewhere, and they're like, oh, fire trucks don't stop for red lights, and they just like fucking grip the kid,
Had
right?
teenage boys do that.
Yeah, but yeah,
Not
just
any
let's
creepy
just say weird
uncles.
I've
people.
never
Yeah.
heard of
Let's just
that.
say weird people.
That
Let's just say weird
sounds
people do this, right?
super
Okay.
pedo
Or
and
it's
also
the nervous
Okay, so
game.
it's a hypothetical, right? So it's a hypothetical. So this is the if part of the hypothetical, right? Okay. So then,
Jeez, guys,
is
why are
it
you making this guy feel weird? Jesus Christ.
well, dude?
My
What is
God.
wait? What's the alter? We were literally just talking about
No, I'm not
sexual trauma
criticizing you.
prior.
I'm not criticizing you. I'm
Oh.
criticizing everybody else. You guys are making
Well,
Thank
he
you.
is
Sorry,
weird, but
I
that's
misunderstood.
fine.
How am I being weird? I'm literally just asking you a hypothetical.
Yeah,
Like,
I'm not
like
saying separate from the
you're
hypothetical. You're weird, but like that's okay.
you do
It's
not
fine.
know me
Yeah.
outside of like any conversation.
You're weird. I can tell you're weird. It's fine.
You can tell I'm weird. Okay, sure.
I can tell.
Yeah. So like, would
Somebody
would
play
the
Fire Truck with this guy. I'm just
yeah,
saying.
yeah.
Okay?
So would the person that's like
Don't
telling
blame
this
him.
kid that that this person's like actually like not doing any good to them and they're being like weird to them be like responsible, or the fucking guy just like keeps repeatedly doing this to them? Yeah, if they don't know, they just think it's a fun game, right? They just think it's a, like fun little game, like oh, I get it, the fire truck or whatever, right? Like are they the fucking like bear and like cause of all of this? Are they the causal like?
I
Do they
think
have
I
the
think in
causal?
some way. So like, let's say the fire truck game never got to the point where they're like you're being like actually molested, right? It was just kind of an inappropriate game or whatever that was being played by your uncle, whatever the fuck. If you spoke to somebody and they reframed the way that you're thinking about that situation to the point that you do feel like you were being molested, or you do feel like this person intended to molest you, and that not only destroys the relationship with that uncle, maybe causes a rift in your family and traumatizes you, makes you feel extremely uncomfortable around people touching you or whatever. I would say in some way, yeah, they are doing far more harm than the person playing fire truck with you.
Yeah, okay. I mean, if you want to take that position, no simplification, that's fine. And if you're gonna call me a weird person after like biting this bullet, even like like
Wait,
outside
why
of
is that a bullet?
like
I don't see that as a bullet to be bitten
it's
at.
a
I mean, give me a
bullet.
reason not
It's
to
a
think
bullet
that.
to say that the people that like I don't know like tell people they got raped are worse than rapists. Like I don't know. That's like
That's not what I said.
oh wait what? Sorry.
Yeah, that's not
Are
what I
you
said.
like are we confused? You just said that they were like
No,
responsible
hold
for
on. The
like
fire
part of
truck,
the
the fire
yeah.
truck question. You weren't talking about
Yeah,
someone
yeah.
who's being raped,
Oh, wait. So
right? Like,
sexual assault. Okay, let's say sexual assault, right? Let's say assaulters.
wait,
Let's say
hold on.
fucking
You call
abusers.
that sexual assault?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I said like fire trucks on like the game, and ended up somebody getting groped like repeatedly. You also like mentioned that previously, and like when you were addressing the
Oh,
hypothetical.
okay. I
Yeah, yeah,
didn't hear
yeah.
that
So
part.
they did
Okay,
it.
so
No, no,
yeah,
no, no.
my understanding was they weren't like touched
You referenced
in the
it when
genitals, but
responding to me.
yeah, I said if they hadn't gotten to that point where they were being like groped or whatever.
This is,
I think you misheard me. Right. So if they hadn't gotten to the point where they'd been like roped or like molested, then yeah, I would say that the person reframing that situation is one doing more harm. If they had gotten to the point where they've been groped,
so to
but maybe
prevent.
they don't see it that way, right? Maybe they don't see it as like a molestation or whatever. If this is something happening like presently, like currently, I would say that the person doing the groping is the one doing more harm. But if this is something that's happening to the person in childhood, right, and as an adult they're talking about their creepy uncle who did this weird
Yeah,
shit,
yeah, yeah. So
is like a joke,
somebody's just
and
watching a
it's
child from
reframed.
afar, right? And you have the choice to tell them now, right, and cause a life of trauma, or just never tell them and just like
Right.
just completely leave it to be, right? You think that the person should just never tell the person that they're being assaulted or like.
I think if I knew that it would cause a lifetime of trauma, I wouldn't tell them.
Hey,
So
That's like I don't know. That
I,
seems like a crazy bullet.
Just quick. So quickly, then I'll go to you, Desperado, and we have a new person, Greg, who is here. Excited to hear from them. But I've talked to women. I always surprisingly I know, but they've shared their experiences with me, and like this problem that we're talking about is very real. Like I want people to understand that like um people go through like weird, uncomfortable, messed up experiences, right? And some of them are more grayer than others. And people internalize those experiences differently. And I've talked to women who've like described their experiences to me, and I'm like, yeah, it's pretty rapey to me. And then they reply, yeah, but I'm not. I see why you would say that, but I don't feel that way, and I don't want to feel like a victim, you know. And I think in that moment it would be wrong for me to say no, you're wrong, and let me work to reframe this so that now you're like, I'm a rape victim, you know? Like, I think at that point, even though I didn't do any of those weird things to them, right? I've done something to them. I've definitely made their lives worse at that point if they now believe that they are a victim of a crime and one that they'll probably never get any justice for.
Yeah, but when we're
So if
talking
it's
about
you,
causal
but not a
obligation,
psychiatrist.
right? When we're talking
Yeah.
about when we're talking about causal obligation, right? Like I think this is like a little bit like confused, right? Because this is what we're talking about. We're talking about who's obliged for the like cause of the harm of or who is to be blamed for like the cause of the harm of like whatever thing, the person that did the action or the person that tells them about the action. Like you like okay, so there's just a similar example. I have like plenty of friends that are like just like grew when they were younger. They like dated like women that are way older than them, and they're like, oh yeah, it's cool. That's like a pretty common thing for like guys to be off about. Like, oh yeah, like older girls like me or whatever. And it's like they're like, oh wow, it's cool. And then when you tell them you're a victim, they're a victim. They're in complete denial, right? And like I'm just gonna take the position that whatever happened then is just caused some sort of repressed like emotion or whatever. Even if it onsets harm, I'm gonna say that it's just gonna be fine to tell them. It's actually gonna be
Let's go to Desperado, and then I want to let Greg in.
So I know that we were talking about like lancing the boil and whatnot before. We're talking about like a physical injury. I mean, I think this also applies to like physical injuries in the sense of like, you know, if something weird happens and you look like there's like broken blood vessels in like someone's arm, or in this case maybe even like a boil or whatnot. Like if you walked up to them and say, hey, that looks kind of weird. Maybe you should get that checked out. I don't necessarily think that that person should be responsible for like causing trauma, but they'd be like, hey, that looks fucked up. Let me lance it for you, or let me actually wrap it for you and do this. And then they cause like you to get like gangrene, or they cause you to get like a serious infection. Yeah, then they're the fault. But I don't think necessarily pointing out that, hey, that kind of looks like a problem, you might want to get that checked out. And if they're like, it's fine, I don't need to get it checked out, then you just walk away.
Go ahead, Greg, please.
Oh, I got nothing on that one, man. That's definitely get that checked out by a medical professional. That's for sure.
Yep.
I mean, I was listening and I was interested in like talking and thinking about the kind of like future foods and that kind of stuff. I don't want to like direct the conversation, but I thought it's kind of like an interesting ability that we have now to grow things like more from like microbes or cell-based cultures, so we can kind of like move beyond the need for having a bioreactor in a field, which is like like a bioreactor is basically a cow, right? So maybe we could take that bioreactor and just move it in and use it through engineering and microbes and what we kind of know there, and I think it's going to be more efficient. So in the end, I feel like that's kind of where all our food is going to come from, is like microbial protein production.
But what did you think about my foreskin?
Just 1 second. I'm gonna leave. It was really nice and fun talking to everybody. It was a great first experience here. And then like, do we just like instead of like ad homing next time, maybe like know your arguments, okay?
I still think you're weird.
Yeah.
Come back in the future. He's gone. All right. But yeah, we'll spend.
I really didn't like being called weird.
Yeah, right. I will spend a bit of time on this. So, yeah, Greg, give us what you got on this, and we'll decide from there.
Well, I mean, so kind of like how we make beer through fermenters and microbes and yeast poop, we can actually direct that more into oxygen-based growth for like different types of cells, be it algae for biofuels or different types of microbes to make like plastics and things like that. And then that same process, we can also make food as well. So any type of like protein, we're actually making it kind of like in cellular culture now. And that's what the kind of like lab grown meats are, if you've heard about those. So it's only decreasing in costs by a ton, and I think that there's less externalities if you think about it like that way. There's less things that could go wrong with climate change or weeds or any type of pests and stuff like that. You don't have to worry about that in the future.
Okay. Anyone got a response to that?
So I'd just like to know exactly how you would go about replacing what we would need for adhesives from that we get from like biosources, as well as some of the biomass that's actually used for in the production of rubber tires to give them a longer elasticity and make them more eco-friendly.
Yeah, I mean, what you're referring to, I think, is probably like the petroleum or like based products, or is that what you mean, like from fossil fuels?
That have animal biomass inside them in order to extend their longevity.
Okay, yeah, cool. I mean, if you think about those biomolecules, they've just been made under like really high pressure scenarios for hundreds of millions of years, and then
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the mixture of the like stuff for the rubber for tires,
Mhm.
as well as the like different byproducts from animals specifically, usually using cows or pigs, that is mixed together in order to make rubber more cohesive for usage on the road.
Interesting. I didn't realize that. That's cool. Yeah, I mean,
horse to the glue factory, the old saying.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah,
Cool.
I mean, there's a lot of things that we get from animal products that that is either extremely hard to replicate, extremely expensive to replicate, or is almost impossible to replicate outside of actually using the animal product.
So wouldn't the response be that sure, we have these products, and maybe like these animal products are superior to any other alternatives, but if we went full vegan, the amount of animals who would have to die would like drastically lower, so that we can still get these products at the same levels, but like without like eating the animals.
Well, the major problem that we run into is not necessarily the farmed animals. It's the animals that are actually like out in the wild and whatnot. Because conservation is actually something that's utterly necessary inside society. So a lot of the vegans that would say like you wouldn't like kill a cow, you shouldn't kill cows, you shouldn't kill things. We'd have to kill animals by like the thousands, hundreds of thousands, possibly even millions in order to maintain the lands that we live in. Like if you just let the deer population like overgrow, you're basically going to deforest most of the entire Midwest and like the mountainous regions, because too many deer will cause deforestation, as well as the diseases that can jump from like deer to humans as well. They'll just expand to like extreme levels. So I mean, like I know we're talking about farm animals here, but if we're talking about all animals in general, like conservation is definitely a thing that's like left out of a lot of these arguments.
Sure, but like, there's no reason to jump to that. Like, specifically talking about farm animals, if we decided to go full vegan, meaning we all lost our fucking minds, then we would like kill less animals. It's like, this is the same argument about like oil in itself. Sometimes you see commercials from the oil company that like shows like, well, here's what would happen if like plastics disappeared, so this is why we need oil. Well, okay, sure, but like if we got rid of using oil for energy, we could still mine oil just as well, but it would be drastically lowered, right? So no one's talking about getting rid of plastics or anything. So in the same way, when we're talking about these animal products, we can still have these animal products, but the loss of life would be drastically lower.
The cost of Wagyu beef would be $90,000 on the black market.
Yeah, I mean exactly. There's going to be really like niche scenarios that people are rich enough in order to afford it, but I feel like the future it's just going to be too expensive to farm in mass on like the level that we're doing right now. There's no way in 20-30 years that it's going to be possible.
Yes, Brado, answer that question.
So the thing the issue that I feel might be a problem with this is that it might cause people to lower the amount of space that's actually be using for animals in and of itself. So what you're going to have is you're going to have basically factory farms at that point. And those factory farms are going to operate in a way that is going to be unethical for raising the animals themselves. Because if we're trying to lower the market like that, there's only going to be certain people that are going to be able to participate in that market. And those people that participate in that market are going to be those that are going to, maximize space and maximize profit. So I think you're going to have an even more unethical treatment of animals if we go to that lower scaling factor.
I need to get out of here. But
Thanks
this
for
has
making the
been
arguments.
really fun. Greg, come earlier in the conversation. I sense that you have a lot to say, and I'd really actually like to hear it. Already you sound pretty intelligent, and we like that here.
Thanks,
but
man.
yeah, absolutely. And all of you were fantastic. Thank you for coming. The new people, especially. I really enjoyed having you guys here. I am going to send you guys off. Oh, and thank you everyone who was so kind to jump onto the YouTube stream. That was really great of you. I'm going to send my audience to, you would think I'd have like a raid, an idea, but I usually don't until like just this moment. Let's go to Xander Hall, who is apparently streaming. So off to Xander Hall you go. We'll be back in the future. We love you very much. Yeah, let's say that. And I'm just waiting for the stream countdown to end, which is now.
So I'm just